Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back to Mechabellum, where we have Weekend Tournament European number 72, the Vanguard tournament coming. Vanguard Tournament European. Tournament starts in about 4 minutes. There are already 264 participants registered. That is enough for 3 groups today. Yep, haven't seen 3 groups in a while, it is true, but there is 1 spot left on the Launch Clash tournament. Win today and you can get that for a whole bunch of different players, including Dillo, Mechabellum. Let's see, who else is on that list? Well, I'm not seeing them yet at the top here. You know what? I will accept that ban a unit, Balor. That's amazing. Fine. Obviously, that goes out the window at the semifinals and the finals, but we won't spectate you all the way to the semis. You realize the later you delay it, the less likely we are to show one of your wins, right? Oh, never mind. Two minutes to go. Hello, hello. How are you? I am well, thank you. It's nice to hear your voice again, my friend. Very nice. Very nice. Very good. It's good work. There. Right. Fair enough. I mean, these things happen. Yeah, your audio has been very hit or miss the last couple of days, or last couple of pieces. Yeah. I mean, you tend to just jump in and out like really heavy, so. All right. Ah, I see. I have you on mute because there was nobody else in the booth with me. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, start your sledgehammers. It is time for Vanguard Tournament European. We've got a stacked house again, with folks like I Like Napping and Dillo potentially able to qualify for that final spot in the Mechabellum Launch Clash tournament. There's a number of players who are on the verge of it. Mualani, of course, Codifly is one of those. There are a number of folks. Rice is one of them. Unrivaled Super Hottie, I believe, can. Folks like Soja and Hawk in Space need to do it twice, but they will be up against each other in round one. That might be a brilliant place to start, I think. Shiroha's going to be up against Miyasim. There are, I mean, you can just see how many great players we've got at the moment. So I'm going to jump into Soja versus Hawk in Space. See where we end up. Let us hide a chat window. And joining me in the broadcast booth is Alpha Titan. Welcome back, my friend. How have you been? Excellent, excellent. It's nice to have you. Welcome to round one of Weekend Tournament European number 72 of the Vanguard Tournament European. So it just says, change replay. I only had bad start. It's going to be a disaster. Soja is up against Hawk in Space in round one. With me in the booth is Alpha Titan, whose voice you guys should be hearing. And Soja's going to be near side blue, hates these starting packs with steel balls, with Mustangs, with sledges. Took the Fortified Specialist with extra hit points for the Crawlers and Mustangs. And Hawk in Space, a Sabertooth Specialist with the Stormcaller Fangs start. I mean, Mustangs into Fangs isn't terrible. No. We've got 4,600 hit points for Soja, 4,300 for Hawk in Space. Also noticed in the Asia tournament there were some successes out of this formation. Players making it to pretty deep into the tournament with Mustang Crawler start and Mustang Marksman start, reaching the semifinals and finals. So it's not as bad as you might think it is. It can be really uncomfortable if you're not used to piloting it. But we talked about that a little bit with Clint. It's one of those, the Mustangs ramp up over time, so if you can get some experience into them early, keep the positionings such that they, if there's going to be fire, it's not directly in front of them. That can be really helpful. Right. You can see it's going to go very poorly for Soja on round one. Taking 600 hit points off the bar there, down to 3910. Soja says, I get no enjoyment from playing Fortified Commander with Mustang. I'm staying for my adversary. Fair enough. I do think Fortified Specialist, of all the specialists, is probably a little bit weak. because it's only giving you 17% hit points, and you can get plus 15% hit point off the tower for 100 cost. And if we've been trying to balance everything at a 200 cost, for example, quick supply or marksman specialist, it does seem like that is a little bit low to me. Like maybe it should be the 1 and 1 are free, or something like that. Mass-produced Phoenix for Soja. Well, that's an interesting combination with having your hit points back. And shield airdrop for Hawk in Space. So we've got the win by air thanks to Soja choosing the mass-produced Phoenix. It's a really good answer to get Phoenix out on the board on the round where you've got the Sabertooth, and Soja takes the Tarantulas. We've got the Marksman as an opportunity to answer those. Phoenix up Typhoon could be also tempting for Hawk in Space. I think those would be the two that he's thinking about. For Soja, of course, he didn't really have any chaff clear, so that's why the Tarantula is working for him. Hawk takes the double Typhoon. So Typhoon has them out in those flank screening positions, so there's not going to be any shenanigans with a Phoenix, or he's not risking any shenanigans with a Phoenix or a Wasp call-in over there. So we're up to 4 Phoenix for Soja, and again these are mass-produced, but they still do a 200 on the bar if they survive, or 100 each for every surviving Phoenix. And they're a really good answer to the Sabertooth. And you can see on the side that he had that level 3 Tarantula, he's gotten crawlers all the way through the tower. They eat the artillery, they destroy the Sabertooth, and they are off and running. Unfortunately, the Typhoons do finish things out for Hawk in space, but that was a lot closer than it could have been. Otherwise, orbital bombardment for Soja and also for Hawk. So both players taking the orbital, getting things going. There's a bunch of levels available for Soja in terms of the Mustang, the Phoenix down here. And that is the spot that Hawk in Space is going to put the orbital. It's also on top of the Stormcaller. Well, the spots that the Stormcallers are coming. It's a triple Stormcaller buy for Soja, which has left him with no shields. Hawk is buying shields. And I mean, short term this is going to hurt Soja. Long term, I think economically it's better not to have spent the shields on a round 4. I mean, both players are at 3,600. The question is just, do we get a little bit lucky in terms of units surviving the round? And how much damage do we mitigate? Soja takes barrier, so it's potentially moving towards a Vulcan, I would imagine. And there it is, in fact. Has done exactly what Alpha Titan was suggesting. Not that you guys could hear what Alpha Titan was suggesting, but he was suggesting that the Tarantula was not the long-term answer there, and the Vulcan was probably likely to replace it. So now we've got Vulcan on both sides, and it's into a relatively standard Vulcan Phoenix build for Soja. We've got Vulcan, we've got quad Stormcallers, we've got 4 Phoenix already. And having that kind of tempo out on the board by round 5, presumably worth the missed shields last round, I would think, from Soja's perspective. Got to point out, Hawk in Space ran 7th in the Vanguard tournament Asia this morning. Soja coming off of a 28th in last week's tournament here. That is a score by abandon, not like a fought out all 7 rounds, if I recall. You can see what a difference the Vulcans made. The Sabres are a really solid answer to a Vulcan, and the fact that these are extra tanky due to Soja being a fortified specialist makes them really tough to kill. It's 45,000 hit points, and even if it took a minute, the Phoenix and Storms do eventually get the Sabertooth down. By then, though, it's into the depths of the round, and the marksmen are able to handle Soja's budget Phoenixes, and Soja's down to 1,300 hit points. Rhino Assault for Soja. And I'm going to minimize this so we'll see where that's going. Remember that this is the shield airdrop shield, so it's 50,000 hit points. This one's only 40,000. The one that went down over here was only 40,000. So slight value there. Breaking news, if this is correct, Squish. Incredible round 1 win versus CrossFit. Very nicely done. Soja has picked up shields on the Phoenix, and this is interesting. A range on the Storms into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Storm Callers, all with range as the first tech. And it's going to be a range and fire on the far side for Hawk. And we need some further forward chaff, I would think, to draw the flames onto the ground. You can see this guy in particular is getting a little bit too far out in front and draws all of this fire. Goes down too early for Soja, and that positioning I think is going to be a huge problem. You can also see with fire on the ground and all of the crawlers running through it, very few of them make it out the other side. There is still some late arriving fangs for Hawk in space, which I think turns into the kind of the winning play, because of course the Phoenix gets stuck on those. Does Hawk in space have 1,300 left? He does. 6 rounds, and Soja knocked out. He knew it from the very moment he looked at those starting packs. Drawing 4 different starting packs that you hate is such a demoralizing feeling, especially in a single elimination tournament like this. Not that Soja is necessarily eliminated. He's got 6 more rounds. You're not out until you've lost 3, but it's very demoralizing at times. I think we are going to jump into, what else do we have? Let's take a look at Rat versus Fish Mob for now. Manitou says, first game I lost to the stupid War Factory cancer. And Cody, thank you very much. 11 months to sub. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your long-time support. It says 8 is strictly greater than 0. So Fish Mob, at least what we are joining as a match in progress, we knew the scores around 2,000 to 1,000, and as you can see, Fish Mob is going to eventually win this round with 1 giant surviving and a whole bunch of leveled Phoenix. So Rat's on 2,200, Fish Mob at 1,000 going into round 8. These 2 war factories, of course, the backbone of Rat's army right now. He's trying to drop oil, but that's been blocked by shields. There is, on the back line, a ranged Scorching Flames of Vulcan for Rat, for Fish Mob, along with ranged EMP melters, covering kind of both sides. We saw this in the Asia tournament, where having the trio kind of ensures that Rat can't cherry pick the spot to attack. He is going to be mobile beaconing from out here, it looks like. And yeah, it's going to be straight out in front of it. Get the job done there. Surrey is in fact War Factory, and it is correct. And making it work this time, where it struggled last round. What was the big difference there? Not sure I caught last round sufficiently well to tell. But I think the Wasps tanking melting points, preventing that far outside Melter from getting the lock that it needed, was probably the backbreaker there. Fishmob staying alive at 38 hit points. Ah, the redeploy. Got it. He redeployed the level 2 from right to left, was the other key element there. So, 38. Strictly greater than 0. It's true. 38 is not 0. Nuke for Rat and Orbital for Fishmob. Obviously the nuke isn't enough to take out the War Factory. The question is, can you take out the Wasps? That would be the key element. And for Rat, it's going to just blow up your concentration of forces. He's been attacking this side. Fishmob has built up a defense there. This is why modern armies don't tend to have this kind of mapping, this kind of densely populated area. Oh, look at this. Rat is going to switch sides. Puts the nuke on what is Fishmob's weaker side. And are we going to... Yeah, he's redeploying out of it with the War Factory. So both War Factories will be attacking the right. The Wasps have jump drive. They've redeployed. So he's Rat's thought this through, thinks the orbital bombardment is likely to be on top of the Wasps. Redeploys everything out of there. Now he's got a nuke on the weak side and his whole army attacking the strong side. This is solid. Is it going to be the finish? Shields are up for Fishmob, but they're only up on the the strong side, not the weak side. Boom goes the nuke. Melter has a lock on the right. The other Melter has turned things off. This guy is just sitting back here with range. I'm not even doing acid yet. I'm just going to sit back here and dish damage. Now the Melter has the lock. And Fishmob wins round 9. Rat down to 468 hit points. It is going to be rough. This should be the finish. They both get a drop for round 10. A level 7 Saber if you'd like to sell. Farseer, a Marksman, and a Rhino. Fishmob takes 2 level 2 Farseers. EMP coming off the Farseers. If you can get it through, there's no real anti-missile on the War Factories. There is a 3rd War Factory for Rat. That redeploys 1 War Factory over here, 1 deep. My goodness, what do you have out here? Acid Crawlers and a Phoenix coming in from Fishmob. Fishmob also has range and EMP on the Phoenix, so really doing everything he can to shut the techs off. Goodness. Rat winds up redeploying this, or purchasing this new War Factory on that side, pretty much deletes the flank, and it might have looked open to him, to Fishmob, but it certainly was not. One thing that's happening here, you're getting great range. From the war factories, that's keeping them out of the acid for so long. I mean, the acid does do a percentage-based damage once they're into it, which increases the damage dealt by other units. But thumpa thumpa thumpa, it comes down to this. Melter down is Phoenix versus Phoenix. We're gonna have a round 11, folks. Look at that. One Hero Phoenix wins it for Fish Mob. Rat at 368, Fish Mob at 38. You've got... I mean, this is just epic, right? Let's go! Would you like your spells up? Yes, we would like all of our spells up. So, Fish Mob has an Underground Threat, a Sticky Oil Bomb, and a Wasp Swarm. Rat has a Missile Strike, a Photon Emission, and a Wasp Swarm all together. This Photon Emission could be key in terms of giving him immunity to acid. That is really, really strong. This is the round to have that available for sure. He's only using it on the right side and not the two on the left. Ah, that shield is just... Oh, this one's going to block the oil. This one's a little too far back to block the oil. Adds a second production. So this is very similar to what Rat was running in... Or sorry, to what Rooster was running in Asia. Rooster was running basically a production war factory build rather than a battle factory, starting with efficient maintenance, bringing out at least 2 production techs, and he had all 3 production techs available on the bar. He was choosing which ones to use based on what opponent had. Here come all the wasps getting out in front. Fish Mob's answer, he has done kind of the smart thing, I think. Ranged fangs. Fangs stay out from the fire, stay back at depth, try to handle the wasps with that. There are still a zillion units coming out of the war factories. They still haven't gotten a lock on this one. Now they've got EMP on it, finally burning it down. You can see what the 2 on the other side have managed. They are through the tower. Now it is down to the final stand for Fish Mob, and down he goes, losing to Rat in 11 rounds. An epic, beautifully played. Well done, guys. I wish we had joined that one a little bit earlier. That was a fight. Heavyweight battle. And thank you so much for the follow, Y555, much appreciated. For KMPEC, it says everyone is playing War Factory today. It's true. And Y555 says, love your content, joining next stream with friends. Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yes. War Factory getting a nerf with so much presence, I think, is likely. Alright, going around the room. Rooster, the #1 seed, opens with a win. Apuchi, Daitong with an upset over B-Man. I Like Napping, who can qualify, beats Cortex. Dillo, who can qualify, advances over Toist Smart. Xanatos, Squish, Onlyfangs, Play Archer, Codifly, Skay, Meatmaster beats Till, KMPEC, Rat, King Fury, Rice, all winners. So a bunch of the folks who are closing in on qualifying advance. Apuchi's going to be facing Poet Brigand. I Like Napping will be up against Rowan Shrey. Dillo against Must Die. So there's 2 of your story folks to follow. I Like Napping and Dillo. Codifly against El Loco. Be the other one, I think. skipping along to see if there's another... Oh, TJ flat against Rice might be our best bet here. We have 114 participants, so this is almost certainly going to go 7 rounds. Also means that some of these round 2 matchups are going to be a little bit one-sided. I'm going to step us into Rice versus TJ flat. Dorgon says, on my way to 0-6 tourney day. Actually 0-4. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Baller facing Mike Tyson. What does it mean that it's a Vanguard tournament, Joffrey? I think this is the last tournament before release. The 1.0 release reaches the production servers on the 23rd. Today's the 21st. So this is the last of the early access tournaments. I think that is all that means. Welcome to round 2 of Vanguard Tournament European. TJ flat against Rice. Rice is, of course, a long-time, very strong player, and is one of the folks who... There's only one slot left. One golden ticket to bypass the qualifying tournament and get yourself into the Mechabellum launch clash. Rice is one of the players who can do that if they win this tournament. Of course, if that is not yet filled at the end of this tournament, that slot carries on over to the Americas tournament, and if it's still not filled, it goes out to next week. There is still an opportunity to win it. Some folks need to win twice, and they pretty much have to get started. Need to win this one, so there's a lot of folk with a lot of stakes, a lot at stake, which is why we've seen such huge, huge fields the last 2 rounds. The last 2 weeks. Aggro start for Rice on TJ flat's right side. Elite specialist. And arc lights, which are going to clear all of the shaft. Steel balls get into tower. And on it goes from right to left during the debuff. Chaff is gone, of course, but oh no, I lied. There is still one survivor crawler damage in there. Sarklight finally noticed it and takes care of it. So Rice wins round 1. He's at 5,400 hit points. TJ flat down to 4050. We've got a pair of Scorpions all ready for TJ flat. Takes the Scorpion from drop, drops the second one. I'm going to try to have them both on that defensive side. I'm going to do a quick mic check to see if we can get Alpha Titan back live.
Hello, hello. Test, test.
Check, check. Did that get through? Looks like it did. Go. Here we are.
Perfect.
Welcome, Alpha Titan. Apologies for the technical delays that kept you out of the broadcast for a bit. Switched software. Had a bit of a technical debate there. In fact, I think the technical
I'm glad to be here.
I think the technical difficulty was actually on the Chrome Discord side. Picking up the wrong Chrome window that no longer existed. Source of sound. This
is a really interesting situation. Rice, as elite spec, has both round 1 and round 2 bought 2 packs of blue crawlers, which is going to be very strong early, but potentially gets shut down once you get your really strong crawler clear answers.
And we saw that feeding XP into a Arclight carry build at one point during the Asia tournament as well. This is definitely something to be worried about. If you start with Elite Specialist, you don't have any chaff, and you need to buy a whole bunch of chaff.
Mm-hmm.
You're feeding 3 times the experience when that chaff dies. TJ Flat not yet taking advantage of that, going with a 3rd Scorpion and another Arclight. Picks up the oil to try and slow down the press here.
I really like oil instead of fire. Even though fire might be more immediately impactful for 1 round, the oil will be around for 2. And you can still pick something to try and set it on fire in the foreseeable turns to come.
And critically, he has not actually taken oil off the tower, so this gives him the ability to have this oil in play for the next 4 rounds, and then this one comes back, right? As long as it doesn't get lit on fire.
Right.
You might actually see Rice deciding to light it on fire to get rid of it.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but it's definitely going to be one of those. Whenever it's round 3 and you see oil drop and you're aggro pushing, it's always an uphill battle.
It can certainly be frustrating.
He does eat one of the safety missiles on the left side with his crawlers. Yeah, this push is gonna need something to breathe life into it because it's hurting.
There's nothing in the air. The oil has really slowed it down. You can see the shield has really done its work. It's eaten at least 20,000 hit points of damage that would otherwise have gone onto these units, and the oil kept the steel balls from reaching it and locking onto it.
Ooh, improved Wasp snap pick. It is so strong.
I really like it. I would have liked to see it for Rice as well.
Yeah. It's really, really hard when it's asymmetrical. One person has it, the other doesn't. There's just not a lot you can do about that.
Right. Rice does skip, so TJ Flat will be the only one with the improved Wasps. Spooky.
Elite Scorpion.
So going ahead and taking the range enhancement on them sells out of the steel balls even though they've been leveled, so he's got 300 back from that. And the Elite Scorpions are only 450, so you can fund 2 of them and attack as them back in these steel ball positions. But the important part there is we're going to be bombing from long range right onto this shield right from the start of the round.
Mm-hmm. Notably, there is 0 upshoot for Rice, so these wasps will be completely uncontested.
0 answer to the wasps right now.
And I said the poor Scorpion got instant deleted by level 2 Scorpions with range.
The shield is down, the oil will be gone next round. We might get a new one.
Right.
It's just going to be a matter of answering the wasps. How do you feel about answering improved wasp with elite recruited Mustangs?
The fact that they're elite helps. However, in this kind of a situation, it can be difficult because the wasps aren't always the furthest things forward.
Right, and you need a way to get them to be the target. That's what.
Right, and the improved notably is what makes it. And improved gives them a huge chunk of range, so it's actually surprisingly difficult to get a piece of them locked on.
Right. Yeah, the 20 extra range doesn't sound like that much, but it turns out to be huge.
Yeah, particularly on a unit that has a base of 50, it's like a 40% increase.
Both players picked up the level 3 marksman. Rice does go to the predictable. The level 2 Mustangs is the answer. And instead of picking up aerial spec, gives them range. Expect aerial spec would be choice number 2 there.
Right.
But needs to set them up to flank screen and all of that first, so they're going to be furthest back, covering the flanks.
On defender side for blue, I really think that he needs to range his own scorpions, and he needs some kind of vertical chaff in front of that front scorpion to try and eat the initial volleys. He actually does a blind aerial spec, anticipating the Wraith, while there is 0 air units for Rice.
That is an expensive mistake. A gamble, right?
Yes.
But not one that's going to pay off for him.
Yeah, I think that you're at a position where you're strong. I think that that's the kind of risk you have to take when you're behind, not when you're ahead. Because now that's just a hard tempo loss. In terms of value, at the very least.
In terms of value, for sure, but I don't think I mind it if I'm TJ Flat playing against Rice. I know what a good player Rice is. It's going to take a little bit of luck and a little bit of moxie to pull off a win. So I don't mind taking a gamble. It's not one that pays off here. And that might be one of those spots where you're actually better off playing your game and not taking those risks, right? Because we see it really hasn't paid off. He's behind economically. It's going to make it so much tougher to get those marksmen to scale. And he's down 3,400 to 2,400. And now the Mustangs have improved firepower control over here, and they're close to level 3.
There's 2 more packs as well. These scorpions need range if you're going to fight this game. You try to scorp to scorp. They absolutely need range.
Yeah, you're in a mirror here. You've got to range to match. There's also a spot where you might want to be considering additional chaff ahead of them. Right, because one of the ways to keep these folks occupied, the scorpions for Rice, of course, is to ensure that you've got the right chaff trickle.
Right.
Ground specialization on the wasps?
Into ranged Mustangs, I actually would have much preferred range as the first tech here. Because I think if you keep them safe, then they could become hyper-scaling. At the moment, I think the range is still too short, and they're just going to fly forward and end up feeding the Mustangs.
Right. You could almost make an argument that not ranging the scorpions is the right choice. If you're going to range the wasps, have the wasps back at 110 meters, and actually let the scorpions be tanking everything, since they're going to die to Rice's scorpions anyways. See that as a line? But here you're getting the worst of both worlds. The scorpions are targeting your scorpions, the Mustangs are targeting your wasps, and the fact that you've got ground specialization is not helping.
Yeah,
It just didn't help.
Well, I think ranging both was kind of necessary. I think not ranging either has almost been a bit of a throw for him to have been in such a good position round 3 and to just very much kind of let it slip. It almost feels like.
Yeah, this is definitely a rough go for TJ Flat. And again, he's up against one of the greats, one of the players who has been playing the game for a long, long time.
Right.
Now we've got the Hail Mary War Factory, but it's not really been properly set up. So it doesn't have the immediate crawler behind, it doesn't have this crawler. Yeah, he's rethinking it and putting it on the other side. Into his own oil, perhaps? And right up in front of the level 2 scorpions. I think that's going to be painful.
Spread on the crawlers is really, really good for Rice. When your opponent is relying on scorpions as their chaff clear, spread formation crawlers is going to give them a very hard time.
Yeah, loose formation crawlers should be the finish here.
Loose formation, yes. And
Dorgun
no
says,
bubble with smoke.
Dorgun says now 0-5. training week is coming. You're off to do your training montage? Yeah, no bubble on the smoke. I mean... I think when this War Factory breaks down, all she wrote there.
Mm-hmm. Don't even need acid when you have 2 level 2s that are able to connect right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm. Down it goes. A whole bunch of late arriving wasps. Really not going to help. Maybe if we had been lighting all of this on fire, so that the Mustangs died as they drove through it, right? In that instance, you'd have a very different board.
Right.
Arriving. So that was what this play would have been dovetailed with. Firestorms, something like that. But just having them arrive late merely delayed the inevitable. W for Rice. And there's, I guess, the difference between 2100 MMR and in that 2100 to 2200 range, and battling it between 1800 and 1900. Tipping up and over it right now, but very solid play from Rice. And, you mentioned it right from the get-go. It was the fact that he was willing to take the early level 2 crawlers, get some tempo edge, and then is able to capitalize on putting TJ flat under the tempo pressure as soon as there's been an economic misstep in terms of the aerial specialization here. Or gamble that didn't pay off. That's, to be fair. The whole play has just kind of fallen apart for him. And then we never did resolve the range problem for the Wasps. So
he never teched any of his Scorpions, of which he had 3 from round 3.
Right. They were his answer to the steel balls, and the steel balls are long gone. You need to make them into something that answers your current board. Squish.
If you're not going to tech them, selling them could have also been a potential direction.
Right. Looks like, actually, Rooster and Shiroha is in a really good state. Rooster made it to the finals of Asia, running a War Factory production build. That was really fascinating to watch. He's in the same here today. Well, look at that. I see Efficient Marksman and Missile Interceptor, but not production right now. He has not gone into the triple production. He's just keeping things off the ground with anti-air barrage from forts and 3 Stormcallers from Shiroha. Shiroha, of course, lost in round 1, the highest ranked player to be upset in round 1, and has the duty to show up, give the number 1 seed the best he can, as the spoiler role.
Those wasps driving up the flank. Slipping past all the anti-air.
That was pretty sweet. Unfortunately, they are slowly getting chewed up by a pair of Mustangs. But very slowly. In fact, I think the Phoenix did more to them than the Mustangs did.
Right, just one at a time.
So one of the things that I noticed about the way that Rooster was doing this build is he's basically done a really good job of keeping hit points on his bar through the first 5 or 6 rounds in order to get to the point where now he can fund his War Factory shenanigans.
Right, you have to survive the pivot turn, because the 2 hardest parts of playing War Factory is building a board where you have the 7x7 slots, and being able to afford put the War Factory on the board turn, which usually requires a lull in the mid game of 1 to 2 turns, which will cost you hit points.
Right.
You need to be healthy enough that you can afford to do that and not be knocked out.
And that's what I'm talking about, is that Rooster has done a really good job of playing the early game tempo to ensure that he isn't the one losing the hit points early, so that he can afford to bring these out and then have
Exactly.
Scale. It's really neat. It's a subtle piece to it. No acid is the answer from Shiroha. He's taking heavy armor and unlocks his own war factories. So I think he's thinking, look at this. He's thinking double war factory. He's still got 1250 to spend. How is that right?
Oh my gosh, is that a spec bug? You can't... That's so much money. That's...
Well,
I know, but he's pushing buttons.
He's just spent 850 of it.
Oh, he sold the he sold the level 3 fortress.
The level 3 fort for 800, right. That makes much more sense. So he's got steel ball production and efficient maintenance as his answers. So we are going...
And he intensive.
War factory versus war factory.
That war factory is level 2 as well, right out of the gate. I really think range would have been the pick up instead of steel ball into opposing war factory, though.
Yeah, I was surprised at that. I was actually really expecting it to be range and full battle.
Because that's how you kill war factory. 100% agree. I also think taking efficient was a mistake at round 8. I think that he should have leveraged coming in later. He should have taken range and launcher or range and Phoenix.
Right, he doesn't even have launcher on the bar, unfortunately for him. But, you know,
I see that.
Range and even armor for the extra hit points might have been it, because there's no burn down, there's no laser damage on the board. We've got the unit drops, Wraith, Marksman, Overlord, and Sabertooth available.
I could see Overlord with the intention of being able to spread Photon being very valuable. Also one of the good sell options as it's 800 for nothing.
Right.
There's the Phoenix that I was thinking would be a good complement. Sells the level 2 War Factory.
Unlock Phoenix, sells the level 2, he can afford to buy 2 level 1s now, or buy a level 2 in a different spot even. One of the things
seems a little stumped.
One of the things I think is fun about this is that Rooster has kind of sprung this on the meta with these two tournaments, with the Asia tournament and this Europe tournament. And I saw immediately after the Asia tournament, taking a look at, or even in the last round of the Asia tournament, jumped over and found StarCraft Panda, who had lost to Rooster along the way, immediately turning around and running his own production war factory build. Like, hey, wait, how does this work? What do I need to learn about this?
Yeah, I think that Rooster's got this pretty much on lock. Without range for the factories for Shiroha. I think the 2 level 2s, even if the left side goes down, the fact that they have anti-missile means the boats were a really strange pickup to me, and that the level 2s will just bully the remainder of the board.
Right, the one shot that I think Shiroha would have had there was to take a tech on the Phoenix. So he's producing tech Phoenix versus untech for this fight.
Right.
The Overlords are not really contributing. Down they go. And 1,200 surviving in war factories. That is the danger of the war factory, as if it survives, it's 600 hit points to the board. Rooster beats Shiroha. It's really nice to see you enjoying the game again, Rooster. Alright. At the top group, where we had something like 29 unbeaten, well, I guess it's 57 unbeaten, going to 29. We saw Rooster beat Shiroha, Apuchi beats Poet Brigand, I Like Napping and Dillo both kept their dreams of instant qualification alive, Onlyfangs beats M Alpha, Play Archer. Codafly keeps his dreams of qualifying alive. Skay gets the win. Meatmaster beats Ferret Master. No comment. King Fury over Mike Tyson. Roofheart with a win. Tickieberg upsets Jeremiah. Nicely done. Azil with a win over Kamos gets to 2-0. Sweet. I know Azil is in the audience today. Well done, well done. Miasim beats Harvey the Llama. Daitong beats Vic. Lex over Endozoa. Xanatos beats Sonic Star. Hobo Sage Poohbeard ends Squish's run at 1-1. KM Peck beats Gertie. Rice we saw beat TJ Flat. Rat over Symbiotes. And I mean, what kind of tournament is it when Rat is like the 18th seed? That's just
right.
That's just wrong. Illuminati beats Spa. Coin beats Cobalt White. Hawk Space gets to 2-0. I know he's intrigued at the tournament capability. I think learned about it a little bit late. Arganier over, not even sure how to pronounce that one. Christian, maybe? So Arganier over Christian. And Jota beats Pacifer. Godog gets to 2-0. HD Susauer and Saracha with probably a one-sided opponent, or one-sided matchups against opponent there. Very nice. That puts us on 29 or 30 unbeaten. What are we? 29 unbeaten. And Rooster has been dropped from top seed to 29th seed due to opponents not having any minor points. That's going to put Rooster up against Godog in round 3, which might just be the match we need to watch.
Is Godog in the running for qualifying with tournament wins?
Godog is an invitational. It's one of the invitational slots.
Okay.
So he is in. Obviously, Rooster is already in by having won multiple times at this point. So yeah, if we were going to follow those with a run at it, I like Napping versus Hawk Space. You'd have Rice against Xanatos.
Napping one sounds like a good match, for sure.
We can give that a shot. I like Napping in Hawk Space.
Yes. I'm inclined, unless there's like a non-negotiably awesome match, to try and give that airtime to the challengers for trying to get their qualifiers in.
I can see that, but I kind of feel like the Rooster Godog is in that almost non-negotiable space.
That's fair. That is fair. I mean, if they're both already in, then that's another angle.
Right.
A preview of what is to come.
Yep. I applied your logic in the Asia tournament and wound up not casting Rooster until he reached the final, so it was it seemed a little bit off. Let's take that Rooster match in part because we know he's playing it very well, and we know Godog is excellent and is going to be in that group. And then of course it's two top 10 finishers from this morning's Vanguard tournament, Asia. And we'll at least be able to show the users the Rooster build from the ground up. Show the viewers. Yes, whooped. It is definitely a stacked tournament.
Unit of the week has very clearly been War Factory.
Yep.
Factory is War Factory, and that Melter can beat it, but I have yet to see Melter beat it if the War Factory player plays Steel Ball. So Steel Ball has been the key to winning that tipping point every match I've seen so far.
I think I would even take away the phrase Melting Point can beat it. Melting Point can probably beat it at 1200, 1300 MMR, but it is not the answer at this level.
Right. which is counterintuitive, but especially with range, and I mean, God forbid the other opponent gets improved War Factory and outranges you on top of that. It's just such a strong unit.
And I would like
I
to
actually
see
think
that.
the secret weapon against it has also been acid crawlers.
Right. I was going to say it's not really the secret weapon. Acid is the answer. Because whatever the rest of your board is needs to have single target damage already. You've got to put acid on the ground and get extra damage on the War Factory. I don't care how you get the acid there, whether that's crawlers or scorpions, but you need to be putting the acid down. And it doesn't look like people have that in mind yet, or are not readily throwing down acid. Sometimes people are in crawlers that don't even have the tech on. So the War Factory has kind of caught people by surprise, I think. Not that it should have. Sacco was able to run War Factory all the way to weekend tournament victory a couple of weeks ago. It's been, slightly
buffed
improved
since
then. And, you should be seeing War Factory as very, very strong on the ladder as well. Welcome to round 3 of Weekend Tournament European number 72, the Vanguard Tournament European, featuring a Rooster who took a War Factory strategy all the way to the finals of the Asia tournament this morning, the Vanguard Tournament Asia, up against Godog. Of course, both of these players are already qualified for the Launch Clash tournament. Godog as one of the invitationals, and Rooster by virtue of having won back-to-back European titles in week 63 and 64. A fun fact for you, Godog's name, if you translate it, is Old Bandit Godog. Rooster, starting as the fortified specialist that Soja does not like, does have the Stormcaller and Fang start, so a substantially better pack of units. And, of course, that's going to be War Factories with 17% extra hit points stacked on top when he brings them out.
Right.
Godog, far side, came off of a 9th place finish in the Asia this morning. So 2 top 10 finishers. Starts as a Rhino specialist with Tarantula and Marksman. Looks like he's thinking about
I would expect a one-side aggro, yeah.
Yeah, looks like he's thinking about aggro on Rooster's left. I mean, we know that Tarantula is weak into Stormcallers. This would be probably the worst pack to see as a Tarantula player, because you're not going to have the Fangs advancing into the Tarantulas quickly enough to get chewed up the way that Crawlers do. Rooster adds a pair of arc lights straight in front of tower for both of them. So they're just part of his defensive formation here and over here. With Godog coming out aggro left. He's got the Marksman a bit further back than the formation positions we worked out with Yeswin Big. See, the Marksmen here have not gotten engaged with that Arclight very early. Took them quite a while. That's why that positioning with Yeswin Big had them closer. But Godog may be prepared for a better long-term Marksman board if he winds up transitioning out of the Tarantula aggro at some point.
Right.
Godog wins the
left
left
side
tower.
As tower goes down, these storms are getting good. Storms are beginning in a great position to clear up the board.
Right, yeah, these storms should feast. And they do. Rooster wins round 1, Godog at 4,600 hit points, Rooster also at 4,600. Well, Godog is technically at 4,588. Now, one of the interesting things about that round 1 is Godog unlocked Cell and sold one of the 3 marksmen. So he was a deploy behind, but has already paid for Cell. Rooster takes Rhino Assault. We've got improved Sledgehammer, improved Worm, Fortified Hacker, Rhino Assault all available. I actually suspect that in the Production War Factory meta, all three of these cards are better than they would be in any other meta. Having the extra attack on the Fortified Hacker, or potentially having your War Factory generating improved Sledgehammers, so they would have the extra attack, the extra movement speed, etc. But we're not there at the moment, and we did talk about how Rooster plays that early tempo game in part to ensure that he's got the tempo space to handle a round or two of losing while he's got the War Factory on the board, whether it's the first round they're out, or the round that opponent techs Acid and he doesn't have Photon yet, whatever that is.
Right.
So this is one of the ways he's been doing that, taking some of the early spells that you might otherwise avoid as a War Factory player, thinking, oh no, I need to highly optimize my economy. The Rooster looks at it as it's economy versus hit points, not economy versus board state. And dropping this Rhino back here is one of the best ways to debuff opponent and get things. Buy myself some hit points.
Well, and critically, with efficient maintenance, making it 50 instead of 100, it's worth taking because people were honestly skipping efficient maintenance. So it's really 50 versus 200.
Right.
And so the economy strain is there, but it is nothing like what it used to be. And because of that, you can play a little bit more to whether or not you will have the hit points to survive as opposed to the money to afford everything.
Right. But that's kind of the invention that Rooster has come up with. That's why he's having such success with it. That's why everybody else is in the catch-up role right now. And it was pretty neat to talk to him last night. He was super excited. He's like, oh my god, I've reinvigorated my love for the game. I found an angle. I'm not casting. I'm out. I'm back to play. Okay, go right ahead, sir. Godog takes the Typhoons, and Rooster takes the Fire Badgers. The Fire Badgers, of course, are a great sell option, as well as a good ground clearance option. It looks like Godog is actually committing to the to the Tarantula, in sort of the carry Tarantula surround approach. I'm going to build a flank, I'm going to attack from over here. Sells the Typhoon. I think that was the right choice, even though he had just put it out on the flank. He's like, no, wait a minute. Let me rethink this. It'll be triple Mustang with range.
Interesting.
So he's thinking about the possibility of an air deployment, I think. So I expect you're going to get one out here, yeah. So he's worried about his flanks being empty. He wants a unit that can cover those flanks, cover the air flank, cover the ground flank, and still get up to the front line fast enough. So Farseer and Mustang are the options there.
Those Fire Badgers just absolutely deleted the chaff in that push.
Mm-hmm. And now they're
Fire Badger does.
Yeah. Fire Badger doing Fire Badger things. They're also going to tank these Mustangs for a week and a half. Not to mention burning them alive. Oh, I'll burn these Mustangs alive too. And 2 out of the 6, but the 2 of the level 3s have survived.
Yeah, those are basically Rhino hit points each.
Mm-hmm. 19,000 hit points apiece. That was a level 2 tower. That's why that tanked so long for Rooster. And again, he's kept a clean hit point bar, getting himself at 4,600 hit points. Godog down to 3,160.
Really think that Amp Core would be strong here, but it's expensive.
They both
get it on the Badger. Mm-hmm.
Amp Core.
Rhino Specialist is a good answer, though.
Yeah, he is the Rhino Specialist, right? So he's got his level 2 Rhino, and drops the Amp Core on it, has it just set to run up on the Fire Badger, Rooster, of course, puts the amp core on the Fire Badger. Buys a third Fire Badger for the right side, which is where the Mustangs were getting in on tower. Picks up a Phoenix on the right side as well. For Godog, it's this Mustang.
You get a sell on the Tarantula, so I'm curious if he's pivoting out of the unit entirely, or if that's for a specific breakpoint for something he wants. He's got a lot of money, so Godog is saving up for a War Factory push 100%. This is going to be Godog's float turn.
Took the 1-1 and the mobile beacon, I believe. But yeah, if he's floating the money from selling the Tarantula, that's definitely a warning sign for Rooster.
Right. Oh, that Rhino just turned and punched chaff instead of the tower. That's so sad.
Or such perfect chaff positioning, one or the other. Very similar outcome, although this time the extra Mustangs on the right side let Godog get to tower a little further, a little faster, and mitigate a little bit of extra damage. Rooster, again, clean hit point bar, Godog down to 2,700 hit points.
So here's the potential Scorpion if you anticipate and you want to keep heavy artillery. You can always sell as a high paycheck.
Right, we've got a Sabertooth to sell for both players. Neither of them has sold. Rooster's going to keep it here where it was defending. You can see the arrow is pointing to the now sold Rhino, because I managed to click on it before the Rhino was sold. So this is what Rooster is seeing, is that Rhino that has now been sold. And Godog has also bought the Saber, sold out, puts the amp core on it, and has it lined up against those big badgers on the outside.
I like that positioning.
And drops his oil, and in a spot where Rooster's own fire badgers are going to light it on fire.
I really liked that Sabertooth in the flank.
Yeah, he's moved it back to the front so that he's not paying the summoning cost, I think. But,
especially with the range on the Fire Badgers, it would lock them in place on that unit, and the Sabertooth will just never die.
I think the range is new this round, right? So he doesn't know about it, but yes, you're correct. Soja is going to win the far side with the extra level 1 Sabertooth that he's added. I think he's going to get to tower and win the round. First time he's laid a glove on Rooster. Rooster will be down to 3,600 hit points. Godog's at 2,700. Improved firepower control for Rooster. I would expect that one as well for Godog for those mini Mustangs. Should be a very good choice, although if Rooster was really going into war factories, I could see efficient tech research paying off for him.
You'd need 4 techs before it does, regardless of where you put them. I think at this point the firepower is probably too valuable. Yeah.
I was thinking of 3 techs at least on the War Factory, maybe a 4th and a tech on the Phoenix. Maybe a 2nd. You're ahead by that point.
There's the attacker War Factory.
Godog goes War Factory first. I wonder if Rooster saw that coming at all.
Double tap on the Sabertooth, trying to win the Saber battle.
It's gonna do very, very well for him against the War Factory, as it turns out. And this
Yes, as long as it gets to connect.
Yeah, I actually think this is one of the potential answers to many War Factory pushes, is range and double tap sabers. I haven't tried it yet, but
You would definitely need to be ahead in levels, and this would have been a great use case to test that viability.
Sab points out that he had the double tap last round, and that's part of how he survived out of that, despite facing into the amp core on the Sabertooth on the opposite side.
This round, Rooster got all of his chaff torched. This will be the first kind of true test of it.
You mean Godog getting the shaft torched, yeah?
Yes, as the retaliation.
Yeah, Rooster wins that round handily, 3,600 hit points. Godog's at 1,300. Nuke for Rooster, and he's just gonna drop it. Of course, Nuke does not kill a War Factory, we know that. It only does 70,000 hit points. War Factory has 200,000. So this is not about killing the War Factory, it's about, damaging the Sabertooth and cleaning up all of the other things that would prevent you from connecting with the War Factory. Godog still has HE ammo on the Mustang, and has opted for it right now. Has the improved firepower control on this Mustang, so they're still going to do 140 damage per shot at their pew 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 rates. It's got an amp core available. That is not actually going to dodge the nuke, sir. That's better. That's much better. And takes a second War Factory. He's also managed to get the War Factory's range to go with the efficient maintenance now.
That War Factory is going to make short work of that other side.
Yeah, there's not enough over here to protect against it. Rooster, worried about the nuke, I think, took the energy shield on Phoenix. Also has put the crawlers underground. I'm not seeing, I guess, how much that's going to help. Doesn't,
Well, that War Factory looks awfully strange, turned around backwards.
Yes, right. We get the backside of a War Factory shown to us. Keep this family friendly, please, War Factory. Come on now. And basically, as you called it at the start, right? With the nuke on the left, Rooster's going to win the left hard. The War Factory on the right wins the right side hard for Godog. And we're going to spend the middle part of the round mutually debuffed. The end game is Godog's round this time. That one War Factory surviving with a sliver of health left. Drops Rooster down to 2770. Godog's at 1350.
Smoke is really strong here.
Rooster skips it. Do it.
Actually surprised by that.
Do it. Come on, Godog.
You want him to take improved for the sledges.
I want to see improved sledges coming out of a War Factory. Not because I think it's the correct, canonically correct play and that it wins in the game, just because I want to see it.
Does he think he's going to buy 4 techs before the end of this game? He's a madman. That's 2. Maybe there's a world. That's slightly ambitious, I think.
Could get this one for really cheap to get up to 3. Yeah, sold out of those 2 marksmen. Or the 1 marksman at the start of the game has not actually sold out of the other 2. Finding that amusing.
Right. Dog has been using their cell every round, so not for lack of trying.
True, true. A Rooster in the position of having to defend against the War Factory now adds acid for the crawlers.
I like the mobile beacon with range, especially. He's able to kind of just get out of the acid death zone in front.
Right, stay out of the acid, ensure that it's Rooster's units that are walking into the acid.
Mm-hmm. Mustang damage gets really scary if you're shooting units that are in acid.
Right.
Oh, this acid zone. War Factory was already kind of burnt to half.
Yeah, it was stuck in it, but it does survive the round again. Go-Dog from 1356 and drops Rooster from 2770 to 1702. Unit reinforcement, Rooster takes 3 Farseers very quickly. Wasp could also have been a good answer for him, but I think he's looking at the fact that at this point anti-missile is going to cost 800 if Go-Dog took it, and that is with the efficient tech research. So he's going to be able to deliver, he thinks, deliver EMP from range and really change the tide. And oh, by the way, that'll also answer the Phoenix production. So 1 unit that handles both. He's teched range on the Phoenix. He's taking napalm on the Badgers. Rooster in the double-teched everything board. Go-Dog adds a Wraith with field maintenance, which the field maintenance is just going to get turned off by the Farseer when it gets up front. 3rd War Factory.
I wonder... I kind of wonder if Go-Dog has this.
Similar mobile beacon to get out and around the acid. It's dropped the oil as well, where...
Right.
I was hoping that Rooster's Fire Badgers light that on fire and it torches a whole bunch of chaff.
Don't think that oil gets lit on fire.
And interestingly, the EMP Farseer got stuck on the War Factory, didn't actually kill it, and left the Wraiths alive over there. Now his ground units are stuck in his own acid in the oil. And Go-Dog does get the win. Knocks a Rooster out of contention for a tournament win at round 3. Really
Big on War Factory.
Really nice answer. Right. I mean, Rooster has been playing the War Factory side of this build and presumably knows what beats it, but is a round short here.
It was interesting, the defensive formation from Rooster was such that offensively his War Factory couldn't push through the chaff, but defensively the opponent's chaff could be cleared so that ultimately the Sabretooth was going to die when it tried to engage with the War Factory instead of the other way around. And then the acid that was intended to clear said War Factories were being turned around because of the mobile beaconing away from trying to fight there. That was Godog picking his engagement location and using Rooster's concentration of ground effects to his advantage as opposed to the way around. Really nicely done.
Indeed. All right, that is round 3 complete. We have a win from HD Susauer, who inherited the number 1 seed when Rooster was dropped to the last seed by virtue of having faced the spoiler in round 2. That's what drew him into that matchup against Godog. We have Dillo getting a win. Daitong upsets Skay. Rice advanced with a win over Xanatos. Saracha beat Illuminati. King Fury upsets Lex. I Like Napping has advanced with a win over Hawk in Space. Looks like that would also have been a really good one to watch. Argoneer over Only Fangs. Play Archer beats Jota. Apuchi beats Coin. Rat over Hobo Sage. KM Peck beats Ezeel. Miasim, Mualani, that's Codafly, and Godog the winners. So, our story continues. Cody, I Like Napping, Rice, all through with a chance to qualify to claim that one remaining slot. We've got 15 unbeatens left. Lex will be in the spoiler role. And what will we have? Oh, there is your matchup. I Like Napping versus Cody.
Yes.
Tournament, the chance to qualify will end for one or the other. It might end for two because Bryce is drawn up against Miasim on the other side.
Whew.
There will be some other really good matchups. Rat against Saracha, Play Archer against Apuchi. Those would be classics that we might cast on any other tournament. But the story here is about the qualification. We've got to go with I Like Napping and Cody.
There's like 6 finalists caliber matches this round.
Exactly. And Cody, thank you so much. Cody, gifting a tier 1 sub to Worthy as the perhaps farming the channel points to afford a replay, or purchasing some pharma right ahead of the match. One or the other.
Cody, if you're lacking replay, redeem, just hit me up. I'm happy to spot you the difference. I've got points that are burning a hole in my pocket.
Brilliant.
So Cody definitely is a more aggressive player by nature. Loves his wasps, loves tricky plays. Part of why he is hosting the Trickster tournament. So it'll be really interesting to see. I Like Napping is a very solid player. Balance of aggro and standard. Very much plays what he gets. So it'll be curious to see how the two match up. I would anticipate him being more on the standard defensive side of the equation, just based on reputation.
All right. That's the scouting report from Alpha Titan. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. And welcome to round 4 of Vanguard Tournament Europe. There is one slot left in the Launch Clash tournament, a $1,000 cash prize purse on offer 2 weekends from now. Mualani and I Like Napping are both halfway to qualifying. They are facing off against each other in what will be the round of 16 of this tournament. Cody, near side, a saber-tooth specialist with storms and fangs. I like napping, giving a lot of thought to that. Eventually took the econ choice, the supply specialist with tarantulas and fangs.
I really liked both of their packs. Those were the two packs that I would have picked if I were in their shoes. Both just seem really strong, all-around units and or specialists, respectively. Looks like Napping's going to take a deep defensive that actually sells out of Tarantula early.
That actually makes a lot of sense into Stormcaller. Obviously, Godog parlayed the tarantulas into some early pressure, and but did eventually sell out of them into Rooster's board last round. So,
right.
Now that we seem like we have answers to Tarantula, the 75-meter range is just so painful, especially if you wanted to play from standard the way that Napping is going to.
This feels like a Vulcan standard defense formation in the works. You sell your chaff clear, it's usually with the intention of going into one of the king chaff clears, so to speak, without having redundancy on your board because you don't like the initial units.
Right.
That would be my speculation.
So I like napping.
Or selling your...
I like napping one in week 70. Cody won the Americas in week 66. That's how the two of them
Wow.
got halves.
I think the nano repair was a surprise to me, particularly when you have a saber-tooth right out of the gate, or the possibility or probability of going into giants for your standard formation for napping. I think that was a really high value pick, and I was surprised neither player took that.
For Cody, I can see why. He wanted the additional Stormcallers to keep the tempo pressure on napping. And for napping, it looks like he wanted to get into the storms himself. So he sells out of a second Tarantula, triple recruits storms, and neither of them, well, napping actually would have had the money, I think, to do the nano repair as well. But Cody did not without selling something.
Until he gets his replacement shaft clear, those crawlers are going to be painful. There are a decent number of things still left to help. Standard Andy Stormoff.
Did talk about Cody liking the aggressive plays. One of the other things Cody likes is a boatload of Stormcallers.
Yes, if he plays standard, he is going to storm you. That is true.
We have Wasps for Cody, and Wasps for Napping. And diagonally opposite each other, as far away as they could possibly be. No, now for
right.
Napping was like, wait, no, I can move these further, Amrock. Let me show you up a little.
Just wait.
Fire on the ground for napping, and he's unlocked oil to place that where he can try to torch as much of the chaff as possible. There's not actually a ton of chaff out there, sir. You might have been better off here. Hit the triple chaff line up the middle.
Torches almost all of his own chaff in the middle of his board with that forward crawler.
Now he gets to light up the part he wanted, but it took quite a while. Napping's wasps are going to get into the left side tower, but not before Cody takes the right side one. There's still crawlers alive back there for Cody. Fangs have gone around the board counterclockwise. Wasps and, 3 wasps survive to win the air war for Napping.
Very decisive.
Super supply enhancement out for Mualani. This, of course, used to be named the top supply specialist, but it's the same card, the 150 additional supplies per round, but a very large upfront investment. On round 4, it's almost always a great pick. Cody goes for it. Napping picks extended range arc lights. He's got 2 on the board as his chaff clear. Adds a 3rd right into the spot that Cody is going to be lighting on fire, with Whale taking advantage of Napping's fire.
Having top supply on round 4 and not taking it, I think, was really big. This is going to give Cody a huge potential tempo advantage in the long term. And he wasn't, he's already got still 4,000 of his hit points, so he's not in a down position at all. Top supply is just so much money. It pays for itself in 2 turns, as opposed to the regular supply, which requires 4 turns to pay for itself. That oil was really strong.
That oil in the corner, of course, did a lot of work to not only torch the chaff, but torch the Stormcallers themselves. That's allowed Cody's ranged wasps on that side to farm experience off of level 4.
No kidding.
On that side. So that was a huge round to level up those wasps on the left side as well.
Mm-hmm.
And
remember, Cody's the one that took top supply.
Right.
Or super supply, and he won the round.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the big investment that is not supposed to work for you.
Interesting choice. This is clearly to do a missile interceptor, I'm pretty sure, for Cody. Not sure I agree with investing heavy into sabers here, though. See if I'm right about that being the intention here. I really like the range anti-air on the wasps for napping, though, as the immediate response. Not wanting to get the levels out of hand. In a game where you have super supply specialist, I'm really surprised. If you have something that has a very long-term econ advantage, I would expect investing more into a giant potentially,
Right.
since they have better potential scaling. So to me, it feels a little counter-synergistic with that strategically.
Right. Double laser sights. One for each.
Makes sense.
And we're
On the carry wasp.
Yeah, we're both in range in AA at this point.
Hmm.
We have the Battle of Britain going on with the wasps.
Curious. Such a tiny mobile beacon for the arc light. I'm curious to see if that makes much of a difference or not.
The idea there is to have it backing up while shooting, right? Just backing away and taking shots, I would imagine.
Right. Have another 2 storm callers.
Far outside, and of course with fire enabled. Made a difference for where his crawlers were. So his own crawlers weren't dying in his own fire.
Yep.
A mini mobile beacon.
A little jiggle.
Yep. Laser sight wasps fighting it out at the end. Cody wins round 6, napping down to 1995 hit points. Cody's still above 4,000. Get into round 7. I like napping takes the level 2 fort, presumably with anti-air barrage. Mualani also. Interesting because that's the obvious habitual pick, right? But there was also Farseer there. Farseer with range could have gotten you 165 meter range wasp killer.
I really like the forts because forts are just going to answer the sabers. So I think for napping in particular, the forts are a double-edged, like a 2-pronged attack, as they will out-tank and out-DPS the sabers pound for pound.
Right.
And it also means that you can answer the wasps and the sabers at the same time, and Cody taking the heavy investment into Sabretooth, he's going to really have to win the missile war here to justify that. They will potentially intercept the anti-air missiles of the opponent's forts as well. But there may just be too many missiles for them to do their job and survive to justify the investment.
Right. Napping has double-teched those forts, so in addition to the AA barrage, has range as well. So now he's got forts that have 140 meter range, they outrange the sabers. Cody relied on getting its range in tower, but also did not take AA barrage on the fort, so it's just out there to tank. Has instead anti-missile on his spinning sabers.
Yeah, this is what happens when you try to fight Sabretooth. To try to push Sabretooth into forts.
Napping winning his round for the first time drops Cody to 2860. We go to round 8. Unit reinforcement not possible this round, but possible thereafter. Orbital bombardment for both players, and it was going to be awfully expensive to throw up shield bubbles for napping, with that having been increased to 500. 2 techs already on the board, it would have cost him 900. But you'll notice he doesn't even have it on the board right now. He has double shot and elite marksman available.
Oh my goodness, he's running the Giga Forts.
Indeed, he's got full fort over there. Now, Cody's gone to a range on the sabers, so gets them back up to 150 meters. And, you know,
yes,
there is a piece of math here that a level 1 fort, now up with the tower armor, right, is up to 52,000 hit points. These sabers are at 35,000 trained to sabers do 13,000 damage every 3 seconds. One fort does 6,000 damage every 1.8. They're actually comparable. Not firing at range. Cody adds double shot. He's going to be out DPSing them. Of course, Napping can throw down double shot of his own and get right back into it.
Or Elite and outrange them.
Yes, Elite and outranging them with this thing up, these up, going up in levels is actually probably scarier. And this time, Cody wins the round war, but Napping still had a couple of wasps up and wins the round overall. Cody down to 2660, Napping at 1995.
Yeah. The scary thing, though, is that, like, from a scaling perspective, the forts are just going to beat the sabers long term. Every level is going to put in so much more work overall.
And intensive training available, but you have to debate, is it intensive or is it Wasp Swarm? And
it's got to be intensive, I think.
I think for both of them, right? In fact, I think intensive was a better choice for Napping than it is for Cody. Cody's already made the decision.
I agree.
For Cody, he's going to fund Elite Marksman on the Wasps, and if his intensive was on the Wasp in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Napping
for Cody, that makes 100%.
Yeah, Napping took the intensive training as well. His Wasps are up to level 7 without the intensive.
They also have Elite on the bar.
Right.
I think the fort level is really valuable. I think the Wasp level with intensive is probably the right call for Napping as well. He goes for more forts.
One more fort. Was that...
2 arc lights.
Elite recruited arc light. And remember, he took extended range arc light earlier.
Right. There is the intensive Wasp.
It's that Wasp up to level 8, but it does not have Elite Marksman yet. So it's going to be outranged and potentially out DPS'd by the level 7 over here. Well, it will be out DPS'd by the level 7, but it will be level 7 to survive the many anti-air barrages. Cody relying on the anti-missile Sabertooth to stop the anti-air missile barrages.
Yeah.
It almost worked. It worked for a while.
It worked until it didn't.
It was one in the right side. One in the round.
I think it was the Elite Wasps that won him that round, to be fair.
The Elite Wasps die if they don't have the anti-missile barrages over there. If they get hit by the anti-missile barrages. So,
fair. More anti-missile.
We can throw down more anti-missile, yes. We have War Factory.
Oh my goodness.
We have 3 more anti-missile options, actually.
Clearly what Cody's missing is Mustang.
Well, he
can have all the anti-missile.
He has taken the War Factories with Photon and Missile Interceptor. And then the critical part of that, right, is that the War Factories obviously are going to be protecting the Wasps, but then they're also tanking for our ranged sabers.
What is the Elite on these forts? I know that we know there's War Factory, but I think the Elite would make them absolutely untouchably strong. And then when you kill the Sabertooth, then your anti-air missiles are able to connect with the Wasps.
Right. Interesting.
Not a huge fan of the backline positioning here with Photon. Photon will wear off before they shoot or engage.
Right. The positioning ahead of the sabers to protect them is correct. I think. Just take as much as you can.
Right. There is a ton of anti-missile on Cody's board, though.
Right. None of those wasps are getting touched yet. wasp really won't get touched until the war factories are down. And down it
That'll be
goes.
game.
Napping. The positioning, Cody says, I meant to have them at the front as tanks, but changed my mind due to considering the possibility of elite on the war factories and moved them to the back line. Turns out overpaying for the photon that wasn't quite as useful did not break the back. Would have been better on range or something, but as it turns out, it was fine. Cody gets the win. I Like Napping will not be qualifying for the Launch Clash tournament today. Cody is through to the quarterfinals.
Nicely done. And hard respect for, like, having 11 Sabertooth on the board. Like, I think if I actually saved the replay, I'm going to be testing it on my own time, but I think if I Like Napping takes the elite on the forts, that he wins this. Because the extra range and the damage means that the anti-missile goes down so much faster, and then he's able to take the wasps. But really good job to choose to commit to those sabers and really stack the numbers.
Right. Godog has beaten Lex to ensure that we have a 7-round tournament. There's no more spoiler rolls. We saw Cody knock I Like Napping out of qualification contention. King Fury beat KM Peck. Apuchi beat Play Archer. HD Susauer over Argoneer. Saracha beat Rat. Miasim knocked Rice off of the could qualify. And Daitong beats Dillo. Dillo was the other player who could qualify, so we went into round 4.
Wow.
With 4 players on the doorstep. And only one has survived to make it to the quarterfinals. That leaves us 8. Of course, Daitong, Saracha, King Fury, and HD Susauer could all start their qualification process of winning twice.
Right.
With this win, so it's not like it's all spoilers here. The only person remaining who can book their slot is Cody. Cody will be up against Saracha next round. We also have a great one in Apuchi versus Miasim, and Daitong versus HD Susauer. I'm going to hand this over to you for a moment.
Absolutely. That is a crazy list of our top 10 right now. Every one of these people, I think, has just been a winner of a past tournament at some point in Mechabellum history. That's just absolutely stacked. Really looking forward to seeing the next match. With the cash prize tournament at the possibility, it's just crazy to see everybody that's shown up participate in the tournament. So, yeah, Cody says throw in a random 1000 MMR player, and he's not sure. Cody does seem to be a little infamous for playing exceptionally well, but then having what you might consider silly losses. But you shouldn't sell yourself short, Cody. You are clearly and deservedly in the running here.
We're gonna follow Cody, right?
Right. I can't see a pairing of two that would otherwise tip the scale.
I mean, I'd go for a Fuchi and Miyasim on any other day, but
Right.
Oh no, Cody says
By
he
the way,
hates all of his starts. No.
you gotta
We did that
in
to
a 7-round
Soja earlier
tournament.
too.
A 7-round tournament, it's almost inevitable.
Yes, it is true. That's why it's so difficult to do, you know?
Right. Like, you get 4 or 5 solid starts in a row. You almost hope that you get your week 1 out, quote unquote, early against a weaker opponent, but in this tournament, there are no weaker opponents, and one rough matchup is all it takes to just snowball it against you.
Right. I mean, that was what we saw with Soja in round 1, right? It's
exactly, with the crawlers and Mustangs.
And there's just not enough wiggle room to, to recover necessarily.
I did just win, as I like napping on the replay in round 10 with Elite on the forts. And then actually using several anti-missile devices to negate some of the incoming Stormfire.
Right. Yeah, negating the incoming Stormfire was probably huge for that. Welcome to the quarterfinals of Vanguard Tournament Europe, where Cody continues his run to try and qualify for the Launch Clash tournament up against Sarah Cha in the quarterfinals. He said he hated all of these choices. Which one would you take here?
I mean, the marksman spec as a specialist is solid, but these are rough.
Cody with Elite has some chaff in the fangs. Lucky not to draw into a Arclight carry, so he's not going to be feeding Arclights in round 1 necessarily. Looks like Cody's going to start out aggro on Saracha's left side. Saracha does some pretty interesting starting formations too, really constructs them.
Yeah. That was all about spacing, with the way that they slowly are like using rulers and
I like this formation. Just go with it.
I'm kind of speechless. Are we really going to brick ourselves on round 1 on purpose?
But not at the helipad, somewhere else.
Right. The flex brick.
Exactly. No, I'm so good I can beat you with a brick anywhere I want.
Almost mind games. Finish as Cody and you click ready and then you see all these things shuffling around. You're like, what? What's going on?
I don't need to watch this. All I need to do is watch his final position.
Right.
It's like playing soccer. Don't watch the man's feet. Watch the ball.
Right. That Arclight did get a level round 1, which is really valuable for it to be able to do a much better job of clearing in the future.
Right. It's not this Arclight that's alive, it's the one that went down already.
Right.
The one that arguably needed it even more.
The one that was shooting level 2 crawlers.
Yes. How it leveled.
Exactly.
So Saracha loses round 1. Cody gets the win. 5,100 hit points for Cody, 4,100 for Saracha. But now he knows where the unbalance is.
Saracha
takes the instant shield airdrop. Cody, I mean, would have loved, I think, ER Sledge from standard, but not in the headbutt position. Now, I have run it from the headbutt position, and it actually kind of works. But it's
not terrible.
It's ballsy, and it would have been shut down by this shield airdrop, at least on this round. Note that Saracha just instantly fortified the tower on what is his weak side, so it's now, instead of 3,400 hit points, it's 23,400 hit points under a 50,000 hit point shield. It's going to take forever for sledges to get through that.
Yeah, and there is nothing that can crack a shield on Cody's board at the moment. So that shield is going to put in work. That said, his units don't really fight from inside the shield. They kind of run out of it.
Right. I was going to say, one of the valuable things into a sledge start, if you expect somebody is going carry sledge, and you might look at Cody's text and think, that looks like carry sledge to me. He doesn't have the armor piercing that would be the full carry sledge, but it's pretty close. One of the important things is to keep getting weapons, and having a shield bubble where that arc light is going to fight from within it. He's not going to get shot by a marksman. He's going to sit there and take care of crawlers all day. There's a couple of steel balls that were still inside for a while.
It's going to be a little while before Sarah's board is able to win, just because Elite has early value with the stats on board. So this shield giving half of its life to mitigate this round and not dying is probably better than even potentially winning this round at the cost of the bubble.
Right. And Cody's at 5,100, Sriracha down to 3,700. Efficient giant manufacturing, nano repair, supply enhancement. There's some really good picks.
I really like efficient giant this early. All of these are actually really solid, although I think that supply is a little overrated compared to the other options at the moment.
If Cody was going to commit to a non-giant game, though, that might be a good fit for him. He's got the 5,100. He knows he has to recruit things at higher levels. I can certainly see the argument. Sriracha takes the nano repair kit, which of course is great on any large unit. He puts it on the steel ball for now. Doesn't necessarily have to stay there forever. As soon as he sells it, he gets it back.
There's a Stormcaller to crack the shield.
Right. Level 2 Storm. That's going to be a lot of damage. 16
yeah, that shield won't last 15 seconds under that.
16 missiles per volley at 1,700 damage per missile.
This feels like a War Factory board for Sarah, long term in my mind.
It's definitely a pretty naked board without a War Factory, isn't it?
Right. It's a great shell.
Yeah, there are 4 arc lights and 2 steel balls. That's about it.
Making great use of the blue crawlers. Cody is.
Right. So, gets the wins in rounds 1, 2, and 3. Sriracha down to just under 3,000 hit points. But he's still at 5,100. We finally get a unit drop. That'll be Phoenix, Tarantula, Scorpion, and Fire Badger. Sriracha, obviously, you see Badger, you click Badger.
100%.
That's a good choice into those blue crawlers for sure. Cody takes the Scorpions, solid answer both to the Badgers and to the Steel Balls. You can heal yourself, but you can't heal yourself back from dead. And that Scorpion will one-shot the Nano Repair Steel Balls. 11,000 damage to 10,000 damage. Of course, it's 11,000 damage because he's taken the attack enhancement on Tower. And Sriracha does take the defense enhancement. So there was a breakpoint miss there. Potential for Cody, but he does not miss it. Sriracha adds the Overlord on top of the Steel Balls and the chaff clearing Badgers. So hoping to keep the marksman distracted with the Badgers, I think, and the Steel Balls, so that the Overlord can get through. think the defense is going to be too strong there. If anything, Cody is a little lacking in chaff clear right now. You can see from the crawlers getting all the way into the scorpions. Last thing you want is to see your scorpions clearing crawlers instead of big damage units.
Right. He was kind of relying on his crawlers to clear crawlers and win the crawler war. And with the introduction of the fire badgers, that wasn't happening anymore.
Yeah, that's a really good analysis of it. The crawlers were the chaff clear. Still does 1,000 damage to Saracha. He's down to 1,998. Both players skip. And you've got a ground cannon on a second overlord and a leveled up overlord for Saracha. Cody adds an extra pair of scorpions.
Really like to see a fire badger on the left, or these crawlers that advance in, and potentially to sell the steel balls that are over there, so that things get pulled in and then get torched, and then you just have the sledges with no chaff to protect them, or what would then be basically feeding the overlords on the opposite side.
I can certainly see that play. Of course, both players have pretty much spent their money. Cody was down to 100 left, which he used to unlock Sell. Sells out of a unit to fund anti-air.
Love the anti-air.
That's a really good choice for what he's got going.
It's so strong.
There is an interesting little thing happening in this corner. That Arclight is just leveled for next round. If Saracha wants it, he can start to win that corner with the Arclight beating the crawlers. Level 2 crawlers beat a level 1 Arclight with 6 crawlers remaining, as you can see there. So even though this round going poorly for Cody, there is hope on the horizon. Sorry, even though this round is... previous rounds have not gone well for Saracha, there's hope on the horizon if you can turn that one around.
Right.
Cause a surprising piece here. It looks like he's going to win. He's killed the last anti-air. He's going to have 800 hit points surviving in Overlords. That drops Cody to 4,300. Saracha still at 2,000.
Something interesting about boats. Boats tend to be rather fragile. They're by far the lowest hit point giant, by almost a third of what the others are, being at like 17, as opposed to most having around 40 to 50. But when you get levels on them, they start to get really scary. Without levels, they are much less so. But they're a giant that really likes to go tall, and not just wide. And now that these boats are level 2, they are really strong and one of the best DPS answers to a scorpion on the ground kind of situation. So Cody is getting proper chaff clear now for ground purposes, but the wasps are going to absolutely give him a nasty time connecting to those overlords.
Right. Now, Soju was asking about the comment you just made. Says, I have the opposite thought about them. And that is true in the case where you're not relying on Overlord artillery to clear out high units. You were relying on them as kind of a chaff clear and have them make wasps and all of that. They're fine wide, but in this particular case where they're chewing through giants, they're chewing through scorpions, and they're tanking marksman shots, tall is going to be much better than wide for what Saracha is doing. I think a lot of the units, if you've talked to Bear-like at all, he wants every unit to have 2 different builds to play with it. And so, as an example, War Factory, Battle Factory, right? Or the form that creates units versus the form that is its own DPS unit, right? Kind of a tall and broad there, and so this is the example for Overlord, of course, would be this is the tall build of it, where there is a valuable broad build of it as well. Both players take the orbital javelin. Saracha is going to try to dodge that. First thing he does is pick up high mobility. Second thing, well, first thing was the mobile beacon, second is high mobility. But both of those combined to try and get out of the way. He's also going to drop oil.
Yeah, that would be a nasty jab if that was to land. If those boats go down, that's game. And that jab will not hit either of them at the current positioning.
Right, Cody does KO a pack of badgers with it. Not as near as valuable as it could have been, but you know, reading and guessing correctly which way the mobile beacon was going to go. You know, he has a shot with this one. This is going to hurt also. It's going to take out a Scorpion and a Vulcan. And this is the Vulcan that can't
and a Marksman.
Protected. Got the Marksman as well.
Watching the level up all button in effect. Those Marksmen, such a great add.
Yeah, level up all was a very nice quality of life. If you guys are watching this after the release, you'll never know our
Oh my goodness. The ignorance is bliss.
Exactly. And to be fair, it was one of those very little UI polish things that the team were focused on the development work for all these things. It really was not the priority.
Kind of necessary for the launch release.
Exactly.
And not out for launch release.
Yes.
And that Wraith has just, the number of times it's basically died and it earned its keep.
It really did. Cody's Mustangs, of course, getting a lot of work done with the anti-air, and almost enough to turn the round. They saved him 400 hit points by killing one of these level 2 overlords. The second one survives, so Cody's on 3,200 hit points, Saracha on 2,000.
Man. Orbital for the Wasps is going to be painful.
It's also going to be painful for the Mustangs.
That's fair.
Yeesh.
Gonna get some fire badgers on the left now.
With range.
Thank you. And behind a level 3 tower.
Right, anything that comes out of the orbital bombardment radius I'm going to burn. Anything that stays in the orbital bombardment is in trouble. That's a good plan.
Adding range on them. I'm surprised there's only one on the left side.
Right, the second one is here on the corner, and the third one is actually on the flank.
Yep, that front corner, flank space.
Yeah, it's going to draw all of these crawlers out there and then light them on fire is the plan. It's been neat to see how much Fire Badger has improved because people really understood how to play it. It's not just the buffs that it's gotten that have made it better. Seeing how people learned and figured out optimal positions to play it.
Right. It's a sledgehammer that is basically specialized at crawler clear.
And
it's not really a Vulcan.
Yeah, and much tankier. Cody wins this round hard. The orbital bombardment doing so much damage to the Wasps. Drops Saracha down to 200 hit points. Cody still at 3,200. Looking to book his place in the semifinals. Just has to close it out against one of the legends.
This is really good for Sarah, though. The steel ball prod line is really strong, and I really want to see range on the steel balls. They've got a level 3 pack with the nano repair, and that'll let them kill both the Scorpions and the Vulcans much more efficiently. It complements nicely with the range on the Fire Badgers as well.
Right, switching these guys from 45 meters out to 85 meters, they'd still be shorter range than the Fire Badgers, but they'd be fighting from right around the same distance. Of course, that can be a downside against a Scorpion with that big 15-meter splash, but in this case, I think it would have been fine. You want to get locks on
Right.
You want to get locks on those scorpions from as far away as possible, essentially.
And the other really powerful thing about it is the chaff really is dying rather efficiently. And so if you have range, those steel balls will be much safer and lock much quicker while your chaff is still running forward.
Right. It's actually pretty funny. So many people think of the Scorpion as the counter to Steel Ball, and I think that ranged Steel Ball is the counter to Scorpion.
Right, it's the classic soft counter because it's a matter of who shoots who first. It's not a matter of one always beats the other.
Exactly. Of course, getting to the point where I could actually pull that off on a regular basis required more skill than I had when I first tried,
right.
Let's say.
Like, this could work.
Yeah.
And not winning and not making it work didn't mean that it wasn't viable, it just meant that you weren't there yet.
Yep. Big round win this time for Saracha.
Yeah.
And that drops Cody down under 1,200 and down to 1120. Ooh, you get the big saber-tooth drop if you want it.
Level 8. That's really tempting, but both opt for the pair of rhinos. I love the photon pick for Sarah's rhinos on the front lines. That will draw the marksman shots and the Vulcans while taking almost nothing, and basically it's only up to the Scorpions to push through, or potentially the Rhino v Rhino head to head. I'm worried for Cody here.
Yeah, this is
Although
dangerous.
oil is going to be really powerful. I think oil might push him over the finish line.
Yeah, it slows down a lot of things. If he can get it lit on fire, which he can,
Oh, it'll
gonna
be instantaneously
shoot
lit.
A whole bunch of crawlers on fire. So
Right.
he's not going to have the chaff clear problem. That lets his scorpions do the work they were designed for.
Right.
You know,
The question then becomes whether or not the air can be tipped fast enough.
right.
Or the rhinos can do that.
And at this point, it's 5 wasp-producing overlords. We've talked about the tall ones. Now he's got the width with producing shielded wasps out there. Cody going for the level 4 rhino with armor on it. The idea there is it's going to tank these guys. We talked about being surprised that there's only one behind the tower. This is the danger. There's a nice pull here. It's just going to trap that. The rest of Cody's army to get in on that far side tower. It's not going to happen quick enough to get through a level 3 tower. And the overlords are in really good shape on the right.
I think Cody has this.
He's still got a couple of marksmen. He's still got some anti-air Mustangs. Even if he loses this set, his other one's over here. One overlord left to kill. He's
There it
dead.
is.
Cody is through to the semifinals.
Wow.
Well done, sir. Beats a almost 2,400 MMR legend of the game. Well played, sir.
Sarah is one of the best to have ever played. Like, that was really impressive.
That is good work. 10 rounds. Epic. Cody is through to the semifinals.
I really feel like not ranging the steel balls was a big misplay on Sarah's part, though.
Oh.
And only having one Fire Badger on the left side to clear things out was, I think, also a misplay.
Well, it certainly, I would say certainly Cody punished him for only having had the one over there. It was not a misplay in the rounds that it was winning. but it left him vulnerable to that. So to that pull and finish.
It was interesting to see Rhino with armor beat Rhino with photon.
Mm-hmm.
That was an interesting one that I was curious about. There was some supplemental damage coming in on both sides, and I think that overall, the Rhino with armor actually won that head-to-head.
Yeah, it's also important for having kept it alive during its summoning sickness. Around the league, we have HD Susauer beating Daitong. Apuchi, a multiple-time champion, beats the dev himself, Miyasim. Godog beats King Fury. Codafly, playing under the name Mualani, beats Saracha. We are through to our semifinals with 4 left. HD Susauer against Godog, Apuchi against Mualani. You know where we're gonna be. Stay tuned.
It'd be fun to see HD Susauer versus Cody in the finals, because then one of them is getting either their lock-in for the tournament or gets their first when they need to do so.
Right.
So either one of them would be pushing themselves one step closer.
Right. It would be the highest stakes that we could possibly have in the final.
Right. Not to say that I can never root against Apuchi. Like, all of us on Team Melter are contractually obligated to, at the very least, like, be neutral, if not rooting for him. And he's such a community favorite. But that would be one of the most interesting finals that we could have for this particular tournament, given what's at stake over the next week and a half.
Right. I fully agree. Of course, Apuchi is the defending tournament of this champion. Defending champion of this tournament, I mean. Let me just start that one again.
He's so impressive. He's the defending tournament of the champion.
Cut. Take it from the beginning. We are ready for the semifinals. Apuchi, the defending champion of this tournament, won this tournament last week, trying to repeat back-to-back weeks, right up against Codafly, playing under the name Mualani. Cody is on track to qualify for the Lunch Clash tournament. There is 1 seat left. He is the only one remaining in this group of 4 who can qualify for the tournament outright by winning this one. So, $1,000 prize purse on the line for the winner of that. But that will be just as stacked as this one, if not even more so. It will be 32 of the Legends of the Early Access game. Really looking forward to it. Of course, there is a qualifying tournament coming up on the 29th, and you can find links below the video if you're finding this on YouTube or, elsewhere. There are plenty of places to find those links now.
Gonna grab a quick drink. I'll be right back.
Enjoy. Do have to give a shout out to Zach. We miss you today, buddy. Zach won his lawn bowling championship and apparently had some dodgy seafood. Yeah, at the club. So, hope you're feeling better, buddy. Come back to us well and healthy, please. Welcome to the semifinals of Vanguard Tournament Europe. Codafly trying to book his golden ticket to the $1,000 Launch Clash tournament up against a multi-time tournament champion and defending European champion Apuchi. Cody, nearside blue, playing under the name Mualani today. Apuchi, farside red, will be a quick supply specialist with crawlers and sledges. Cody takes the supply specialist with sledges and marksman.
Well, I know you're happy. Sledge v Sledge, round 1.
Let's go! Just give them both the extra range sledge for round 2 and get them to commit into a Sledge v Sledge. Then I'll be stoked.
So who's got the better carry text? They get the moral victory.
The moral victory goes to... Well, Cody has 3 carry techs plus field maintenance. Apucci has 2 carry techs and field maintenance plus armor. So... Right.
Moral victory to Cody.
Moral victory to Cody. Apucci is lined up. This is that 7 gap we've talked about, for leaving the space for his war factory. This is also a 7 gap. If you needed to sell this crawler to place a war factory there, that could be a play. And then Apucci's famous for building just beautiful chaff boards, has I think the chaff timing down in a way that most other players just do not. And he's going to start with a 4 chaff, 3 sledge build. Cody has the 3 marksmen, 2 sledges, and bought a pair of fangs in front. Very standard positioning from him. Apucci right up on the line. And if you think about the way that Apucci thinks of his chaff, he's going to have 4 lines of chaff. The front chaff, early mid, late mid, and deep or late chaff. And he actually thinks of them as 2 different waves of chaff. One is his crawler chaff, and then even later is his fang chaff. He's one of the few people I know that will put fangs all the way at the back, because he's capturing them with super late chaff.
They'll walk forward eventually.
They'll get there eventually, and they'll get there at the right time.
He's also really good at chaff manipulation so that your units aggro where he wants them to. And he does that with chaff better than almost anyone else.
Right. That's why he has won so many tournaments. The only person that has won the double 2 weekend tournaments on the same weekend twice. Other people have done it once. Apucci has done it twice.
Airdrop is so good here. And a Sledge v Sledge in particular. And as the aggressor.
And as the aggressor, because you can place it across the line, it's the only way to get a shield.
Exactly.
On your flank, it's the only way to get a shield kind of far enough forward into the opponent's territory that if you're not ranged yet, you're able to.
So Cody forgoes a deploy to get maintenance on the sledges, which sledges with maintenance absolutely devastate non-maintenance sledges in the mirror. A unit that heals itself at the same rate when it's a tanky unit by default will beat its adversary really effectively. So that's a really interesting tempo choice to forgo a chaff deploy for that tech.
So Apucci adds Crawler on the flank. Unlocked the Fang. We know he's going to be dropping Fangs in the back corner, but not yet. So the defense advancement.
And here these crawlers come trickling in yet again.
Right at the last moment, there's that 4th sledge on the flank as well. And by sheer weight of numbers, even though these sledges are 4,500 hit points to his 3,900 healing, the sheer weight of numbers and his own shield kind of in the right spot, looks like Apucci is going to punch through. But you can see just how resilient these guys are once it gets down to low numbers.
Oh no.
Shield's gonna go down because there was 1 sledge left fighting from it. Oh, that's an expensive one.
And then if any of these sledges leveled, if they turn, level 2 for Cody, which they did not, thankfully for Apucci, or that would have been brutal. Although, you can always intensive that to fix it.
Yes, there is an intensive now. And there is a sledge for Apucci that has the ability to level up there. Cody,
He takes intensive on a marksman instead of the tech sledges.
Mm-hmm.
That surprises me. Yeah, Apucci really needs to get an answer to these sledges, because another round of sledge on sledge conflict is just going to swing Cody's way really hard.
Right,
He does get some Phoenix.
He's got the Phoenixes. It's not like he has not beaten sledges before. And the Phoenix, of course, the reason they're a really good answer is they're going to do 1,700, almost 1,800 damage apiece. There's 2 of them in a pack. 3,500 damage per shot. Basically, one-shots, a single volley takes out a single sledge until they have defense enhancement or this healing. Here, they're going to take 2 shots per sledge, 4 shots, 2 shots per pack per sledge, but they will kill it before it does have a chance to heal enough to prevent it from dying in the second volley. Unless, of course, they get pulled apart like this. So, Cody with the flank, doing pretty well. The leveled marksman clears his right side flank because it is one-shotting sledges out there. And you kind of see you can see the intent for Apucci, but now he's not clearing the chaff, still not clearing the sledges, and Cody's got an answer to that flank. And that answer answers the Phoenix as well. So Apucci down to 2,300 in just 3 rounds. Cody's still on 3,660.
Ton of levels on Cody's board.
Double Scorpion seems like a great answer for Apucci. Cody takes it first. Holy smoke.
Cody has really been playing a lot of the 200 and 300 cost units. Not trying to play the giants, and has been having success with it.
Right.
I will say, I think scorpions are a must into the healing sledges, though.
Yeah, they were absolutely the right answer for Apucci. He does take them, but part of the interesting bit there is you might look at the giant and think, okay, giant is the biggest hit point damage to the bar, but Cody took 2 scorpions for 600 versus 1 level 2 melter for 400 hit point damage. Now, Apucci just skips teching the sledges at all, goes into the efficient maintenance war factory from the corner, has a scorpion straight onto the straight on edge against the sledges, so he's going to try to push in from this corner. Has a second scorpion to try and anchor the line. Doesn't have any techs anywhere on the board other than efficient maintenance, while Cody is 2 techs in, range and healing on the sledges.
Really interesting, because the War Factory will absolutely tear up the sledges, healing or no. But with the Scorpion drop, he has a source of acid at the ready.
Right.
To try and fight this. So, really interesting. And the War Factory
War Factory's headed the wrong direction.
That's awful.
In case you guys have been wondering why everybody mobile beacons the War Factory off the corner, this would be why. This would be.
And I can hear Pucci's voice, like in my head, like berating his War Factory for going the wrong way.
Right.
At that moment.
Where are you going, sir? Yeah,
and now it still might just win because it's a War Factory. Oh, but the tower timing shuts it down.
Yeah. So if he had had the mobile beacon on it, I think Apucci wins that round. But he loses
100%.
the round, he drops the War Factory, he's lost the element of surprise, now Cody knows it's coming. Is the Ion Blast going to bail him out?
Wrong for both. Better, I think, for Apucci in this particular situation, since the War Factory is so resilient.
And I mean, let's just be real, this is why you don't tend to line up in a line. You know,
Right, a perfect
try to-
unmoving line.
Please try to make it a little harder for your opponent to ion beam you. Here's the mobile beacon. Alright, got it.
Cody's still trying to figure out what to take. Kind of surprises me.
He's taking his time here.
I suspect Apucci sells the Scorpion that is in the main line. And question then becomes, and what?
So shield for the fangs, rather than trying to increase the damage or drop acid from his own scorpions. And note that he's not running acid on the crawlers. It's not like he has a cheaper way to deploy acid here.
Right.
Mobile beacon for Cody was a really good dodge for the ion beam. Did really, really well there.
Yes. Although he also abandons his tower to do it, so it's a bit of a...
Yeah. I mean, at least these units are alive. If the tower debuff is worn off by the time they're engaged with the War Factory, it's probably worth it. Unfortunately, it's starting to look a little overwhelming here.
Now the real question is, will the War Factory get a level? And it did not. That was really important. I think a blue War Factory here is order of magnitude harder to answer.
Well, it doesn't mean that it's not going to be blue. He can always sell it and elite recruit it. Especially if it's funded by selling a Sabertooth. Well, and that can't be funded by selling the Sabertooth, huh? Triple Typhoon. So we saw earlier games for Rooster, we saw a early Wasp response. Be devastating for the War Factory. Now Apucci has that angle covered with the Typhoons. Has one covering the weak side tower, and these two covering the War Factory proper. He'll also chaff clear very nicely for it. War Factory number 2 comes out on the weak side.
Love it. There's nothing over there that's even remotely capable of stopping a War Factory, and it'll get tower instantly.
Cody took the level 3 melting point, gave it energy absorption. So as long as it gets the lock on the War Factory before it is too heavily targeted, it's going to be in really good shape. You've got to deal 160,000 damage to kill this melting point. By the time you're halfway through it, it's ramped all the way up to healing itself 30,000 hit points here.
Right. It'll be interesting because if the War Factory on the left gets the tower, a melting point that does 1/10 means that a level 1, even a level 3 melting point is only going to be doing about 9,000 DPS, which means it can still die under the tower debuff if it gets a lock. So the tower timing will absolutely determine this. And the lock is got before the tower.
Yeah, it had its lock, and had the lock through the shield, and War Factory advanced far enough that it didn't lose the lock when it came through the shield. So that little wrinkle was also very important.
Right. That said, I still think Apucci takes the round.
He gets the strong side tower from the back, comes around here, gets the logs on the melter, even though it's healing. Now it has to restart. Restart its lock ramp up. It never gets high enough. Later lock, and Cody is reduced to 500 hit points.
Now the War Factories have levels, and I think it's a level your War Factories, range your War Factories, sell your middle Scorpion. Ooh, and boat drop is just nasty. Oh, using it defensively. Interesting to answer that flank.
That is Cody's. That's Cody's.
That is Cody's.
aggressive, not
Yep, yeah.
defensive.
You're right. That's Cody's. 100% correct.
Cody's positioning on this melter is because of that boat drop, right? You'd rather have it out in front a little bit.
Yes.
But it's here to cover both positions that the boat drop could be. Apucci takes the Vulcan's descent and puts it down in the flank where it's going to draw and kill 2 crawlers and potentially also draw the lock from the melter, while everything else is working through things that are not the Vulcan. The sticky oil bombs to light it all on fire with that Vulcan as well. Eek.
Wow. Yeah, that Vulcan won't last very long, but it also doesn't have to.
Right.
The chaff gone, the War Factory will absolutely bulldoze its way.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful shield for Cody. Absolutely critical that he blocked that oil the way that he did. He's blocked a second time, and these are both, I think, thinking about that Vulcan. So.
It's possible that shield goes down, depending on how the engagement goes with the War Factory.
How well does...
I don't think it does, but it might. Nope. It almost did.
It came close, but it didn't go down in time. And the melter has locked the War Factory instead of the Vulcan.
And the other War Factory is locked. This is looking like a Cody. I said if everything but the meltings are gone, I wonder if they get overwhelmed.
The big melter on this side, but it's not going to heal itself much when shooting crawlers.
Right.
And eventually, it goes down. That's a close round. It's a very close round, but Cody pulls it out. Does 500 damage, drops Apucci to 884. It ain't over yet. Let's go.
I think these War Factories need range. Or they need launcher overload. They need, because right now they are losing their engagements hard to the melting points.
It is definitely a banger of a game. I agree. Wow. Yeah, I could see levels. I could see range and launcher overload. Pucci's got enough money to do it, right? 6. 13,
oh, Replicate's gonna be really strong here.
Yeah, if you click around, you can kind of see how much damage your many crawlers have done, and figure out whether or not Replicate was going to be worth it. Right, I'm not looking at how much their overall damage is, but this one dies right before it gets anything done. This one dies before it gets anything done. They're frontline. But when you clicked around the back, you know, this guy did 15,000 damage. It was chewing on stuff for hours. And this guy gets in here and starts replicating off of that flank. This guy did a whole bunch of damage. There is a lot of value to be gotten out of that. And it is very much the thing that Cody's board is weak at, right? There is not a great chaff there.
On the left, with the Javelin, that's going to be really strong for Pucci getting in, I think.
Right.
And what did we say is the answer for War Factory to beat Melter? It's Steel Ball Prod.
There it is.
And it just wins.
It just overwhelms the Melter. Like I said, I do not think Melter is the answer to to War Factory. And we can see why.
And note that under the tower debuff, it took that melting point, even though it locked, it died when it was locked on a War Factory. The War Factory also died, but it couldn't heal itself because a 90% damage reduction matters when your maximum damage is a difference of 90,000 versus 9,000.
Right. That is all she wrote for Cody's bid to automatically qualify for the Launch Clash tournament. This time, Apucci wins it to say, I agree, Llama Prob. I would love to see these two play a longer series. It's amazing to watch the two of them go at it. Two really good players. Cody's been up over 2100 MMR. Apucci, I think, has tipped 2300. And we are very much hoping that the Launch Clash tournament quarters, the semis, and the finals are all going to be best of 3 series. So really hoping to bring this quality of matchup to that, the conclusion of that tournament. Can't do it all the way through the qualifiers just for sake of timing overall. But yeah, that longer, you're going to get it may not be these two, but it certainly will be players of this caliber playing longer series as the finals on October 6th.
A really great question in chat was, what do we do here? And how to win. And Sob says hackers. And when you are the melter player and steel balls are the counter, hacking the steel balls is one of the most powerful things that you can do because it flips things around.
Right. We are into the other semifinal with HD Susauer and Godog. So I want to summarize that board really quickly. HD Susauer near side is a Rhino specialist with subsidized storms, advanced shield device, and a whole bunch of storms, double rank depth. This looks like a Cody board indeed. It is...
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that is a lot of storms, triple tacked, throwing down range, fire, and EMP. On the far side, Godog, cost control specialist, also had subsidized storms and advanced shield device, has the anti-missile triple teched war factory, or quad teched war factories, with double production, efficient maintenance, anti-missile, trying to answer this many storms, but yeah, there is not a great answer to this many storms.
It's just a storm v storm massacre. Matches like this make me cringe on the inside. I'm not gonna lie.
The game gave us subsidized storms. What were we supposed to do? Cody wants to know, wait, is this me playing against myself? No, this is HD Susauer, the European 5th place of the last week, against Godog, who is one of the invited curators, one of the 201 curators that's been invited to that Launch Clash tournament, and a very, very solid player in his own right. We're into round 10.
Storm. That's insane.
I mean, to be fair, it is 13 against 10, so 23 on the board all told.
Right. And neither player notably wants to take launcher overload because then they lose the range war if the opponent storms.
Right. You don't want to be losing the range war, you want to be at equivalent distances. And Godog is into 4 war factories now. Again, double production, Steel Ball, and Phoenix. And HD Susauer's answer is going to be all of the wasps. I want all of them.
Right. Not a good wasp answer at the moment. Please tell me they have shield.
There are shields available on the wasps.
Right. I think taking it's going to be important. With 4 war factories producing, I actually wonder. I kind of want to give the edge to the war factories here.
600 in anti-missile devices for HD Susauer.
Keeping the Vulcan is strange to me because literally the entire ground is on fire, and that Vulcan with no text, it's not going to be like killing war factories or Phoenix. That's an $800 paycheck that I think would have been potentially better served elsewhere.
This is absolutely epic, guys. Wow.
What carnage there is. so glad they upped the duration on production techs again, because they were really, like, you shouldn't run out of time in a 1v1 match. That should be a 2v2 and free-for-all style limitation.
Yes, I agree with that. I'm glad to see them back up as a viable production build for the War Factory in 1v1.
I think the mobile beacon actually hurt GoDog there. I think he wins without it.
HD Susauer wins this one and will be through to the finals, facing Apucci for the European Championship. That will, if HD Susauer can win it, that'll be halfway to qualifying for the German. GoDog, trying to play Gatekeeper, knocked out at the semifinals in
and
an
we will
epic.
have a great next match, too. HD Susauer and Apucci going head-to-head. The final, Apucci already qualified, and the former champion from last week is the final hurdle for HD Susauer to get one of his 2 necessary wins. Although if he wins now, he would have to back-to-back win the Americas to get his qualification in, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's incorrect. This is week 72. Week 72.
Yes, one more.
Counts. So if nobody is able to book it this weekend, then somebody who's a one leg in is still able to qualify next weekend.
Right.
Of course, they'll be doing it right up on the deadline day, because the qualifying tournament is the very next day. So.
Right, you'll either have to or not have to participate.
Right. And that, of course, is going to be a headache for us trying to sort the groups. But, you know, hey, what can you do?
C'est la vie. The sacrifices we make for the community.
C'est la guerre, indeed. Well, welcome to the final of Weekend Tournament Asia. Welcome to the final of Vanguard Tournament European, the Week 72 entry in the Weekend Tournament Series. Apucci is going to be the defending champion, trying to win Europe back-to-back weeks. HD Susauer trying to book the very last slot in the Mechabellum Launch Clash tournament. Who do you think has the edge?
So I think it's factories from Apucci.
You don't say.
Two games we've seen a piece of from HD Susauer. They had a minimum of, I think it was either 6 or a minimum of 8 Stormcallers. Notably, those storms are far less effective when answering aggro, which Apucci has been favoring.
Wow, I am pumped for this. I'm super excited.
This is going to be really good. I think back to my tournament days when I would do other competitions and I would have already qualified for things. Everyone who hadn't yet would be like, why do you keep playing? Can't you take a week off?
Right.
And it's like, when you're not the qualified person, you're like, come on, you're already there. Give everybody else a shot. When you're the person, you're like, I don't want to not compete. I want to play my best, and everybody who qualifies needs to earn it, the
Just
honest
the
way.
same
And
as
so,
I did.
I think back to various moments growing up where that's been the classic dichotomy, and we have a moment like that now. It's fun.
It is fun. All right. Welcome to the final of the Vanguard Tournament European. Apucci, already qualified for that Mechabellum Launch Clash $1,000 cash prize tournament, is trying to play Gatekeeper and prevent HD Susauer, the famous German player, from trying to book his own place. Well, HD Susauer would only be halfway there. He's got to win 2 weekend tournaments. There is only 1 slot left via that qualifying mechanism. there are going to be 16 slots available to qualify in the qualifying tournament on the 29th of September. The finals, of course, are on the 6th of October. And details on how to enter that qualification tournament should be beneath the video if you're watching this on YouTube. Apucci coming out aggro on the right side, playing as Supply Specialist, near side blue, with Sledgehammers and Fang. HD Susauer on the far side, your classic Stormcaller and Arclight start as a pair of crawlers behind the towers, and he'll get the level 3 marksman on round 2. Apucci using the 50 extra from Supply Specialist to
Love it.
To unlock and buy Phoenix. There's no upshoot that he was seeing in terms of the Arclights and Storms, and you can kind of guess that people are going to pick up crawlers as their first tech, or their first chaff unit, and this is a pretty classic place for it. So Apucci's going to win round 1 by air.
Yeah, and this is a great formation. I mean, obviously the Storms are going to get a good value right off the bat, but this is a great formation position to punish heavy Storm investment. I don't think it's going to be a heavy Stormcaller game, like we got to see last time.
Sledges are enough to handle the many crawlers. Now it's down to just Phoenix cleaning up artillery, and how many sledges can they keep alive for hit point damage on the bar? The answer is 1. So HD Susauer drops to 4160, Apucci at 4200. We go to round 2. Unit reinforcement already. Level 2 Fire Badger, also Wraith, Typhoon, and Rhino. Really excited to see the 1.0 release coming, which adds the Typhoon Specialist and the Fire Badger Specialist. Honestly, I'm a little worried that the Fire Badger Specialist is going to be too strong, but we will see, we will see. I haven't gotten to play with that yet as of the time of this cast. Of course, some of you watching from later on might know how that all pans out.
Watching in the future.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting, though. Obviously, Fire Badger is amazing at rebuffing aggro, but if you're the Fire Badger Specialist, then you can have a reasonable probability of not allowing it for your opponent.
Right.
Which is an interesting application to that, so it will be a way to guarantee that your aggro push doesn't get messed with. So.
And there's a very strong aggro build involving Fang, Fire Badger, and Phoenix, which Apucci's already got on the board. Being able to plan into that from round 1 is going to be really strong. Same, I think, as being able to plan into Crawler Balfoon is going to be amazing. At least it's the one
I know you're
on the board too.
Right, I know you're not partial to that at all.
Not in the least.
Orange Man's going to be really valuable here.
And HD Susauer has taken the flank of level 2 Rhino to try and hit this. To try and hit the weak side tower.
Those Fangs will buy a lot of time, but they won't really answer the Rhino, of course.
No, but they do buy a ton of time, and that is time that the rest of the board is losing for HD Susauer. So that's why you do that flank screening Fang. It doesn't necessarily win everything that your opponent can possibly do, but it certainly mitigated a lot of the potential hit point damage from this round had this Rhino gotten that tower really quickly. I'll put you down to 3,300 hit points, HD Susauer at 4,200.
Ground or missile strike for G here? I think it's got to be missile strike for Apucci.
HD Susauer
Underground
takes
makes
the
a lot
nano
of
repair.
Okay. Assume that goes on the Rhino.
Not yet. He's still thinking about it. He's taken instead oil to put it in front of the push.
There.
Apucci, of course, is well known for taking plenty of time. He does take the underground threat, but, you know, player with a lot of APM, he can afford to spend 30 seconds thinking about it. He's playing the underground threat defensively, so considering whether or not HD Susauer might have taken it, if he knew HD Susauer wasn't going to take it, he wants to play it offensively and try to get towers with it. I'm sorry, Apucci took it and played it offensively. I was going to say... I had that backwards, I apologize. He's playing the crawlers behind his towers, so he's covering the possible underground threat with these crawlers. We know he likes the late arriving crawlers, and playing his own offensively. Right. And these deep crawlers will actually help also against the Rhino. Now there's an answer to the Rhino. There's the Phoenix out there. So with the Rhino slowed down by crawlers and then by fangs, the Phoenix should be able to not only kill it, but farm a level off of it.
I really like the level 1 Rhino nano repair as the answer to the Blue Badger forward corner flank.
Right, this is what Titan is talking about right here. And Rhino should get in and handle things there. Of course, that's not necessarily a huge loss for Apucci, because even later on he's going to be able to drop a napalm out there and light that all on fire, have all of these chaff die. But for right now, Rhino gets the job done.
That's a really efficient answer.
It's a very efficient answer, yeah. 200 spend on a unit that he already had unlocked.
Right, and it almost died and then came back, almost a full.
Got a lot of healing value off of it. Apucci does win round 3. HD Susauer down to 36-30. Oil will stay for another round.
And that oil was intentionally positioned so that it would not be set on fire.
Right.
It could have been connected to that fire badger had it been wanted to be.
Right, that's a really good point. We've got Amplifying Core taken for HD Susauer, also taken by Apucci. He's placed it onto the level 2 fire badgers that are on that flank.
I suspect Apucci floats this round so that he can War Factory next round.
He's still got a deploy, so if you're right, that would be a deploy of a single chaff, I would think. And then he's going to deploy a Phoenix.
I like that Phoenix, where it is there.
It comes up and engages.
That helps to potentially cover anything in the flank, exactly, and it helps to burst down the Rhino. That Rhino not leveling was also a big deal here, because that would have massively increased the potential threat, but it'll almost certainly level this round regardless.
Right. HD Susauer has sold out of the flank Rhino already, so he's got the 400 available. And it does look like he's going to take a mass recruit off of tower. If you don't know, if you're new to the game, the things that you can buy off your left side tower and the things you can buy off your right side tower are different. The things on the left side tower are basically temporary for this round. Resupply alone, mass recruitment, elite recruitment, the temporary range, temporary speed. The things on the right side tower are more permanent. You can unlock the sticky oil bomb, you can unlock the field recovery, you can unlock the mobile beacon, or you do permanent enhancements to your units. It's a valuable thing to have in your repertoire. Is early investments from the right side tower, later investments from the left side tower. In this case, it's, you can see what the two of them are clicking on there. And long term, you'll see that they've both already taken some long-term investments off the right side tower.
Amazing what 1 amp core will do to a unit in the engagement. That Rhino never even punched the Fire Badgers this time.
Didn't even get there. These Fire Badgers became the top damage dealer at 35,000 hit points. The Rhino's healing unable to keep up. We've got super supply enhancement on round 5. Can be a little bit late. That would certainly be a question mark for Apucci, I would think. Do you delay the War Factory one more round, or do you just go ahead and take it? And obviously redeployment to be able to jump your War Factory from side to side would be really powerful as well. So he's going to take the redeployment. We'll see what HD Susauer decides, and if you remember, every other round HD Susauer has been the one that clicked through pretty quickly, and Apucci has taken his time. This time it's the other way around. HD Susauer spends almost 30 seconds thinking about it before deciding to skip. As called, here is the War Factory with efficient maintenance. It's right up on the corner. HD Susauer, this is sort of an answer to the Fire Badgers that were a problem already, and it is in perfect position for the War Factory. It's not like these two haven't faced each other. It's not like HD Susauer is not aware that a War Factory might be coming out of that 7x7 gap.
Right. That round of selection cards, I think if there was not redeploy, I think that Apucci delays and takes the super supply. But I think redeploy was too valuable to salvage the blue Phoenix that was answering the Rhino from the previous rounds into the main push, and has the ability to juggle around War Factories. Was just too much to toss up. But that would have been really tempting as the War Factory player to get that extra supply every round.
Right. Both directions, right?
Sure. For sure.
HD Susauer has the melter with the item in the right place. The question is, can he get through these persnickety Fire Badgers? Badger's so tough, buys a whole lot of time, and down goes the melter. Phoenix up top, clearing the rest of the things out of the way. He's still got a couple of sledges, gets to tower, gonna work his way from right to left.
And this is brutal. And you know it's coming, like, from the first round of the game, you see what's happening, and it unfolds. That's just crazy.
It is, like I have said, I don't think Melting Point is the end.
And it levels. Oof.
Incendiary Bomb available for HD Susauer, and
That'll buy a round.
Apucci does the same, so unless you are shielding it, and Apucci's going to put it far side, basically take out that entire side, and remember he's got the ability to, redeploy, jump drive, however you want to think of it. Here it comes. He's placed that ability to redeploy on the leveled War Factory, moves it over to the other side, where everything's going to be on fire. No big deal. Level 2 War Factory plus fire on your weak side. HD Susauer does have to respect the possibility of a middle War Factory with a mobile beacon as well. He doesn't. He's going to go ahead and double stack 2 melters on the War Factory side, 1 new melter on the weak side. That melter is out of the fire. Apucci adds, that'll be the flank Fire Badger on that side, mirroring this guy out here, but that's to pull any kind of behind the tower chaff out there. It might be minorly contraindicated in that it'll pull some of these guys. Actually, maybe not. The fangs aren't fast enough to get there. And he's got the
crawlers in front of the War Factory.
Right. Crawlers right in front of the War Factory, just to make sure they eat those early locks.
You know what's really interesting here is this fire is going to torch both sides, and then there's a lot of Phoenix on the right-hand side, which will get to fight under a tower debuff. Assuming the War Factory connects with where it's intended. Although that missile was really valuable.
And that melter got a pretty good lock over there. It is chewing through this. It is...
And it does have a suck.
Through that melting, or through the War Factory on the weak side. Really good read, placing that melting point down blind. He knew that the possibility was there because of the redeploy. He played around the possibility that Apucci would do that play. And it has kept him in the game almost, right? Because 1500 could have been lethal. Instead,
in front of the War Factory and Steel Ball.
Instead, Apucci is down to 1700 hit points. And let's see if Titan has the right read here.
Scorp for Susauer is really tempting here.
Yeah, put acid on the ground, please. With the Scorpion in the drop, does the right answer become Photon instead of Steel Ball?
I don't think so. I think it's still Steel Ball because it's about locks. It's really unfortunate for Apucci that the triple Scorpion was there. But I still think the correct answer remains the same, and Apucci agrees.
Apucci's still thinking about the Photon, I think. That's what the pause here is.
As a third tech, you mean?
Yeah, as a third tech.
Okay. As a combo, that's definitely tempting.
It's not what he's going to go for. He's gone for adding more units instead. As took the level 3 Mustangs, so they're added to the War Factory. The 300 was to give them range. Once he decided he was going to give them range instead of giving the War Factory Photon, he puts down a crawler, puts down another Mustang.
Those Mustangs will really help because the War Factory got hung up on chaff. That's not pretty significant.
The flank crawler is a really strong distraction over there. And this time the Fire Badgers have paid their summoning price. You can see the Steel Ball actually got locked. First on the Melter, then on the tower. It's all the way through. We still haven't lit the oil on the near side on fire at all.
Yeah, this is game.
Second tower goes down. Apucci working right to left, has the locks on the level 2 Melter, has just over 1,500 hit points of damage left, and denies HD Susauer the ability to start booking a place in the Launch Clash tournament. Instead, we have a back-to-back European champion. Congratulations, Apucci. Well done. Playing Gatekeeper, 150,000 combat power, closing in on 2,300 MMR. Really, really nicely done. And you can see just how simple this build was, right? It's Fire Badgers in the corners, Phoenix supporting the War Factory. He redeployed the level 3 Phoenix from this side back over here, so he's jumped around the oil. There's no getting hung up over here. And again, Melting Point feels like the answer. It answered one round for HD Susauer, but for the most part, it does not actually answer the War Factory when the War Factory is piloted this skillfully. So, meta is going to have to catch up to that a bit.
Right, if you're ahead, and the person is trying a Hail Mary War Factory play, and they aren't in a position where they have built to use it, then I think War Factory can absolutely be beaten by Melting Point. But I think in a prepared head-to-head, a War Factory has the tools to beat a Melting Point.
Always has.
At equal skill, pretty much, like, let's say, 75, 80% of the time.
More than that.
Okay.
I absolutely guarantee that it's more than that. I've done it many times with Saw. So, absolutely guarantee you it's more than that.
All right.
That was one of the most interesting things about getting to play that build over and over with Saab, was realizing that some of the things that seem intuitively correct about how to beat a War Factory really are not. And then the War Factory itself has been out of the meta for long enough that that answer, that knowledge, that lore has been lost.
We have a stair-step War Factory.
With a mobile beacon here from Rad. Mobile beaconing away from the front instead of towards it. Rat's trying
There's a lot of
to
Vulcan on the other side.
Yes, this mobile beacon from the Vulcan. Long mobile beacon.
What text does he have on those War Factories?
It's 4 tech War Factories, double production, efficient maintenance and range. want to give a shout out. Sacco called this last night. If you were paying attention to his stream late, he's like, I don't even want to play tomorrow. The only answer right now is spamming out a whole bunch of War Factories. He was a little frustrated with it. He thinks it's a little overtuned. As you can see, Rooster leaned into it. The whole meta right now is War Factory. This has not always been the case in this game. Obviously, there are little balance tweaks, tunings from week to week, and there will be major... I believe the plan is to have major balance tweaks from season to season. So you're going to have different metas for each season, and adjustments within the meta during the season, but those adjustments within the season should be shorter, smaller tweaks, rather than bigger ones. And then the bigger ones would be between seasons. So, you know, you're not always going to have War Factory as the answer. It just happens to be for this last tournament weekend before the official release.
As much as I like efficient maintenance, reducing the cost, I think if War Factory is going to be a summoner and battle machine combined, it should not be able to reduce the maintenance cost below 100. I think we're seeing what happens if it is not a financial liability to run War Factory.
Right. I'm pretty sure the dev team is aware of that as a set of thoughts. But it's certainly fun to have a week of it.
Fair. Yes. No. I love War Factory personally. I enjoyed it when it wasn't necessarily at its peak, although it's never not been strong per se. But yes, I have enjoyed playing it, and I will continue to enjoy playing it.
Exactly. It's just fun. But
it really is.
I do personally, the unit design that I would have liked to have seen for it is big and tanky, but also not a great fighter itself. Like, I wanted to lose to any of the other three giants in a, basically
proper DPS war.
Proper DPS war, exactly. And have it have to rely on his summoned units and attacks on his summoned units. And I think that getting to that point would put it back to the place of, it takes a really high level of skill to understand that and work through the combinations of the texts that would make it really pop. And you get to a point where it's a skill separator rather than something which everybody is slapping out, right? And it's not to say that any of the people slapping it out right now are not skilled. They've just adapted to what the current meta is, right?
Right.
But there's just a balance piece there. And, for example, having watched Saab work his way up into almost 2,000 MMR with the War Factory before it got buffs, and then to see it get buffed, it was kind of disappointing, right? It's like, no. I can see how to get it to make this unit shine. But if you don't know that there's one or two players out there who are able to make the unit shine, and you're just looking at the data, right? You're looking at the overall picture. The vast majority of people haven't gotten to the point of playing this unit to this skill level. Maybe the unit feels underpowered, but when it's not necessarily, you just need the high skill player, high skill streamer especially, because that's what's going to popularize a given build. So. Okay, one match still going. Good Hog on 88 hit points, trying to finish out against Play Archer. HD Sweet and Sour says, well, at least we made it to the finals. Yes, you did, sir. You had a great run.
And not just that, but you made it to the finals and made a really close pass at winning. That was one round away from going either way before the War Factories got fully online.
Here we've got a fully teched Phoenix answer to a double-teched War Factory.
Oh my goodness.
As the meta is exploring all the permutations as quickly as it possibly can. You're literally watching the meta explore and evolve right now in these tournaments. It's great.
Would you like some War Factory with your War Factory?
Wait, does this answer War Factory? What about this? Does this answer War Factory? the answer here is Godog has half the answer. You can see the War Factory production getting turned off by the ranged DMP. Elite Marksman Phoenix. If there were acid on the ground, he'd be winning this fight. I don't see acid, sir.
I think shield on Phoenix is much more powerful in a War Factory summoning meta.
Right, and Play Archer went for it. The range shield. So we're in double-teched Phoenix on one side with triple-teched Wasps, backing up 6 War Factories now. And Godog has added 3 War Factories of his own to this fight, and of course they summon the 4-teched Phoenix. So.
Right. If you can't beat them, join them.
I mean, I did at one point sit down and play a 50,000 hit point game in which both sides had to do nothing but War Factories. That was the unit you were allowed to buy. You could buy one of each of the possible summons in order to...
Oh, you're talking about that was the actual... Not ironically, but unironically.
Not unironically. How does this work? I also did it against Melting Point, just playing both sides.
Interesting.
The
Positioning
interesting one
war
there is that the Melter does actually win long term. It just wins after the hit point bar has run out for a 1v1 match. So like your intuition that the Melting Point is the right answer is actually correct. It's just not correct within the time frame of the match, as the way it's played in the 1v1 ladder, or 1v1 tournament.
Oh my gosh, go dog.
Staying alive into round 12, but you need to win harder, sir. Because if Play Archer runs things out, of course, tournament matches end after 13 rounds. Whether or not they have completed, both sides, I presume, have either Lightning or Nuke. You're not taking anything else at this juncture.
And it's gotta be Lightning with the amount of air.
Right. I just end the... yeah, there it is. It's Lightning, it's... Yeah, you probably wanted it further forward, just a little bit, so everything's driving into it.
There's gonna be things being produced.
Both players, really.
On the map.
Yeah. Both players wanted it forward. It's gonna be a second production for Play Archer's many War Factories. He's got Sledgehammer production up. For Godog, we've got 1,000 to spend, which is...
I want to see range.
Potentially. Could be range, but that would prevent him from dropping another War Factory, unless he sells.
Yes, it would.
He does have sell unlocked.
I think range is really powerful because there's stuff on the ground that needs to be shot, and getting to shoot the War Factories first is valuable.
He's gonna go with Acid. Acid on the ground. I did say that was the thing that was missing. Probably 2
I'm actually scared that that's going to mean that his back crawlers die to the lightning storm, and it may actually kill his own War Factories.
Oh, that's a very good point. Yes.
I also think that this anti-missile was wrong, but
I mean, there are missiles on the board, yes, but here you are spot on. Look at this. We've got acid deep in Godog's territory. Nothing has had any chance to really shoot this guy. Getting hit by one lightning and driving into some acid.
now this is going to swing hard. This is going to be like a 3,000 damage round.
Yeah. I mean, this is the way War Factory battles end. High hit point damage dealt.
I'm trying to find something far, and it's not close.
Exactly. And that will bring our Vanguard tournament to a close. That's the end of Vanguard Tournament European. Congratulations to Apucci, your champion, HD Susauer runner-up, Codafly, Mualani finishing third. So congratulations to you three. KMPEC and Play Archer finishing out the top 5. Rat, King Fury, the developer Miasim, Old Bandit, Godog, and Argoneer round out the top 10. This was such a stacked field, we're going to show all the way down to 50th. For those of you that might have had a great performance that went otherwise unnoticed by following the top seeds only. Do want to give a shout out. Thank you so much to the mods, to Zach, to Zalex, to Alpha Titan, to Cody. Thanks you guys for everything that you do. Really appreciate you guys being here to support the cast. Nobody books that final golden ticket to qualify for the Mechabellum Launch Clash tournament on October 6th. We still have one slot available. There will be 4 more weekend tournaments in which that slot could be booked. Tune in this evening for the Americas to see if it gets filled. Thanks for joining me, Alpha Titan. Really appreciate you being in the booth.
Absolutely my pleasure.
It's been fun.
And immediately up next is going to be the Triple Threat Trickster tournament.
Right, we do have Team Melter getting together. Hey Mpec, you are welcome. Says, hey Amarok, I made it further than I expected. Thanks for casting the tournament. Really appreciate you guys tuning in, supporting the station, supporting the game, supporting the cast. So thanks for being here. Appreciate it. We will be doing that Triple Threat Tricksters match, our team's match, as part of the intermission between the European and Americas, if you will. We'll stay here and live all the way through. Is that Apucci I hear?
Yes.
Indeed. Welcome.
Congratulations! What a game!
Thank you.
Nicely done, sir. Any comments on a War Factory meta for the audience?
I feel proud and vindicated to have created the horribly toxic meta that we currently find ourselves in.
Brilliant.
Congratulations! Thanks a lot.
That is brilliant. The Corner War Factory, of course, is something that Apucci has been building towards for weeks. And but, do you want to talk about how you developed that and how it came about?
So I feel like it more naturally started as kind of a corner fort thing. Yes. I think I was chatting with like Pants and GCU and folks, back in the days when Pants would stream with a big crowd, and we had all, like, the 501 aggro players, Arbiter and Sacco as well, had all started to see this, like, shallow flank power of, like, we originally always would flank, like, deep Arclight Crawler, right?
Right.
And then it pulls all the stuff, and then the Arclight feasts. And then we started going, okay, well, that gets countered by Rhino, but if you do it shallow, it's harder to counter because your forces can, like, shoot at the counter faster. And then just observing how it, like, splits units in that little triangle, there's, like, this wedge where units will not go that aims directly at their tower. And we started going, like, oh, you can just put the fort on the line here because nothing can contest it, nothing's targeting it. Like, whatever, like, the only thing that can target is something right in its face, and that the fort kills that unit. And then as we started to play with War Factories more, especially after the production War Factories were nerfed and it became more of a, like, launcher range type unit, the natural progression was just to start putting War Factories in the corner. And then it's just been kind of flowcharting it from there of, like, when do you take ball prod, when is it launcher, what, you need photon, like, all the different techs to counter all the different things people can use against you.
Right. I'm actually just really pleased that I had that corner flank identified way back at, the 700, 800, 900 MMR level. I didn't have the skill to actually pull it off at this level, but was running that aggro flank almost exactly the way that you guys are today.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I was just trying to run it with the wrong units, the wrong compositions, the wrong timings. I wasn't, quite valuing all of the individual things. Timorin.
Yeah, it's sort of like a principle of warfare to surround your opponent and have more surface area than them in your army, and you get that in that corner.
Right, and in particular by creating what's called a salient, where you have that in our board, it's mechanical, but you have this L-shaped wedge where you can surround somebody on two sides. If he's trying to defend that diagonal run, it's surrounded, and if he's trying to defend it vertically, well, then it's, you're hitting it from two sides, right? It's like crossing the T in old naval warfare, right?
Yeah.
So it just makes it really, really difficult. A good question for you from chat is from Tamarin. Says, why is ball prod better than sledge prod?
It's mostly about getting separation from the war factory. The sledges tend to just kind of get into a big pile in front of the factory, whereas the balls will go forward and draw aggro to themselves. Ball also has potential to kill some giants.
Yeah, we saw that actually on your left side in that last match, where your steel ball got all the way through to the distracted melting point. And then the other question that people would say is, like, you can set up mech division on the steel balls. The war factory doesn't build any chaff on its own, but the steel balls can degenerate into crawlers that then become the chaff. So
yeah, the mech div tech is like, sledge does not have an equivalent. And also sledge, like, it's sort of intuitively you would expect sledge to be better because sledge is a chaff clearing unit, and war factory, when the chaff is clear, is amazing. But war factory still will outrange the sledges and shoot the same targets, so it will actually like clear the chaff before the sledges can even shoot it. So the sledges just like get very little value with their weapon.
Right.
I hadn't thought about the separation component, but that's a really, really good point.
Yeah, it's
like,
good
especially if there's like an
into...
acid splash. Now you have to drive forward 20, 30 meters instead of tripping over your sledgehammers into the acid.
Right.
Yep, it's good against acid. It's good against melter EMP barrage. It's good against stormcaller EMP. There's just a lot of like war factory counters that it's better against.
Right. Well,
I have a quick question. Are you running Phoenix?
I'm not. My current tech set, and I think you'll see a lot of people running this. It's launcher range, anti-missile, photon, efficient maintenance, and ball prod.
Okay, that's what I'm running as well.
Yeah.
I was just
before the efficient maintenance buff, I was sometimes running Phoenix prod in that slot.
Yep.
Makes sense. But
yeah, this is like the complete aggro package, and it's also good on defense.
Yes.
I think it's better on defense than the techs people are running for standard war factory, because a lot of them are taking launcher off, and launcher is the most important tech on defense. Because they run triple prod, maintenance EMP, or not maintenance anti-missile, and then it's one tech left and you run range there.
Right.
Wow. Well, congratulations winning back-to-back European titles. Well done. We'll definitely be looking forward to seeing you in the Mechabellum launch clash. And I understand that you're going to be joining me in, well, not in my specific booth, but joining me in casting the vast field of qualifiers.
Yeah, there's a lot of games that happen at once, right?
Yes,
so there's a lot of casters, and we'll all
bunch.
Just kind of scatter and cast different games.
Exactly, and we've worked that out with Challenge and such, but I'm very much looking forward to coming back and watching your side of it because of the kind of the insight and thought that you bring to the game. So really looking forward to it.
So, do we have thoughts on who wants to be the three-man team? Kat has said in Melter chat that he's rusty but willing to be one of our contenders. Does anybody want to volunteer bow out? I don't think we can afford to lose you, Apucci. So I guess that's me and Emerald question.
Yeah, I've run the last two tourneys. I'd be content to sit out. I've been up since 4:15 or so, streaming and casting.
Okay.
So I'm perfectly content
Pretty
to
fair.
sit out and give you guys the trio there. It's a tough match. It's Rooster and Clint and Stony with Yesuin Big as their fourth. So it's
all right.
Very solid team.
So I am still more confident in two than ones, and Bucci seems to have no problem beating anybody 1v1.
Seems like a plan to me.
So I'll go ahead and formally howdy over that the three of us will be me, Cat, and Apucci. And Apucci, you're our 1v1 tee off hitter.
All right.
All right.
Also,
works for me.
I know that you didn't have the strongest actual trickster score last round, but Amarok and I actually had a 1.69.
Did you get that information to Cody in the end?
I did. I did get to him in time. Mm-hmm.
Yay! Thank you. Really appreciate you.
So I did the math on that at like Thursday before the crossover conversion because I want to lose that.
My pack offerings were like quite weak last time, and I just had to go into a pure defense. 100%. So I was just like, well, not getting points this time, but what am I going to do?
Right. Let's get
the W as you said,
first.
Winning is worth so many points. Averaging a good win and just a win is so much better than even having a loss and having a spectrum.
Yeah. Kat, I think whoever you're choosing with, that's whose chat you should use. Oh wait, but Alpha Titan is
Alpha Titan does not have a chat yet. So why don't you guys use the Discord chat for communicating to each other?
Well, I mean, Cat doesn't chat, so he would just be listening to me and.
Right, but he.
But what chat should he type? He's typing in my chat right now. And he might also be typing in Amarok's.
What we're saying is he could be typing in Melter chat, and you could be following there. So maybe if the
gotcha.
Maybe if the two of you jump over there, and I'll follow Apucci.
Sounds like a plan.
And, we'll try to jump into you once you guys are. If the 1v1 ends first, and I'll try to jump into you guys.
Have we heard from them?
So Rooster has said he's ready and he's waiting on the others.
Hmm.
I'm so excited for this Launch Clash tournament of Apucci.
Yeah.
So
well, apparently Bear has now been made aware of the War Factory meta. He wasn't because he was, focused on getting the launch ready, which makes total sense.
So many hours right now, but yes.
Yeah. I'm curious if they can slip a nerf in, or if it'll just be if the Launch Clash will be in this meta.
Yeah, do not.
It benefits me in principle if it's this meta, but
right.
I'm happy either way.
I'm winning tournaments under this meta. Let's continue.
All right, we are just waiting on word.
Sure, fair enough.
Oh my god, I'm in so many Discords now.
You and me both. I literally have, wait for it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Mechabellum only Discords.
Yeah, I'm getting up there.
And I mean, technically the next 5 are probably Mecha affiliated.
Oh yeah, I'm actually in 8 Mechabellum Discords, yeah.
I mean, technically the 13th one down is the Hearthstone and Mechabellum. That was the OG for that, for the Mechabellum Guild. I think the last comment in it is November of 2023.
Yeah.
It has been completely superseded. I can probably leave that guild, probably leave that one now.
Oh, Clint Leetwood says we're 1 short currently.
Oh, okay. Yes, win big. If you are in audience at the moment, you can ping. Oh, you can put them in folders? Faded. How have I not known this?
I do not have yes win big in my chat. Yeah, I think Rooster's team has mostly been going with pre-European tournament.
Right.
I was in his stream briefly, while I was getting out of bed, and he was like, all right, it's time for Triple Threat. Who are we playing? Oh, Melter. And I'm like, wait, but I'm getting in a shower. We're not playing right now. What are you talking about?
Right.
So, out of 3.
Right, we'd heard.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, we have it in our list as after. The only one we have as before is the October 5th one against Vulcan.
Right. Yeah, we were after, and then before.
Yeah.
Late.
That's actually my birthday weekend.
Oh, nice.
So. So Fuji, I'm curious. Obviously, you like War Factory being strong. You play it well. Although I don't know, maybe you probably also think it should be weaker. What
Yeah, I think
do
it
you
should be nerfed.
Should be different about it. Is I think the efficient maintenance is probably just too good at 50.
Yeah, I don't like the buff to efficient maintenance. Maybe they could keep it at 150 but make it cost more. So it's not so free.
Right.
Like, it's so free to the turn you play War Factory. Like, it only costs 50. So you don't really have to save that much money to get it round 4 or 5. Slap it down. You know, you only need 150 extra dollars to play it and get a chaff deploy. So maybe if that tech was like costed 150 or something, it would be harder to get into.
Right.
The attack buff was surprising. Maybe they could keep the attack buffed, but nerf the attack speed back to match fort speed.
Mm-hmm. Even there, I don't know that I would mind seeing it nerfed right back to pre-levels in terms of the Battle Factory side, because what we're seeing right now is a pretty healthy balance of production War Factory, right? Like, that's kind of the meta I would like to see for it. Is it's big, it's heavy, it takes a lot to kill it, but it's not actually super powerful on its own as a unit. Right? I don't want to see us running, 6 battle factories. I like the idea of 6 production factories. I just think it fits a niche there. But yeah,
I feel like the battle factory should sort of be a different unit, but
yes,
I don't know. Like, at this point, it's too late. I don't want them to like put a different unit in the same niche, but yeah. So originally it had an attack speed of 2 seconds or an attack interval, and they buffed it to 1.8 at some point. They buffed the range to 1.10. They brought it back down to 100, which I think is good. The attack is like, originally it had the same weapon as Fort, and the weapon has gotten better in multiple ways, and I don't know that it needed any of those.
In a perfect theory, I actually also liked the idea of Factory being one brand of Giant, Battle being one brand of Giant, and Air being one brand of Giant.
Right.
And then there being like a soft rock, paper, scissors relationship in the balancing.
Yeah.
That would be quite the overhaul.
Yeah. So the thing I like about Factory, though, is that I personally don't like giant spam. And I don't like having to mirror giant spam because my opponent is spamming giants.
Right.
And Factory can just kill all the giants on its own. And that's what I like about Battle Factory.
But that's exactly the problem.
Yeah, it is. But like,
you're like,
it's sort of there's always this like one-upsmanship of like, oh, I have sledgehammers. Well, now I have Sabretooth. And it's like, well, then I have Fort now. And then it's like, well, now I'll build War Factory. And it's just like, I'll just go straight to the War Factory, you know?
Right. Save the text, save the deploys, save your money.
Yeah, exactly.
Build the correct unit from the start.
Right.
But the reason War Factory is problematic is because there is no, oh yeah, well then I'll build the next bigger tank. It's just, no, that's the biggest tank.
So what
and
you're
now
saying
I
is
win.
15,000 credits, super giant to answer War Factory.
Exactly. Clearly that's the answer.
No. What we need is just a huge gun that sits at the very back with like 400-meter range and does a zillion damage when it lands, but can't move. And that projectile is in the air forever.
Alright, so Clint Leetwood says we're cool. Are we cool with waiting 5 to 10 minutes? They have a fill-in, but they need 5 to 10 minutes or so. Which would be Jerry Hattrick. It's fine by me.
Yeah,
Seems
that's fine by
reasonable.
me.
No.
All right.
Do you
So
wanna,
that is what's happening.
Fair enough. Do you want to pick a match to put on screen for both of our viewers? We don't even have to be talking about it particularly, just something to have going.
Yeah. I'm seeing if there's any I'm super excited about. Maybe I'll just
So here's
put
a
this.
question I would have for you, Apucci,
It's round
strategically
4.
speaking. What are your thoughts on the starting specialists now?
I like the balance of starting specialists for the most part. My bigger problem is the starting unit packs. I find the tarantula to, oh my god, look at this, to be somewhat polarizing. Where there's certain packs that it bodies, and because of the aspect of like if you can't kill a singleton unit, it does its full health and damage at the end of the round.
Right.
Like certain starts, you just take like, you know, the most egregious example is Quick Supply Tarantula. Against something that can't deal with it, you just play 2 more tarantulas, and your opponent takes 800 damage round 1, and probably 800 damage round 2. Whereas, but like sometimes they've started Stormcallers and they beat the tarantulas quite easily, so it's just very polarized, kind of flippy on what the starts are. In terms of specialists, I like them. I like the change to Marksman Specialist. I think Saber and Farseer Specialist are pretty fine in the end. Like, Saber is it's a good specialist, but like, you know, specialists are allowed to be good. It's not like terribly overpowered. I have had a game where I hit intensive on round 2 and it was kind of like, yeah, how are you realistically going to kill a level 2 Saber on round 2? Like, I think it's pretty fine. I'm still not the biggest fan of the gameplay of Aerial Spec and Giant Spec. But, like, it's fine for there to be ones I personally don't like, you know? Some people do like them. But I just, like, ever since the unit drops, it feels like you just unlock those. Like, the unlocking specialists are kind of, what's the point? You're just gonna get unlocks for free. But I mean, there obviously is a point. Like, sometimes you don't get the unit that you want.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to having Tarantula Specialist, for example, which is announced for the 1.0.
You mean Typhoon?
Or Typhoon, yes. Typhoon Specialist.
Typhoon.
Yeah.
It's like, I know you well enough to know what you meant to say there.
Yeah, I'm like, no, Tarantula Spec would be even more toxic.
Tarantula Spec would be terrible. You are correct. No, Typhoon Specialist, because then you can do things like planning around a ball food build from the start.
Yeah. And was there also a Badger Specialist?
It's a Badger Specialist.
Yes.
And honestly, that is the one that I am
That's gonna be
currently worried
scary.
about after seeing it on Beta Branch. We'll
Yeah,
see.
I'm like,
I'm mostly
is
worried
it
about
secretly
what's going
just
to do in your hands, sir.
yeah? Is it secretly Crawler Specialist?
Yes,
you
it
know,
is.
like
Yes, it is.
Right, because you have one-sided monopoly on Badger, which means
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
crawl her again.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Badger is just scary these days. And knowing you get it, and knowing that unless they get it on the first drop, only you get it, is just so strong.
Right.
Yeah.
Here is a interesting comment from Squish. It says, hot take. Maybe having a photon on War Factory is what makes it OP, because it makes the traditional counters no longer counter it. Remove that tech and make it come in from something else. It would certainly give Farseer and Botan places in the War Factory meta.
Yeah. I sort of love that take because on like day 1 of it having that tech, everyone is like, why would you photon a factory? That's so dumb.
Really?
Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit different of it lasted less time back then.
That's
and
right,
like
the duration
the battle
changed.
factory was just so much less of a thing.
Right.
But
Like sometimes
yeah,
that's the
we've come
tech
full
that you
circle.
take to win the mirror. Like if they only have range and you can deploy front and you just win
Yeah.
a head-to-head smash and you don't get EMP'd, you don't get acided.
Yeah, oh, Geiger Chat is running Phoenix Prod as the only production. Kind of interesting. It's the one that can't protect you from like melters and stuff.
But it's also the one thing I can't shoot is air, and this is now
Yeah,
allows me
yeah.
to shoot air.
Yeah, it gives you the most flexibility weapon-wise.
Right.
But the least it's like less flexible in terms of protecting your factory.
Right. This feels like it's old meta to me. This feels like
Yeah.
the meta from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, although it's still like efficient maintenance on the corner.
Right. Yeah, but I mean in terms of its tech. In terms of its tech.
Yeah, yeah. Alright, Clint Fleetwood has invited me to a battle.
Alright, I'm going to step out of this match then. And we will follow you to that one.
And I'll jump over to the official Melter chat. You can join us when you're done.
Alright. Cheers.
Whatever is fine.
And
Alright.
do you want me in your ear or do you want me silent, sir?
You can be in my ear, that's fine.
Cool.
Oh, we don't have a spec delay, I think.
Oh, yeah, you do.
So just leave spec.
I'm
Maybe just don't
spectating.
spectate and you can you just like leave and go on watch on stream,
Right, I
or
can
we can
watch-
remake.
Right,
Or
I cannot be spectating because I'll
No.
see Clint's plays. So
Yeah,
it
exactly.
makes sense. I've got to get out either way.
Yeah. Sorry,
No, it's okay.
I noticed it like as we
Yeah,
started.
I saw it right as you said it. I was like, oh yeah, and not even because we'd already clicked off the screen. I was just in the.
Yeah, I can stream on Discord if you want. These are sort of
I'll just jump into your. Yeah. Actually,
Okay.
That's a little faster, but it's worse on your network and machine.
Yeah.
Run through your turn one, and then we'll figure it out.
All right. Yeah, it kind of trolls specialists. He's Saber. I am so tempted to go Fangs. Though I know he likes Fort Stang a lot, so maybe I don't want to go Fangs. I think I will just add crawlers.
And am I just following you on your Twitch for now?
Sure. Yeah, I can Discord stream like after.
Yeah. Oh.
For my speed. Might be kind of an awkward round one. Alright, do you want me to stream Discord or you want to just stick with this?
If you can, because then I can feed that to the audience. Perfect.
Let me share my screen. Mechabellum. Go live. Alright, you should see it now.
Perfect, I've got it. Much appreciated. Sorry to trouble you.
It's all good.
And we should have that.
Oh no, he's gonna take the tower. But I'm also gonna take tower, so we get trickster points.
Yeah.
Um, week 3. 1 tower. He took 2. Bummer. Phoenix looks pretty decent.
Yeah,
They're against...
I like Phoenix for your
things.
aggro positioning.
But Typhoon is like good into his chaff.
Typhoon is
Yeah.
really solid. I mean, you know I love Typhoon crawler, ball crawl aggro. It just doesn't suit your longer term. Actually, it does.
Yeah,
Some people were countering War Factory with Wasp.
Yeah, no, I actually like Ball Typhoon as a eventual War Factory. Although he's already like headbutting, so we're not going to be all the way in the corner with it.
Yep.
Play Archer with the raid, welcome. Play Archer viewers, we are doing the Triple Threat Trickster match here. Let's get that guy split so he's killing 2. And GG earlier. Maybe just send a crawler after that thing. It can be... Yeah, we don't need to reserve that corner.
Right, because if you jump over to that corner, you're going to be behind it anyways.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a crawler in front. Because there's like Phoenix and stuff that could be shooting at us.
Right, for that steel ball pack, I like it.
Yeah, there's also a Saber, so I think I'll get another front crawler
5 seconds.
here.
Nice.
And he does add Mustangs.
And you had that last crawler in exactly the right place to take that Saber. For
Yeah.
Quite a long time.
Although this guy's not quite clearing chaff over there. We'll get tower, though. I think we're out of balls for the most part.
Yeah, we are now.
I mean...
We get tower.
Might be a Scorpion angle, or it might just be a War Factory angle.
Yeah.
Zacho kept saying, like, he has units!
What's the counter to units?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I was watching Sacco when he was so frustrated last night, same as you were.
Yeah.
It's, he has units. What's the answer? War Factory, of course.
Improved Wasp. Don't think it's improved Wasp when there is already Mustang and Typhoon. Could just be Orbital.
Early Orbital on his clump.
Yeah.
We'll get it again late game.
That is missable, but it's kind of fine. I think I might just start selling the balls and going Scorps.
That funds that for sure.
Yeah, this one is performing worse. Where the heck is Scorpion?
Yeah.
I never unlocked that unit myself.
When was the last time you unlocked Scorpion?
Maybe just like right behind this guy. Well, I think I'll put it there. Get this crawler first. Well, there's a Bombard. I'd rather just have like a late crawler playing around Bombard this round. Yeah, he just missiles it. It's kind of fine by me. Saber over there, sure.
That's nice trickster points for him.
Okay, this has good locks. Just take one more shot hurriedly. Thank you.
Thank you.
But these are both super low. Just take a few shots. There you go.
That guy's in
What
good
happened to
shape,
this
though.
thing? Yeah, I think we lose to the Saber unless like tower debuff helps us enough.
Get tower, but that's it. Do we lose in time to not lose tower? No. C'est la vie.
Okay, so that was round 3. I got a tower. I think I had 0 round 2.
That's
Absorption module.
Didn't you get it with that outside crawler. Thought you got it with the right side crawler. That's why it leveled on round 2.
What's that?
Right side crawler got that tower on round 2, I believe.
Oh, yeah. I think I like absorb on this guy. He's doing pretty well. We're reasonably covered against Wasp. So it could be another Typhoon here and like another Scorp. Might want range on him.
About 30 seconds.
Probably like another crawler. Kind of saturate the front with crawlers. Still missiling this. Doesn't level. These guys got stuck on a bubble. Okay, the units going in came out. Absorb module kind of helping, but not enough.
Right. Once we're into the Sabertooth, we're in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, the bubble was sort of a problem there. We're gonna lose tower to like one Mustang. I'm gonna take the shot. Oh, that was a beautiful one.
And we have Fangs working on a tower.
Yeah, but I don't think they're gonna get it.
No, not with Mustangs.
Tragedy. Okay, so that round we got 0.
Gave up 1.
Assault Scorpion I will take.
Reduced.
And just give him range.
Get him back, yep. Reduced rate of fire is the key there.
Yeah. So one more here.
With a buddy. Yep, love it.
Yeah, I'd sort of prefer him shooting this bubble off rip to help this guy out. No more cells left, so I can start taking enhancements. We could AM this, but I don't know that that's necessary.
Yeah, I don't see that one yet.
Because I feel like he eventually just deploys something that kills it.
Right, and we can always deploy a second crawler out there as well on the flank for the trickster point and making it kind of to missile it out. 40 seconds.
I think that's just good. He's developing the flank more.
Right.
He does missile again.
Expect that flank Typhoon with a shield in a minute for your purposes.
Alright, we get the bubble.
Mostly because that's what I do. Flank Foon with bubble and keep the flank alive for a while.
Yeah. Maybe we can keep lining Scorps against it. Eventually, like, double shot him or something.
Yeah, double shot will get through either two shields or 1 shield and 1 Foon, as long as your level equal.
Nice, we get a tower. Oh, we're gonna get both towers.
Ah, brilliant, go!
2 tower kill points.
I think you need to do the Sesame Street count voice next time.
Yeah, oh yeah. Boats probably. Or marksman. I think boats are cleaner to answer enemy boats.
Right.
I don't know what he runs. I don't think he runs launcher range. I think boats kind of cover everything. I might put 1 outside. Maybe it's just better to have him cover everything.
Yeah, photoning everything if needed.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think we stick to this plan, though.
And expecting, yeah. Right.
Since there's nothing that can really contest this, I'm okay with it kind of being our starting tank against the Typhoon.
Yep.
I haven't teched my Typhoons yet, but I think we just have to accept that.
Tech might be attack enhancement off of tower right now,
Yeah.
because that's effectively attack for them, plus 12% attack.
Yeah. Might eventually be bubbles. Or missiles. Probably bubbles. Okay, he... Armor... Oh, he takes Worm and armors it.
Yeah, Worm on the flank, sure. Yep. You actually have a really nice chaff build for keeping that thing pinned on the surface. One Scorpion.
Yeah, we could armor the Scorps at some point.
One over there is level 3, right? Coming at us on the left side.
This Sabertooth, yeah.
That's the only
The
one.
boats are doing pretty well. Might just ground cannon them.
To make sure we don't get anti-missile.
Alright, we get both towers.
Nice. 2 towers and the flank again.
Okay, this guy levels. Lightning Storm, ER. He gets the barrier for his flank giant. I think we just lightning.
Right, you've got orbital up next round as well.
Yeah. I think it's the bubbles then.
Yeah, I was going to say we've got 4 untech Typhoons.
I think I'm kind of ignoring the boats this round. Need a chaff in front here.
How do you feel about a flank Foon so that it's establishing a shield out there on either side?
I don't really want to flank at all, even though it's
Okay,
tricksters. I'm just like,
Playing standard Andy, play defense, win the game.
yeah, just kind of playing defense here.
Mhm.
Maybe another late crawler. Well, maybe this crawler.
Right. We're winning towers, that gets us points.
Yeah,
Winning the match gets us points.
pretty much. Right, he just takes a bunch of bubbles.
Mm-hmm. He has missiled out that level 2 crawler every single round. It's really adding
I know.
up for him.
That was a brutal lightning storm.
Yeah.
And the bubbles did not survive very long.
Well,
All right, and do we take both towers?
You're,
Take the towers, guys. No, don't kill it. Don't kill it too fast. Just take towers. All right, that's game. We do take one, though.
Yep. Got 1 tower.
All right, I made it easy to calculate my trickster score by not,
By not
flanking.
Perverse incentives. I love it.
All right.
Wow.
All right, but I mean, a dub's a dub, and we got above 50% tower kills because there was 1 round where we had 0, but 2 rounds where we had 2.
Very nice.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, I did tally all the rounds. So out of 14 possible, we got 8.
Very nice.
All right.
Jumped into the Rooster Cat, Jerry Hattrick, and Alpha Titan match.
All right. Does that one have spec delay? Do we know?
I believe so. I don't know for sure. The rules say it's supposed to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to trust them on that one.
All right. Well, I mean, we're still in here, I guess.
Right. We're not. Even if it did not, we wouldn't be giving them advice from here, right? That's a nice drive-by. That looks like a Cat Same You play, except it was coming from Rooster. On the far left there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm flipping my camera around, even though it'll confuse chat. Watching from our team's perspective.
Fair enough. I have left your screen and am showing live off of my own view.
Oh, right, I can stop sharing.
Yeah, if you want to save bandwidth and all that.
Yep. Oh, and I can like post my replay and stuff.
All the little things. Looks like we have a lot of forts coming from right to left, but they don't shoot up. I'm gonna wait on our marksman for finishing things out. One of them is too far out in front of his friends. I keep trying to click speed up, but there's no speed up button. Team taking double orbitals here. So if we are looking at it from the blue perspective, Cat is on the right, Alpha Titan's on the left. We've actually we do it this way.
Okay, they do have spec delay, we can confirm.
We saw GG's, yes.
Yeah. So whose perspective am I in? Is this... Okay, I'm in Alpha Titans. Yeah.
Hello, Titan. We are watching the end of your last round here.
How did Apucci do?
I won with 8 out of 14 towers killed, but no flanks. I just defended with a Assault Scorp Typhoon build against his, like, Typhoon Saber Mustang stuff.
Yeah, it was Foon Saber.
I got reverse replicated.
Oof.
So I punched hard last round, but he teched
He went drill replicate.
and took levels. So I think I pivot hard for like a massive counter punch, but Cat also floated to War Factory next round. And we got hit at a bad combination.
Yikes.
2500
All right,
is
so
potentially lethal in 2v2 where it doesn't feel like it if you're used to the 1v1 basing.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I thought that I had a relatively stable board position, and I still think I did.
Yeah.
I had Chaff missiled out and got leveled replicated, so that was what really got me on this side.
Yeah.
So
that can happen. So who's our one this time?
Now it's going to be me or Cat. Cat, what are your thoughts? Want to volunteer solo, or shall I bite the bullet? I'll take... I think that I should stick with what I'm strong at and stay with twos. And if I have to go solo it in the end, then that'll be what it is. But I think that I'm probably best for the team in 2v2.
Fair enough.
So, Emrock, do you want to then join a Cat on his side of things, since it's me and Apucci?
That way we have the VOD.
We have the VOD
if needed.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
That's a good call.
And Kat, if you will stream to me here, and then you two can grab the official Melter voice comms.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Perfect. Cat, I will be back to be in your ear in a moment, but I need to step away for just a sec. So, I'll be with you by the time this match has started, I think. Alright, we are in round 2 of our Triple Threat Tricksters match. We've got Cat Say Mew against Rooster. Kind of like your Farseer, Cat, for speed and flexibility. You like your Fortified? Or your Sabertooth. Yeah, the Sabertooth with, yeah, that's a really good one. Why am I versus the raid boss again? Yeah, well... Alright, so we're going to start out aggro right. Yep, one arc light to cover. Yeah, there's nothing fast over there. How do you feel about one middle to pull? Oh, okay. Pull way outside. Okay, I like that. On the line arc light. Is that, do we get missiled out if that one takes a missile? That one eats our, brings a missile onto our steel balls, I think. Yeah, I think I've made this mistake before. You can be probably one further forward if you're going to do an on-the-line crawler later. You have the arcs one further forward. Ooh, round 1 Phoenix from opponent. That's a round win for them. Yeah, I know a bunch of people really like that one for mitigating hit point damage. In particular, it's part of Rooster's War Factory build to ensure that he's not hemorrhaging early hit points and he can survive the late build. We watched that a bunch in Asia this morning. I've made this mistake before. The path to mecha wisdom. It is true, it's true. And now we've got our Sabertooth. Hasted Flank Saber. Baller, I like it, Cat. Give it a flank crawler as well. And our main push gets the Mustang to play, or the Marksman to play with. And a crawler on the line. Looks good to me. Oh no. Rooster's still in all of his tournament techs. See Badger, take Badger? Yeah. Mobile beacon out and around, I like it. Yep, that looks good. Other alternative would be lighting it on fire ourselves and letting the steel ball run right through it, and mobile beaconing crawlers instead of steel balls around. That might be even better. Flank Badger, okay. 50 seconds. Double Flank Badger, so whatever chaff we've got, we're eating. How do you feel about screening? Yeah, good, good. Make sure we're not getting et on corners. I like it. Hey, thank you to Bratwurst and Wolfthal for the follows, much appreciated. Sorry this is a little bit less focused on chat than it could be, because we're, we're in tournament at the moment. This is our Triple Threat Tricksters tournament for the Melter team. I'm kind of in the spotter coach role, and Kat has done beautifully with this pack of Phoenix. I just tried to click on them to check text and everything. Can't click on them because they are right up on the I'm on a browser screen, but did really beautifully with that flank, kind of reading to put this flank screening Fang down on the corner to ensure that we didn't lose this tower to a cheesy Phoenix flank. We get one tower on the corner. Right, Rhino drop, try to get a tower from behind. Flank screen to, or Fang to protect one of our flanks. or one of our flanking units, I should say. Do we need the flank screen against Phoenix or Wasp flank back right? Or are you going to count on that missile? Just missile? Okay, got it. Late crawler? Very fireable there. Yeah, just any inch over I like better. Yep. For Rhino deep. Right, okay. $15. 300 to spend if you want it. Could be a tech somewhere. Doesn't have to be. We can float it. You're in really good shape with 4,000 hit points. You don't have to spend everything right now. No rush. There is the Rhino, good call. And flank crawler. On the opposite side. So you've bought almost all the time you could possibly need with the screening units and your own missiles. You've got tower. It's going to take them forever to get through things. He's got a hacker on our... Yeesh. I see. We have destroyed the hacker with the haste module saber. That one was the only thing that was in any real danger of getting hacked. Rhino actually got a second tower. That might get us a second tower if haste module boy will hurry up there. Come on. Thank you. Good work. We floated 250 into this, and Euro had 4,200 to 2,100. Okay, I like that too. Hit the hacker. Corner war factory with a mobile beacon right through. Get tower. Do you want that mobile beacon to go diagonal right across the front of the tower instead of coming down the sides towards the hacker? Keep it away from the hacker entirely. Yep. The war factory meta for that is to actually continue that with the second leg on towards the left side tower. But come back to that at the very end of the round if you have time. So it'd be like to run the second leg towards the H instead of stopping where it is, would be the typical War Factory aggro play. Yep, okay. I'm planning on it contributing to getting the hacker kill. I just want to keep it out of the range of the hacker. Double missiles this round, huh? And 2 new hackers, so it turns out not to matter where that mobile beacon was going. The Fang on the far side made a big difference. Huge difference, really. We get tower. And 2 towers. And what are there? A couple of Fangs surviving down there? Beautiful. And thanks for staying alive long enough for us to get your towers. We appreciate it. Rooster down to 791. Double Overlord. Yeah, I wouldn't flank now. Yeah, good choice. We don't want to spend any monies on or any time on call-in. Summoning sickness right now. Good. No need for a mobile beacon on the right because we've got auto locks. You want speed with your 50? Perfect. I actually like that because it'll summon in late and then run in on those hackers late. That's pretty solid. Do we need a late crawler behind this war factory on the left at all? Yep. Yeah, just anywhere down here is fine. Well, okay, that'll work too, but... I just want to have the chaff arriving super late. Launcher overload on his overlords. Oh, you took out that hacker at beautiful timing, Cat. Don't get hacked. Do get the second tower. Go past go. Collect 200. Triple threat trickster points. Outrange the enemy overlords. Deal 1,000 damage. Win game. Nicely played, sir. Really solid. Don't forget to save replay. Oh, you have auto replay on. Perfect. Don't mind me panicking over here. Yeah, you had this in the bag there, Cat. You're solid. You were solid, man. Well done. Good work. Where is the other match? Did they just finish? Oh, there they are. Alright, looks like Clint left. Sorry. Jer right. Alpha Titan is right side here. And Afuchi is left side. Titan right side with all the forts here. Does not look like we've done much flanking with this match. You did all of the trickster points in getting that win there. So it looks like Pucci and Titan are playing the bring home the W, finish the round. Get trickster points by winning. We're going to finish this side before we take that tower, unfortunately. It's like watching the kickoff of a football game. We'll just be right here at the 50-yard line. Somebody needs to stop those crawlers. No, not you guys, Storms. Please, anybody but you. Oh dear. Well, that was unfortunate. Alpha Titan on not successfully defending his tower from the, the late crawler run to the far side of the board. I'm not sure it's a fair critique. And he does, in fact, you know, win the round and all that. So maybe it would be a very unfair critique. We're on to round 6. Of course, we're 90 seconds behind them and then some. Game is desperately trying to catch us up. We've got the mobile beacon fort play. Looks like we have forced somebody to sell out of a flank Titan. That's rude. Don't you just abandon your flank and let it lose? Apuchi's got the Fire Badgers out here. Has the Fire Badger flip with steel balls. Backed up by, or backing up a pair of crawlers. Yeesh. That, alright, we got a unit drop, I'm presuming. We have double Overlord showing into triple Overlord, quad Overlord for Apuchi. On Titan's side, he's added the War Factory. But it's not the corner War Factory, it's just straight up the middle. The mobile beaconed Overlord's got corner there. The mobile beaconed forts are coming in on this tower here. So opponents are trying the straight through the middle, divide them in half, and conquer. Soja, that's a good question as to whether they have a section for ideas on the official Discord. I don't know. I know I've got a channel that I can report that sort of thing in, but I don't think there's one on the official Discord. Whoosh! Flint and Jerry Hattrick almost finished this off. Alpha down to 204. You know, you'd have to look. I don't actually spend much time on the official Discord. It's like 6th down my list of places to check, and every time I go talk there, I notice how toxic it is again and wind up frustrated. So, honestly, I kind of avoid it a little bit. There might be better ways to handle it, but I've been happier since I left it and just focused on the guild one. We've got Scorching Flames Vulcans and a range plus the efficient maintenance for Alpha Titan. I like the fact that he's dropped a War Factory in the way here. It looks like Apuchi has abandoned defending this tower. Just gonna pull back and... Where's he going? Where'd the money go? Where did the money go, Apuchi? What did you spend it on? Oh, he's getting missiled out on the line over here. In fact, this is something we've got to remember because it looks like this is the second game in a row that the 2v2 has ended with crawlers on the line getting just missiled out for opponent's last play. And you can see that without the chaff on the line, it's going to be a very different game over there. That's exactly the finish they gave to But Apuchi gets that backside tower with the Rhino drop. Oh, very nice. Very nice, and wins despite losing all of the chaff. Had a very nice distraction down the middle. These guys are going nowhere. And it looks like it is 2 forts by themselves. Under tower debuff.
Hello.
1 fort by themselves under tower debuff. It did get the tower at the very end. Not going to be enough to save itself. And Apuchi arriving onto those overlords in the distance in time to save his own tower, despite appearing to have completely abandoned it. Very nice finish, guys. Cat won his match. You guys have won yours. That ends our triple threat tricksters match for the day. Don't forget to save your replay for the...
I did.
Perfect, thank you. And Cat has his saved. So, really nice. Do you want to talk through that board really quick? What were you doing?
Well, on my side of things, it was just from the beginning of the game, I knew that I kind of wanted to go Vulcan. The board that he had some crawlers on it, and he immediately went for it to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
So I just naturally segued into Fortress. I did have a slight positional weakness with my left side Vulcan that was going to get fixed next round because it wasn't doing its chaff clear job, which is why my War Factory on the left died.
Right.
Because it was shooting crawlers and not the forts.
Right.
But I was actually able to cash in the flank that he started with the Typhoon, leveled my fortress, so when the enhancement module dropped, I was able to level it and then sell it.
Oh, very nice.
And that was able to really fund the pivot.
And you forced him to sell out of a flank, which is brutal
exactly.
in triple threat trickster points.
Mm-hmm.
Apucci, very nice. Cat won his match.
Yeah.
Did really well in terms of both winning towers, getting lots of flank points, and then just clean winning the match. Like, he had 4,000 hit points left sort of win. It was brilliant. Just a clinic in playing aggro.
Right. I love how Cat's always like, I'm rusty, don't know about this, guys. Proceeds to just surgically win.
Yeah, wow, and it is like a lot of tower kills. Almost 100%. It's just the one round. It was 0-0. 2 on round 1, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all 2 tower kills.
Oh my gosh.
Nicely done.
I'm not sure. I think we have to watch the replay on that last one. Oh no, we did, because there were the couple of fangs left. That's right, we got the tower on that one.
Game 1, where Cat and I were 2v2ing, it was a lot like how Apucci and I 2v2'd, where the opponents had a big swing turn where we almost got knocked out, but then we super counterpunched. I was pretty sure if we had had one more round, we would have actually won our first 2v2. It was that kind of match where it was just going to swing back and forth with answer, counter, answer. So,
right.
I will say, Apucci, when you were talking about boats and I looked over, I thought those were his boats and not your boats. That last round. And I was like,
Very nice.
I wanted to make sure that I was here for as long as it would take to do this, but because of the time frame, I have somewhere that I was hoping to be in 45 minutes, and I will in fact have time to be there.
Okay.
So I will make a gracious exit for the rest of the day, but it has been a blast.
All right.
Gaming with you all, and Melter taking names against some solid opponents.
Yeah, we've had 2 wins on two of the rounds that I was highlighting as these are going to be the most difficult for us. So very well done, guys. Well played. Congrats to all 3 of you. And Alpha, appreciate you dropping in to cast Europe with me. It was a lot of fun.
My pleasure. You have a great rest of your day and finish out your marathon strong. I'm glad you were able to not have to exert too much brain power on the trickster intermission.
Actually, I even took time to make and eat a sandwich.
Well, good for you. Imagine eating food.
I even went and talked to my dad for a minute. Like, it's been weird.
Wow.
I'm not sure what to do with this amount of time.
And a shout out to Jerry. He was saying he stepped in for them, so this wasn't just a buy round.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants that.
Nope.
We want to win, but we want to play the game. That's the whole point.
Yes, the whole point. Exactly.
Oh.
All right, cool. Enjoy your evening, sir. Appreciate it.
I will. If Apucci jumps back in, let him know that I very much enjoyed gaming with him. It was good communication.
Yep.
And look forward to next week.
All right, cool.
Cheers.
Cheers. And Apucci is still here, quite muted at the moment, so I presume he's talking to his stream and may have me on mute as well.
I'm back. I actually heard everything that was said. I had I have wireless headphones. I was just taking a bathroom break.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Running the ads.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And in that time, we got a raid from the Rooster Man.
Oh, very nice.
Welcome,
very
Rooster.
nice.
He says he's getting abused after 12 hours of streaming. Yeah.
Yeah, it gets a little exhausting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But
yeah, we had in our schedule this written down as after, and I very much was not prepared to play before.
Yeah, I actually I kind of have to schedule for after because I jump over to picking up my kiddo in between
right.
Asia and Europe, so yeah, it's just part of the routine on Saturdays. So
yeah.
Well, would you like to do some 2v2 ladder? What would you like to do at this point?
Sure, I'm down.
Right.
Get that 2v2 rating up a little bit.
I don't think I've done mine, my leaderboard duty. No, I'm still on. Okay, I'm sitting at 15th at the moment.
Nice.
So,
Yeah, there was a period, I think when the 2v2 MMR first came out, Baller hopped in my stream and we played like 10 games, and I placemented to the top of the ladder, and I was like, what? And Baller's just like, wait, how are you higher than me though? I don't know. All right, good night, Rooster. And yeah, then I held it for a little while, and then like Arbiter and GCU started grinding.
Yeah.
And Sacco.
Yep. Those gentlemen, they kind of know the game a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a smidge.
Yeah, they were a pretty dangerous team for quite a while.
And are you planning to play Americas tonight?
Yeah.
Coolio. Going for the double again. Gatekeeping entry to the
yeah
to the qualifying tournament, or to the Launch Clash tournament.
Tricocerus, I won the tourney. You can see the badge. Oh, we got dodged. They saw the badge and they were like, oh god,
I'm out.
Get me out.
We're clearly the A team here.
Yeah. Oh, I think they were
The
randos.
14, the 1400.
Yeah, well,
that.
Oh, no.
If I'm gonna face
and then
these
like
two,
leaves the lower ones.
I don't want to go with the 1280. But
yeah, that's sort of the issue with twos, is like there's not that much on the ladder sometimes.
Yeah, it can be a little bit just grinding out, +3, +4, +5.
Mm-hmm. I got
gonna-
a speed tarantula marksman pack. Oh, maybe I could go for it. I'll take speed.
Okay, I've got Farseer with Tarantula and Fang. I don't really like any of my others, so I'm going to take that one.
It's a pretty good pack.
Yeah, depending on what they have, I might or may not sell the Tarantulas.
I'm against cost control. You're against marksman.
My guy has Fang and Storm, so I think this is the set to sell out of the Tarantulas for.
Oh, my client's starting to get a little leggy.
Yeah, I actually restarted it during the wait for Triple Threat Tricksters. I will try to remember to remind you to restart before tourney.
Yeah. Kind of funny these days, where it's just like totally fine to buy crawlers and arc lights. It's like,
yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'll just go loose if you get too many of them, you know.
Yeah, there was one match in Asia where, we had joined the match late, and it was like, how does somebody wind up in 13 quad detect, high-level carry arc lights? And you can just,
yeah.
We joined in round 9, and I was just like, okay, if you look at this map and you run it backwards in your head, you can see that it started as a chaffless elite specialist running into a triple arc light start. And I actually took a look at the replay between tournaments, and I was like, I actually called this match.
Nice.
Because the guy had to buy, leveled.
Yeah, you see no great chaff.
Yeah, there was no great chaff. All of his chaff was level 2 or above, so it's like he knew.
Yeah.
It's just like, wow. Ace commentary, let's go.
Alright, well, I'm not winning round 1. Yeah, that's another one where, like, balls can do fine into Tarantula starts. But sometimes, depending on the deploy, the Tarantula starts still beat the balls.
Right.
Like, Sniper plus Tarantula kind of struggles.
Yeah, you didn't have the chaff to slow down the
Because
balls.
you don't have that much chaff.
Yeah, and he had the arc lights. So.
Yeah, I placed my chaff thinking it might be a headbutt, and they're actually standard balls, which long-term will be better for me. Improved Wraith. I think I'm just gonna kind of go pure Spider here.
Yeah, I'm taking that improved firepower unless you need me to missile strike something.
No, there's no missile strike targets here.
There's a missile strike.
I'm just taking it as well.
For the storms, but I just think this is better long-term value.
Hmm. Hmm. I'm so weird. Like, I realized a problem with the all the way shallow flank on certain units like Tarantula, which is that your opponent can do a shallowest possible flank ball across from it. And like, now that I know I've realized that, I've started playing around it, even though nobody besides me is doing that right now, and I'm just like, why am I playing around this tech that only I use?
Right. Nobody else is doing this, but somebody eventually will figure it out.
Yeah, yeah.
That is one
yeah,
of the
I don't want to...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't want to get trolled by it.
Right.
What is... My opponent is in mass-produced wasps now, so I can no longer Tarantula spam. I do not run anti-air.
Okay. I've got double Mustang on the board already. I just need to get missiled.
Yeah, they committed a tech, so I'm just going to go Stings.
Yeah.
Oh my god, so much damage.
Ouch.
My board is not stable.
Yeah.
Another firepower. Tempted to sell this and just go Stings. Maybe not yet, though. Because I don't really have crawler clear without it. Oh my god, the lag. Okay, we'll see how that does.
Updating that piece of advice to restart between this match and the next one.
Yeah, yeah.
Got it.
It looks like I get in on tower this time. Yeah, firepower stings are gonna level.
I got this entire board is slow, so I'm gonna throw down probably a triple storm with my he also puts the guys on the boards.
Yeah, he missile struck your center Mustangs.
Which is good, he kept them leveling. It's actually a pretty smart play. I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like it, but it's nice to see competent play.
Yeah, because they just need to kill us fast.
Yes, yeah, get there before
We're like
we
almost
scale.
dead. I think I take the sledges. Could be the Scorp. Holy balls, the leg. One more crawler, levels. I think levels. This is going to be a juicy missile. Nice, crawler's getting into the tower.
Extra triple threat trickster points for you. You've gotten 2 towers.
I know. I get so used to counting tower kills.
3. There we go. Wait, you shoot. We are going to have to finish off a melter over here. It's really the only problem at the moment.
Yep. Got a bit of a staying army. Shouldn't be a problem.
Very nice.
Hmm. This thing has only killed 5 chaff all game. See if we get away with running back that missile. Or if they cover it. It's like they're not... Oh, they have a crawler there. Kind of covers it. Still should get a decent amount. And they got the balls out of range of missile, killing with health.
Well, that's actually pretty clever. My guy has gone triple anti-missile.
Hmm.
You know, anti-missile devices with...
Yeah, you're killing them though.
Units. So it's going to be very expensive for him long term.
So that Rhino does actually take me a while to kill.
Solid. Very solid.
Yep, just one more good round.
Would you like another Mustang
Ooh.
item? Or do we need speed now?
I don't really need speed.
Great.
I already itemed to one of my, like, 3rd Mustang, but I...
No, I have 4 itemized Mustangs.
Yeah. Watch out for the missile strike.
Got it. Yeah. Missile strike is up. Clearly. Just gonna be here.
I'm just gonna skip. I don't need another Mustang, I don't think.
What kind of heresy is this? Don't need another Mustang. I thought we were friends. Is there anything I would loan for at this point?
This thing is top damage, I guess.
I guess I could loan for Crawler Replicate? Hope he's actually getting in, right?
Oh yeah, I was gonna loose my crawlers.
Actually, that is probably what I should do.
I think I just downgrade this. Wait, did I have enough money for another? No, I don't have range yet. They charge shot the arcs.
Yeah. Triple tech carry arc. He's rebought all the anti-missile devices. Well, as many as he could afford.
Oh, they got in on my tarantula a bit better this time.
My crawlers got
Tower got
tower.
fortified a little bit. Kill it. Good job.
Okay, I'm just gonna freeze frame this.
It's a
where,
Mustang army.
You have carried
It's
me
so
all
beautiful.
game, and I show up on run 6 buying all the Mustangs. Hi, I'm here to carry you now. That was fun.
All right, I am restarting my client.
Yes, I will
Because that was-
wait for you. That was pretty. Yes.
It was crazy.
Yeah, I should have mentioned it because I was noticing the jitteriness during your when you were casting over to me on Discord. I was like, ooh, that doesn't feel good. But then I just assumed it was if you weren't mentioning it, that it must be the Discord. You know, the fact that I'm streaming through. You know, I'm streaming. I'm just
Yeah.
I shouldn't have assumed that because I have just updated wireless, so I'm getting a full 1 gig output now.
All right, I am back in.
All right.
Does it take 10 games in 2v2 to get your MMR back as well?
I believe that
Or
is
to
the
get
case,
shown
yeah.
again?
Yep. All right. Cheers, Blue Feral. Appreciate you being around. Enjoy your steak. I'm trying to get all of the little pieces ready for hosting that tournament. And yes, it's like, okay, I've been having spotty wireless, you know, it's just congested neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
It's so densely, you know, it's densely urban.
Yeah.
So there's just too many people with 2.4 gigahertz wireless.
Oh, did you switch to a different frequency?
I switched out to 6E. I'm like, oh, look, there's no congestion at all. I see. How many wireless networks do I see? 1. Turns out that makes a huge difference.
That's nice.
Yeah. So, all of a sudden, the fiber that I had been paying for like half a year to support streaming has actually used.
Hmm.
Hey, look at
Yeah,
this.
I'm wired up.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm not. I could be on Wi-Fi, but it just.
No, it's better to be wired.
You know, I'm in a tiny studio, so easy enough to wire up. Although, of course, the portal where the cable comes in is across the door from where I have my desk, so I have it just like running like right under kind of the door jamb and just tape over it, and I've like forgotten it's there, but yeah, it's just like kind of taped along the wall going around a corner.
Yeah, mine would literally be crossing the hallway, cutting off Kiddo's room. You know, it'd just be. Like, you know what? It's just safer to. I mean, Kiddo's old enough that they're not, you know, playing with wires or anything. It's just let's make sure they're not tripping over it or their friends trip over it. Sort of thing.
I definitely had some houses in like college grad school where there's just like loose wires going down long hallways, and it's just like
Been there, done
you just
that.
get used to it eventually.
It's safe enough. Good enough.
Up, dodge. I'm just gonna. I'm like no longer properly tracking. Oh, we got a match.
Ooh,
A stronger match. Dang it! I thought the queue was gonna take a long time again, and I started at least a short ad. But...
Nope.
'Cause I've stopped running it automatically because it
Oh.
just trolls me too much. So now
Yeah.
I'm just manually doing it.
Yep.
But I haven't taken a break in a little while. No, I took a bathroom break after that. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Moving on.
It's fine. It'll be fine.
I have Rhino Spec Crawler Sledge.
Okay, I have a Rhino Crawler Storm, a giant.
Oh, it's so low health.
Sting,
Wow.
A giant Sting and Crawler, or Farseer Ball Fang. I think I like the Farseer Ball Fang and try to run my my aggro out of it.
All right. So mine is giant spec.
You guys, Aerial.
Fang sledge. Yours is aerial. Mark tarantula. I probably want to push outside since my units do poorly into your guys' board.
Sure. You want me to try to handle mid then?
I can like draw off a little bit of mid, I guess.
Okay. If you've got like maybe even just one crawler would be
Yeah.
hard need right now.
All right, I'll just put a splitting crawler behind tower, or I'll put a crawler in front if you're going up that far.
I'm planning
Yeah.
on being up on the line and just full aggro position.
Oh, they're sort of splitting you away.
That's fine.
I think you lock. Oh, the one that locked it died.
Yeah, the marksman got a good lock on it. It's fine. I will be adding shaft to keep this better. Got that outside the tower.
I doubt I clear much more here.
Yeah, but it's actually pretty good tower timing for you, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Split and everything. Even better.
Yeah, I might clear like a sledge or two. Okay. Badger, Wraith, Wasp, Rhino.
Oh, I did promise I was going to add some shaft there, didn't I?
But yeah, your opponent does run anti-air, but Badger's probably pretty decent.
Yup.
Of course, I feel funny with the blue Rhino coming when I'm Rhino spec. I might go Wasp. I don't think my opponent goes Wraith here. Should be good. Yeah, they went Badger Repair and they're missing my... Dude, yeah, your guy went Wraith.
Yeah, unsurprising. I didn't have any anti-air.
Yeah.
Got the fangs, but that's about it.
I still might, like, range my Wasp. Like, my Wasp does well into my opponent's board, and, like, I just have to eventually get him to the state where they beat your guys.
Well, hopefully I get us to clearing that thing out quickly.
It's weird, they killed my sledge that wasn't clearing chaff and left the one that was clearing chaff alive. And they went instant maintenance on the Badgers. So they are committed. Could go Scorp. Or could just go War Factory. Your fangs actually like took half off of that wraith.
Yeah, they did. They had a good day. I actually think if they had range, the whole pack lives.
Yeah.
It's just sitting there fighting the bad guys all day. I just need to get better at this not hemorrhaging hit point early, right? Like I'm just watching, for example, watching Rooster, you guys just don't give up this kind of early tempo.
Yeah, it used to be different.
Yep.
Nano missile strike, of course.
Well, thank you, Toast. I believe in you, Emma. Appreciate it.
I'm letting the Badger be for now.
Debating whether Arctorius flanks me with air. I need to worry about. Probably not. I'll put the second Farseer up closer to the line.
Yep, I dodged the missile strike.
I've got my
Too obvious.
Got my second Farseer pointed right at the second Wraith. Happy about that.
Nice. Yeah, they actually like don't have anything that kills wasps. Oh, they do have a nano on that one wraith though. Oh, they got one of my wasps.
Nano Wraith is getting Farseered.
But does it die?
So close.
Oh, it's so close. Nice. And I have a nano sledge, which is pretty alive. Maybe the nano sledge can save my wasps from the wraith.
That would be awesome. Love that opponent is driving through his own fire here.
Yeah, it's about to disappear, I think.
Yeah, it's really close.
It gets a few though. Nah, I think the wasps get ahead too much.
Stop.
Oh, unless.
Stop. Hang out back here, please.
Yeah. Close.
Mm-hmm. Stable.
I get a rhino. I will range my wasps. Ooh, another nano. Alrighty.
What do you think about preemptive EMP on the Farseer? I've got 150 left. I could do attack, defense, or preemptive EMP.
I think they're all pretty fair. I mean, the nano is already on, so I'm not that huge a fan of EMP, but like if they might degen here, it's
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
yeah, like it's so cheap.
Yeah, I think it buys me a little more than the... I mean, obviously the damage output is correct if he doesn't take any tax, but...
Yeah. They have levels on them, which is so they might be kind of hard to kill.
Yep.
Nope. And they got the nano on both now. Ooh, there's a fortress now with the Mustang prod line. Oh, we almost kill it in time to save the rhino.
That one middle one is going to heal through, and now the outside one's going to heal through. Should
Yeah.
attack.
Yeah, well, probably just need like melter or something at this point. They're losing stuff to their own fire again.
Second round in a row. That pack of sledges hates command. God damn it, command! Why do you keep doing this to us?
Ah, didn't quite take tower. No, my wasps. It's possible I'm gonna be in War Factory here. Oh my god, another oil for them. I don't think I need 2 beacons. It is for AA, so I will anti-missile next turn.
Fear the truck is here.
Okay, just kill it before it shoots again. Ah, dang. Okay, nice. Melting one of them. That's what we like to see. They're burning their whole team again. We have War Factory levels. Nice, smelter just popping off.
I like being at full health, thank you very much.
Probably just selling out of this. Does your guy have an oil? Oh no, my guy didn't take second oil.
My guy has taken it and used it. So.
Yeah. Would have been nice to level this guy, but oh well. Oh, they thought I was beaconing, and I forgot that I have to beacon my wasp, and I just didn't beacon it. And their missile strike just whips. It might hit like one of them.
That's amazing.
I was prioritizing the factory beacon.
Right. I love it.
Whoops.
That's brilliant. Accidentally really strong, right?
Yeah. Oh man, the melter locked just before crawlers got in. That's kind of annoying. But as long as we kill the fort in time, we're kind of good. Oh, he nanoed the fort? Balls. Oh no, he didn't. It has the Mustang prod line. Bro. Oh, nice. We killed it at the last second.
Opponent has some very nice storm callers. We are good.
Somehow my guys' fire badgers like didn't die.
That's okay. I have melting points for them.
Yeah.
They are full healing with that. Their absorption module, field maintenance.
Yeah, they're nasty.
They're brilliant.
Okay, well, you have the absorb mod here.
And a level.
And a level, yeah. Amp core, ball prod line, assault melter, kind of disgusting. Guess we just amp core the big boy. They have the oil up.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you have what's it called?
Bubble.
Yeah. What even stopped me from killing that? Didn't afford any of my War Factory levels. They might have been good, but oh well.
I could conceivably drop an oil myself right now.
Try to like, I mean, they're always oiling this middle part. So in principle, you could like can hook it backwards from their oil into their chaff, or maybe into their like orange storm.
What do you think about
Yeah, that should work pretty decently. Yeah, because my ball prod will still keep them off. Yeah, they do eventually get on, but... I love how you even have 2 more balls coming out of the melter. Just like all the ball prod.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, right. We literally are the ball production army. Do I have crawler prod on my melters? I do, actually. He's throwing acid on the ground, so I'm going to try some flying units.
I'm just continuing to stonk. Oh. I love the promote all three $1,200 button on my factories.
Oh god, that's gross. And kind of awesome.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, sure, will do. I think we're into loan.
Yeah, I've been loaning for a little bit. I think attack is probably more valuable at this point than a crawler. Is your guys' oil up?
Yes, oil up.
Okay.
Good call.
Not that it...
Not that you're going to do anything about it, but...
Yeah, not that I can do anything. No Elite Wasp is set. Yeah, I haven't been affording the tech on it. Alright, oil is against me. Fair enough. Probably could take a lead on Wasp soon. They're still doing like a lot of my damage. And they are sort of going in front. Although I think the game's over. Oops.
Whoosh. That was a bit of a challenge. Well played, guys.
Yep.
Well played. Mouse over to your side of the board. Triple War Factory, all level 2.
Yep.
Steel Ball, Missile Interceptor, Efficient Maintenance. Very nice.
Yeah, it's funny. Since they've changed to efficient maintenance, I find myself clicking launcher less. Because you start earlier and you take efficient. And then like they start countering, and then you need the anti-counters, so you take things like ball prod, and then you never quite get into launcher.
Right.
Whereas when I was using it more as a finisher, it would just be a last turn affair, so I would just plop it down, click launcher.
Yeah, it's launcher
and go in.
But I actually think it's funny. My guy wound up in what I think is the correct counter to your board, which is the ranged acid double shot scorpions. Like
and the range wraith. Yeah.
Yes. Brilliant.
Oh, their wraith did quite a lot of their damage.
It did a lot, yes.
Their Stormcaller was actually their final round top damage, but I think most of that damage was just kind of shot into the melting point and did not kill it, so it's kind of fake.
Right, because the melter was healing through.
Yeah. Oh, plus 36.
Yeah, that was tasty.
Alright, we got time for one more.
Oh yeah, we're getting close.
It is
30
that
minutes.
That half-hour mark.
Yep, good call. Last new match.
Do you have any insight as to why the Vanguard tournament has an asterisk before it?
That's
in the name.
Question.
Like when I look at my medal at the end, it's asterisk Vanguard tournament European. My chat said the asterisk is because you had to use War Factory.
It's true. It's true. No, I do not, actually. I don't see the asterisk anywhere, and I hadn't heard
it's on the...
for it.
Maybe there's a glottal stop when you pronounce it, yeah. Perhaps.
Vanguard.
Sunnyside is a War Factory hater. Yeah, it's understandable.
I mean, come on. let's be honest. Don't we all hate whatever the current most played unit in the meta is?
Yeah,
Whatever
that
it
is generally. Yeah, and how dare they make it this overpowered, you know?
Right.
I say, of course, sarcastically.
Well, I just think it's kind of neat if you look at the game over time, how the different metas have come and gone, and
Yeah.
it's fresh. It keeps it fresh. You know, if you have a unit you love, it may not be the right unit for this meta, but eventually it will get its day.
Yeah.
Wraith had its day, Scorpion had its day, Sledge had a day.
But then it's so funny. You like love this poor unit that's been underpowered for so long, and then finally it gets its spot in the limelight, and then everyone's like, "Oh, blah de da, another Sledge user," and you're just like, "Yeah, but I mean,
But I was a Sledge
but this
player
is my
before."
child."
And the thing that frustrated me was I stopped playing them. All of a sudden, Sledge
Yeah.
was powerful. I was like, no, I just whatever it is, I go for the underdog unit.
Yeah, that was pants with the like original Spawning War Factory meta.
Right.
Once it was everywhere, he was just like, "I hate this unit so much, and get me out."
Yep.
All right, I got
I can give us
my
first.
old sad favorite of Crawler Mustang Speed.
Mhm. I have Supply
And then I've
Crawler
got the-
Mustang or Cost Control with Storms. Actually, I could do Rhino just
Yeah.
as hit points. Or even Aerial for hit points. I've got 3800. Arclight Sledge. Pick that.
My packs are all weird. I'm digging Cost Control, Crawler Tarantula. I think it is actually a good pack. Cost Control is not as bad as it was. I might be in a little bit more of a defensive deploy.
Yeah, I'm actually not
This
gonna be anywhere
time?
near the line this time. I'm
All right,
gonna
cool. Same.
sit back and try to play ranged sledges. Or ranged whatever Bearlike decides to give me. I have no chaff to start, so if you can cover mid, that would be appreciated.
All right. I'm just going for the classic Cost Control. Get another copy of my 200 cost
Oh yeah, I love it.
opener.
Yeah, that crawler up in mid is gonna help a lot. And I'll just here. And mid towers if possible.
My opponent has a bit of a mysterious formation.
Giant size gap between those two?
They're adding marksman. Their sledges and their fangs. It's like they're going for standard fangs or something.
Oh, standard.
Like I don't know what it is. Like just the sledges in front, you know. We'll see what it is. They might just be late chaff and they'll add like more chaff later.
Or it could be like a carry fang build back there.
Yeah. It's sort of like when you're pretty new, it's like intuitive that this might be a real deploy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, tanks in front of the infantry. It just makes sense.
Yeah, tank. It's legit. My guy took the quick supply 4 storm start.
Yeah. Yeah, I might lose my side. So the marksman kind of took care of the tarantula, although one of them's doing well.
What if I eat a tower for you?
Yeah,
We're here to nom.
looks good. Yeah, I think with this crawler pile, we get there.
I would like to nom on things, please. Hey, you shot me. I was just trying to have lunch.
The snacks that fight back.
Right.
Might be the farseer from me.
I just took it. I don't mind you being in it. If it is correct, it's correct.
Yeah, it's just like a long range unit, you know?
Yeah, it's a great long range unit. And then kind of thinking of it as filling.
It's sort of like a Mustang you don't have to click range on sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I could have taken the Mustang, but that would have to click range. I'm going into a Tarantula spam build.
Okay, I'm going to be in a Farseer spam, I think. And I'm getting us a triple threat trickster point by putting the crawler outside.
If you spam the Farseers enough, the missile interceptor can be legit. But you skipped Photon on it.
Yeah, I skipped Photon.
Entirely reasonable, to be honest. It only hits ground and it costs 400.
It's expensive. I
Yeah.
find myself not wanting it as a first tech, and by then it's too expensive to use. So.
Yeah. Obo Sage says you feel like Cost Control is doomed to get War Factory or Vulcan Melter most of the time. Yeah. I feel like it's funny. Back in the first War Factory meta, it sort of felt like the stats mattered less and it was more about the production, and Cost Control actually felt like it was the War Factory specialist.
It really was. I mean, that was...
But then as time went on, it became like the worst specialist for War Factory.
Battle Factory became a thing.
Yeah. Alright, I'm kind of getting cost controlled here, but it'll all get fixed once I click my techs.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at. I just need more units and more techs, and it'll all come good.
Yeah.
This was not the round for us, but that was partly why I took a pack that had hit points, whereas...
Yeah.
Around like that.
Efficient tech research.
Did you say you were going to get some techs?
Yeah, I'm so greedy.
It's only round 3.
I know. I'm just like, there's fire. Am I being bad? Do we level this now? Like, my opponent also took it.
Mine skipped.
And they just completely skipped, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Range on the marksman for my guy. Pretty low tempo choice, to be honest. But they might scale up a marksman board. What do they have? Range, Rapid, Elite, and EMAG.
Are you going for like a triple teched tarantula board at this point? That you're likely.
At least double teched. We might eventually mech rage them.
There's for your viewers, there's our official no new matches, 20 minutes out. Not likely to finish something even if you aggro. Planning on entering tourney. Finish out whatever you're doing, and tourney opens in 5 minutes.
They're getting so many marksman locks like earlier than I'm prepared for.
Your crawlers are pretty far back.
Yeah. I mean, I have some forward ones. You know, I feel like I'm faster than I expect to be. I think I'm gonna loosen my crawlers. They're not super good into it.
Yeah. A little bit.
Oh, opponent loaned round 3, Cat noticed. I mean, I just have to take it. So greedy.
Are you doing the econ thing again, Gucci?
Yeah.
My name's Apucci, and I'm an economy addict.
Yeah.
It's okay. My name's Amarok, and I'm a Farseer addict.
No, I mass recruit. Like, what do I do with this last $100? Oh yeah, I have efficient. I mass recruit. Cat says I'm a tower sniping addict. Yeah, it's so funny. Like, if Cat's in your chat, he'll just always point out like which cheese is available on the tower.
And it's always round 3. Hey, this cheese is
Yeah.
still available.
Yep. I think Sacco said Cat plays like he chats.
It's true, he does.
Like, when he's playing, he does take those cheeses.
Yep.
Things tend to be covered round 4, yeah.
I felt so bad. Titan and I were laddering and came up across a duo that my guy just was not covering tower. So I was like, okay, this is for Cat. And I put the storm right on the line, and it managed to take both towers, and it levels. And then I got portable shield, so I leveled it and put portable shield on it. And it, guy puts a crawler in front, so the first volley misses, the second volley takes out the 2 towers. It's like, well, I can't lock on the crawlers because they're now right on my, on my team. So, this gentleman will learn to cover his towers now, hopefully.
Yeah, I remember there was someone I played in a 2s game where their entire board was just all mid-sized units clumped into a pile.
Oh god.
And missile device spec came out, and I like killed their entire team with 2 missiles.
Oh,
Like, I was just like, they'll never miss this again. And then I think, dang, I'm like not beating this guy's board at all. They like didn't put a chaff in front. They just like bought anti-missile devices the next round. Just like that was not the solution.
Whoa.
Okay. I just need to like get a bunch of Stormcallers.
That whole board moves at what, like 6 meters a second?
Yeah, well, a little faster, but yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8 meters a second. Yeah, they'll be under the guns for a long time. And how much fun is a level 9 Farseer, Zalex?
They go armor. And they arrange the things.
It says screenshot.
And to add a couple crawlers.
Tournament Reg should be open for those of you out there waiting for that.
Oh yeah. Alright, the storms helped a bit. feel like it's just the melter. Just kind of be covered against things. Come on, let me move it. Alright, that's the turn, I guess.
Just reminded them that they have oil available, so we'll have to
Yep.
throw that down next turn. Got it.
That guy went up for a bunch of anti-missile devices.
Okay, yeah,
They're not covering oil, so if it lands at all,
yeah,
we do get turbo oiled. Oh, so close to landing. I think it lands now. Yep.
Very nice. Sorry, I have conceded triple threat trickster points. My guy got my tower.
It's alright. I think we get a few of these AM devices, potentially.
Oh, I'm losing my side, so you're gonna have plenty of time to go get AM devices for yourself.
Nice.
There is a Phoenix.
All
over
of the
here.
devices are mine. We have a melter.
Oh, perfect. Eventually we'll get there. Do be careful that the melter does not lose to the one fence. Okay, you got that covered. He's on fire. Eventually I'll get here, guys. I don't have range.
Just hold
I
on,
have
hold
to
on.
block.
Give me a second.
I'm going to agree with you and throw down all those shields.
Orbital.
Definitely.
And I imagine my guy shields against oil.
Right.
Hmm.
Are we in the loans? I mean, 2000, 2000.
Yeah, I loaned
2007?
I loaned last round.
Yeah. So,
I just ranged my melter just in case. Right, this time they put some crawlers in front, get me to flame my own board a little bit more. This should go down pretty fast. Right, not as much aim. Oh, they AM Farseer now, and they redeployed it, I guess. But like, I don't know. It's just in a different spot.
That redeploy was up.
Nice.
So they-
Yeah.
they've taken it.
Nice. Your level 5 saber just kind of got in on the towers.
Yeah, it's been just quietly doing its business.
Yeah. Certainly helping.
It's yeah, it was tough to get to it.
All right.
All right, man. Good luck in tournament.
Tourney time.
Yep. Good luck
Yep.
doing the double.
Thank you.
And, catch you after, maybe.
All right.
Thanks for the games.
Peace.
Peace. All right, folks. 8 minutes to tourney. If you are here with us, we've just gained about 40 MMR on a couple of games of the Poochie, which bumps us up to. Right, Poochie is tops in combat power at the moment after winning in Europe, which has bumped us up to 6th on the division leaderboard at 1986, and doesn't quite crack the top 20 world. We are, what, 42nd world at the moment for 2v2 MMR. Of course, that is way better than my 1v1 MMR, which is probably a more accurate representation of legit skill. We're sitting at 1762 there. There has been a lot of grinding. I noticed I was almost on. I was jumping in and out of the 200th. Folks are grinding to ensure their qualifying slots for the for that tournament coming up. I should probably edit stream info to refer to this now as Vanguard Americas. And we're going to jump into that. I'm going to take just a moment to rest a voice, drink water, get myself ready for this. I will be back. No, not 71, sir. Much better. Alright, welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Thanks for your patience with me while we're getting ourselves ready for tournament. Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back to Mechabellum for the third and final Vanguard tournament. Vanguard Tournament Americas. Apucci coming off of a win in Europe, looking to do the double. He's won back-to-back Weekend Tournament Americas, or Weekend Tournament European titles. This, I do believe, is Prince Boji. That will be Woot. Horrible Will, Shiroha, both trying to make some progress towards qualifying for the Launch Clash, Mechabellum Launch Clash $1,000 tournament coming up. Woot, CrossFit, and Rice are already halfway there. If either of those three players wins tonight, they will be in. Quite a few other folk have made some progress. I'm not seeing all of them here. We've got through Asia and Europe without giving away the 8th and final golden ticket. So the question now is, can somebody claim it here? Of course, Doxson and Apucci, both double weekend winners, are already in. Illuminati is in by invitation, so those three, off of the list of favorites, are looking to play gatekeeper. Hey, I made it in the hard way. You have to make it in the hard way. Lamaprod says, I'm just catching up. What makes it a Vanguard tournament? These are, I believe, the name for the last three early access weekend tournaments. So we had Vanguard's tournament show up. They have not explained anything to me about what makes it a Vanguard tournament. It just showed up as the name, and you can already see that next week will be Weekend Tournament 73. So Vanguard tournament it is for this week and this week only. The Mechabellum Launch Clash tournament qualifiers are next week on Sunday. There are 16 slots open there. 8 were open to whoever can win 2 weekend tournaments between week 63 and week 73. 7 of those slots are filled. So again, it's Rice, CrossFit, and Woot who stand to advance that way here tonight. There are a couple of others who could conceivably. I see Drewski is entering these on the regular right now. Oh, Teddy, that's a rough draw. Teddy has drawn Steel Sane in round 1. Mamaro against Shiroha, that's pretty rough. I think we are going to step up and perhaps we will take CrossFit and Sastifer for round 1. We'll be casting these on my own tonight, so please forgive if there's any rough edges or I need to take a moment. I don't have caster I can bump things off to. I should make sure I've got good posture in close to the mic so we're getting good projection. And I should definitely turn off chat. There we go. Channel point predictions are up. Don't forget to ready up if you are in this tournament and listening. Click ready. Got only a couple of seconds left. Welcome to round 1 of Vanguard Tournament Americas, the third and last of these early access Vanguard tournaments. This is the final weekend tournament of early access. Game has 1.0 release coming to the production servers on the 23rd of September and goes full public release on the 26th. Zalex says he's already the first round 1 winner due to no-show. So congratulations, through to round 2. CrossFit is near side with a marksman specialist start, tarantula and crawler, which looks like it should be pretty solid. He's going to take a third tarantula, liking tarantula into the steel balls. Sastifer Farside, a Farseer specialist. I love the combo of Farseer, steel ball, and crawler. That's what he has. He's taken the 2 arc lights to clear chaff a bit. Looks like they are set. We've got a Tarantula Farside to tower protect for CrossFit. Sastifer just full commit to this left side. Even his chaff, his crawlers on the back line. The positioning of this set of crawlers was pretty much perfect to ensure that crawlers are distracting steel balls. Eventually the steel balls lock onto tarantulas, and that is going to be pretty much a solid left side tower take for Sastifer. Full triple threat tricksters points. Oh wait, wrong tournament. Right. Sastifer gets the left side tower shortly after CrossFit got the right side tower. And Sastifer wins round 1, CrossFit down to 34-78. We get an instant unit drop. Typhoons, Marksman, Mustang, and Stormcaller are the offer. Level 2 of pretty much everything except for the Typhoon. 2 level 2 Marksman is what CrossFit will take. He's a Marksman specialist. He was planning on having a kind of a Marksman, I would presume, backing up Tarantula anyways, so this is kind of the perfect drop for him. He could even mass recruit to get 3 more and have 6 marksmen out and, you know, be prepared to start attacking them on round 3, if that's the direction he wants to go. Sastifer took a pair of level 2 marksmen himself, picking this group up, and that'll be their anti-air single target, preventing you from running something like a Wraith or Phoenix over the top of this in defense. For all the way through the Asia and Europe tournaments, we were seeing a War Factory meta, with players making sure to leave a 7x7 gap on the corners. This is a 8 gap if we sell out of the steel balls, and like a 9 gap here that he's kind of filled a little bit, blocked a little bit with the marksman. So it doesn't look like Sastifer is really building to that optimized War Factory positions. And as you can see, the answer to all this steel ball aggression is just slow it down with chaff and shoot them with the leveled marksman. CrossFit picking up 3 packs of fangs to go with the many marksmen. Sastifer added a flank crawler that is getting in on tower. The only things taking pot shots at it right now are marksmen. Of course, clearing up a pack of crawlers with your marksman is a little inefficient. It's not working for him, let's just put it that way. So Sastifer gets tower, does some damage to these guys, and now CrossFit has gotten the far side tower. And, yeah, kind of came close to breaking even there, I think. Tarantula kills Marksman. We're down to 1 Crawler, 1 Fang, 1 Marksman. The Fang and Marksman win that one. So Sastifer still on a pristine 4,000 hit points. CrossFit on 3372. CrossFit got in and won in week 70, so 2 weeks ago. Last week came 11th in Weekend Tournament 71. Adds a flank screening Tarantula that will pick up this backside crawler and then also turn and pick up the crawler he doesn't know about that's coming from here. He's also going for instant spider mines. Now what he's looking at there is that this tower was unprotected and unleveled, so he's hoping to get a spider mine that runs all the way on up there. This has been leveled up to 23,000 hit points at level 2. The spider mines from level 1 do 4,500 damage each, so it'll be 9,000 damage. It would take 3 mines getting there. 3 waves of mines to get there. If he levels up, it'll only take 2 waves of mines, but he has spent enough that he can't really afford to level this far side Tarantula. For Sastifer, the adds are Crawler and behind tower here, the Farseer, the Crawler. And we've leveled the Marksman. We've leveled the Arc Lights. Sastifer's board doesn't look like it should be very good at clearing spider mines, but it has done. Down to this last mine, which gets in on a level 2 Arclight, gets the kill. Of course, the way that spider mine experience works, it is spread among the units that survive. So some of that spider mine's unit, some of that spider mine kill XP got spread around to the Farseer, the Marksman, the Arclight that were still alive at that time. We have Missile Strike, Nuke, Super Heavy Armor, and Vulcan's Descent on offer. Both players took the Missile Strike, everything else deemed too expensive. There is a bit of tricksiness you can do if you can pull a mine behind a tower and drop a missile on it, but neither player is in position that that's going to be a danger or workable. CrossFit takes replicate crawlers, puts crawlers right up on the line on the flank, so both of these flank crawlers should get replicated on and turned into yet more chaff for him. And he's shielded. Yeah, it's going to protect some but not all of the units that would have been at risk. Where he takes a level is on this level 2 Tarantula out front. For Sastifer, took Efficient Giant Manufacturing, picks up 1, 2 forts. So Sastifer, we kind of said he wasn't playing the standard meta positions for the War Factory. Instead, he's playing for Corner Fortress. We heard from Abuchi right after the European tournament that Corner Fort is actually the predecessor strat to this Corner War Factory build. This is kind of the positionings that he's given himself. One Farseer left, and it goes down. CrossFit has finally gotten on the board. Sastifer dropped to 3431. CrossFit's just under 3,000. We go to round 5. Unit drop is possible again. There is not one yet. CrossFit takes the Orbital Javelin. We can just drop that on a fort. Keep the fort from leveling. Keep it from gaining experience. And, oh, by the way, take it off the board, which will be handy. Sastifer also takes it. There are some good spots for it where he can potentially hit Marksman and, a leveled Marksman and a Tarantula. That would be where I would be looking at it. Of course, you can dodge by selling units, right? So Sastifer, for example, could sell this, but he'd be conceding the experience from it. Sometimes, especially early in a game, you might want to let it survive and have the, carry on the experience in order to get it to level later. This is what we called. We said he might be playing into the full corner fortress. There it is. Fort, fort, fort. And again, he's creating that salient. We've talked about that on the channel for months. Creating a salient where you can kind of force your opponent into a weakness, a spot where you have a small mismatch, right? But Fort and Arclight are a mismatch for this tiny little pack of crawlers. If they win that, they come on down and they make it into, Fort Crawler, or Fort Arc and Fort against this group. And you just kind of keep working from left to right in this particular case. Create your little overlap, create your problem. And of course, for the defender, if you're out here, you're surrounded. If you're back here, you're conceding the run to tower. So there's no great answer. There's no just obvious, clear, and correct answer. Flooding the zone with chaff is certainly one of them. One way to defend against it. You can see that working for CrossFit here. He's got these double shot marksmen and enough chaff, especially because of the replicate. He's got enough chaff to get out in front and ensure that these forts have basically done nothing but shoot at chaff and spider mines. And eventually he has closed into his own salient around the surviving forces. Sastifer down to 2750, CrossFit still at 2970. Now note that a lot of this is relying on crawlers as crawler clear. We saw this in the Triple Threat Tricksters matches, where a big reverse can happen. For example, if Sastifer were to take Impact Drill and Replicate of his own, he'd be able to reverse this. CrossFit, well aware of that, is not going to let it happen. He goes straight to Impact Drill, even before Sastifer has thought of that play, or committed to it anyways. Another Orbital Javelin was up. That is going to kill this fort yet again and take down this level 4 marksman. That is a big flank, triple crawler flank over here. So at this point, Sastifer needs something that definitively answers the crawlers, and at this stage, the definitive answer to this kind of crawler play would be Wraith. Get yourself up in the air with a range and 8-gun, use the range to stay behind whatever other units you've got, get something with shorter range, for example, the fort with 80 meters, and keep your Wraith behind it, force the marksmen to work their way through some other unit before they can target the Wraith, and hope that your Wraiths can take care of the crawlers. Of course, Wraiths are very, very good at taking care of a pack of crawlers, even with loose formation now, that's because of the way that they multi-target and the amount of splash that they do per cannon. Once you've got them up to 8-gun, they're in pretty solid shape. At this point, Sastifer's own chaff is being used against him in so many different places, here, and out here. This is getting very painful. Painful to watch. There were enough crawlers coming off of that flank and replication that they tanked 2 arc lights shooting at them, plus missile support from the Farseer. CrossFit on 2972, Sastifer down to 2290. Hey, thank you very much for the raid, Teddy. Welcome, welcome. Lamaprob wanted to know if this Farseer positioning was a little bit aggro, and the answer there is not really. It's part of an aggro build, right? So that's where we're going. And Frostwall says the arcs did nicely against the against the mines. I do find Arclight, level 2 Arclight does great against a level 1 mine, and if you take a look at that, that's because it's got a 777 attack here for this guy with the attack off of tower. The mine, of course, has 750 hit points, so with tower health, or tower attack, and arc light, you're able to take out the mines pretty quickly. You can fix that with defensive enhancements, so they're up to the mines taking 2 shots again, and of course the level 2 Tarantula's mines are going to take a lot more shots. From the drop, we've got Fire Badgers, kind of the get out of jail card for Sastifer. He thinks, he hopes, with Napalm on the ground. Napalm on the ground is going to help against some crawlers. It's not going to help very much against these level 3s. They're going to replicate off the level 2 Fire Badgers before the Fire Badgers have finished summoning in. Level 3 Melter and level 1 Melter with Diffract. Multiple beams actually took care of these guys before the crawlers even thought about it. And they're getting locks on forts. This is just pretty grim. Teddy says, the 13-hour stream just ended. I'm so tired. Faced Steel Saint in my first tourney match, and at least I lasted 7 rounds. Yeah, we saw that you had a pretty brutal draw there, sir. Tower plus health does help them against the mines. That's why defense enhancement is up for CrossFit. We're down to a single melter, level 3 melter, I believe, up against the surviving unit there. So CrossFit wins round 7. Sastifer is down to 1890. CrossFit's at 2970 still. Redeployment could be interesting for CrossFit if he wants to create pressure out here. Potentially save a unit from the lightning, from the javelin, that sort of thing. But giving up the lightning is pretty ballsy. Like, just passing it up, right? Because obviously it's only going to come around once. We're not going deep enough into this game that you're going to get the lightning storm back. But with opponent having javelin and incendiary coming, you know, personally I'd have been more comfortable having the lightning storm myself and putting it on top of my opponent, especially knowing that I'm relying so much on the replicate crawlers. I do think Sastifer's positioning is a little greedy. I suspect he actually wants this far enough over that he's landing it on replicated crawlers, even if it lands it on his own units. Is Sastifer one of the players who has pulled barrier technology off of his fort? No, he's not. Here it is. Sorry, my bad. I thought I saw this in Europe, but I'm thinking of a different player. Sastifer does have barrier available. It's 900, and on the round that he took the lightning, he can't also defend against it. So he's going to be placing a normal shield with his last 100. And CrossFit, you can see, did just shield against the lightning. So overall, he's invested a lot less in this round than Sastifer has. Fort down in this corner with launcher overload and range gets through the gets through the Tarantula, gets a lock on that level 3 melter, but because of the tower debuff coming from the right side, it lost the lock. The melter walked away faster than the fort could walk. At the end of the round, though, we get it the other way around. The level 3 melter is down, but the 2 level 1s finish it off. Sastifer down to 670 hit points. Going into round 9, unit drop. Level 6 Rhino, level 4 Wraith, 3 level 2 Mustangs, or a level 3 Overlord even. Sastifer takes the Mustangs. The Mustang Fort, of course, is a thing. Whether it's a good thing right now is a question. Both players have the Orbital Javelin up, so there's going to be a possibility to see some of these units sold and moved, I would guess. CrossFit has the redeploy as well available. He's taken the level 3 Overlord. Where did you put that? up in the corner with a mobile beacon to hit the level 2 tower, and then get on over to the level 2 tower on the other side. Look, this thing is going to do enough damage with its volleys to take down a level 2 tower. It doesn't care. The Orbital Javelin is going to scratch the paint on a 160,000 hit point melting point with energy absorption. So this thing's going to heal back up from getting hit like that. In fact, if Sastifer thinks that all the way through, he's going to sell out of the Fire Badgers so it can't heal off the Fire Badgers. Could even sell off the fort so it doesn't heal off the fort. CrossFit drops his on the level 2 fort here. It doesn't kill it. What he's going for is taking out most of the Fire Badgers and the marksman behind it. You've got melting point down in the corner that handled this flank fort. You've got your big flank coming out there, gets the tower from the level 3 overlord. Now we're down to just clean up. CrossFit one step closer to booking a place in the Launch Clash tournament. Okay, now. Nope. Now, cue music. Close rounds for quite a long while, but I think the key element of this battle is that Sastifer didn't really answer this crawler with drill play that CrossFit had. Didn't really answer it until he had the Fire Badgers, and by then there had been enough tempo damage done, and the crawlers were still causing problems, even with Napalm Fire Badgers kind of all over the board. When you think about it, this is a 300, 450, 600 cost answer to this crawler flank. There's no real answer to this one, and there were just crawlers all over the board. Sastifer never really in a solid answer to it. The Fire Badgers are a start, but they kind of needed a secondary unit, I think, or a secondary way of clearing. Also, never did use or tech the Farseer, never leveled it, so it's either sell out of it or sell out of it or commit to it a little bit more is kind of what I would think with that. So CrossFit through, very solid defense. Apucci has gotten a win, Horrible Will, CrossFit, Dachshund, all with wins. We will potentially jump into that Mumbo Jumbo match in a moment. Shade with the upset over Cursed, very nice. Zillalag, and who is this one? Let's take a look. Where's my... Where is Google Lens when you need it? Setting Sun as the win over Rider Live. Panda beats Drewski. Yes Win Big and Odyssey. Yes Win Big looks pretty close to finishing that one out. Crash beats Sparty. Godius Prime beats Squish. T-Man, Mike Tyson, Hackerman, that's Fury. Goff the Great with a win over Armeria. That's a solid win. Goff is so good at getting these round 1, round 2 upset wins. This is several weeks in a row that Goff has pulled that off. It's definitely a player, if you come up against him in a tournament, you've got to take him seriously. Illuminati, who's already qualified, beats Fedez. Rice on the road to qualification with the win over Tom. Teddy said he lasted 7 rounds against Steel Sane. Shiroha beats Mamaro. And Prince Boji beats Leng Yingyan. You have embraced the evils of the War Factory. I see, sir. We will jump into the Mumbo... Nope, we will not. Mumbo Jumbo has finished off King Fury. What else did we have? Huiberg beat Refin. Yes Win Big did beat Odyssey. At the bottom half of the bracket, we've got a win for Simple Little Bear. We have Who else do we have here? Ooh da 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 beats Paid Lavatory Break Enjoyer. That is a name. ChatGPT beats Skynin. Tooches over Professor Chaos. Ian S. Ivan the Terrible. Cyphershot. Morbidly Obese. Pugsley. Banterific. The TRC. Zalex, we said at the very start, was the first round 1 winner in this tournament. Beats a barrel of bananas on grounds of not readying up. Gotta click ready. It's not like matches on ladder where you click to skip the match. Here you have to click to ready up. Barrels of bananas may have tabbed away and not seen that was up. It happens. R.A. Omlicker. We have Travis. That name translates as Travis. That's what Google Lens says. Dr. Nuke, Typo Monkey, Uncle Lazy getting a win. Uncle Lazy's doing a lot to help with hosting that tournament coming up on the 29th and 6th. So Uncle Lazy working with Zach to do a lot of the behind-the-scenes organization for that. Jigglypuff, Carl Rogers, and Tickly, the winners. Wade D beats Giordano. That leaves us with 1 match ongoing. D-Unit against Krakow. We had 2 groups. We had 176 total participants, 2 groups of 88. So there should be 44 unbeaten. I expect to see 43 because we have a match in progress still. Doesn't let us calculate the... There we go. Now we can calculate. And D-Unit did beat Krakow to finish that round out. So, we have 44 unbeaten. Tickly, the last place seed, will be up against Tapucci. You'll have Carl Rogers against Woot. Let's see if we can find a match that we know will be halfway decent. What we're kind of looking for is somebody in the bottom half of the group that we know is capable of throwing down a win. Somebody whose combat power is a little bit lower than their actual MMR. Of course, in later tournaments, we're expecting that MMR is going to be used as the seed. The combat power is going to be used to, I believe, to determine league, what league you are in, and then MMR is going to be used to determine seeds. So we'll see a change with the season system. That is coming as part of the 1.0 launch. And this will be the last tournament that we deal with this seeded by combat power piece, I believe. I think we might actually be in Shade versus Goff here in round 2. I'm not seeing another obvious match for us. Of course, the interesting folk to follow are going to be Woot, CrossFit, and Rice at the moment. They're the ones on the verge of qualification. Mechabellum, The Conclusion, Codifly would be the other folks. StarCraft Panda as well. So I don't think this is a different panda. I don't think this is StarCraft Panda. Somebody said StarCraft Panda might be Horrible Will. If anybody can confirm, that would that'll be important for qualification later. Since it's not somebody that streams, I don't think I can confirm without pinging Bear-like about it. Sorry, I hate to disrupt you guys in your last weekend before tourney, or before launch, but I do have a question to ask you. I did want to give a shout out. Thank you to Cyphershot for the follow. Much appreciated. Of course, follows and subscriptions and all of that that you keep the channel going. Here is Cyphershot sitting at 30th. Should be up against Hackerman Fury in round 2. So that should be your opponent. Wait a minute. Did I get that right? 45, right? It's just going to be add up to 45. I'm sorry, I actually had that wrong. Hold on. You'll be up against 15, which would be Godius Prime. Slightly easier draw, I think. Alright. looking for our round 2 match. Zillalag versus Zalex. Goff the Great drew ooh da 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 ooh doo doo da 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 da. Crash against ENS. Fury has TRC. Oh no, CrossFit against Uncle Lazy. Yikes. That's a bit of a draw for Uncle Lazy. What do we go for here? Anybody have a good suggestion out of this? I'm not seeing an awesome pairing. I think we might take Rice into Travis. Mostly on the grounds that Rice is one of the folks that can qualify, if they get all the way. Congrats to the 70% of you that had CrossFit in round 1. We'll put up prediction points. Should have that by the time the countdown ends. There you go. They are up. Welcome to round 2 of Vanguard Tournament Americas, where Rice is one of 3 players, possibly 4, that can qualify for the final golden ticket, bypassing the qualifying tournament entirely to book their way straight into the finals of the Mechabellum Launch Clash tournament on October 6th. Standing in their way here in round 2 is Travis. Travis is going to be near side blue, speed specialist with Stormcallers and Fangs. Rice, such an iconic avatar. Long time player. Comes in and out, spends some time playing, some time out, comes back after a while, but has always played the game at the 2000 plus MMR level, at least as long as I can remember seeing them. Rice, starting with Elite Specialist, Mustang, and Crawler, adds a pair more Crawlers, forgoes the Arc Lights. I mean, he's looking into Stormcallers right now, so wants to have fast units on the board, things that will run underneath a Stormcaller and get past. One way to think of your Elite Crawler deployment is white in front of blue. That way the whites are kind of the chaff and the blues get through to wherever they're supposed to get to. And Rice almost looks like he's in a defensive formation. You will not flank me over here, sir, and then I will attack you up the front. If I have to, I can build out this formation on the other side later. For Travis, it's a speed specialist, added the arc lights, has a very standard deployment. Now, you might be expecting a speed specialist in attack. Kind of looks like Rice is thinking that a little bit, but speed specialist from standard can be valuable in that when you win a side, you get through to the tower before. Like if he's winning this side and Rice is winning this side, and the units are evenly matched, you would see Travis get to that tower first, presumably. Assuming that they're winning with equal units. Of course they're not. Rice is running entirely 16 meter per second units, and Travis has, 6 meter per second Fangs, 7 meter per second arc lights, and, well, everything gets slowed when you lose a tower, so Stormcallers would have been 6 meters per second. They're all up to 9 and 10 meters per second due to the +3 bonus from his starting specialist. But Rice overloads on the right side, wins tower, wins round, and Travis is down to 45-82. Note that Rice is not leaving the 7x7 gap for the outside corner War Factory, so if he's playing a War Factory meta, it's going to be a little bit deeper. Travis takes the mobile beacon, obviously really valuable right now in this War Factory meta, where you could conceivably be mobile beaconing 2 different War Factories or a distraction unit in a War Factory. Mass-produced sledgehammer is contraindicated. You do not want your War Factory to be producing subpar units. Do not take mass-produced sledgehammer if you're planning a War Factory build. And Rice will just skip it. Rice adds a Mustang and a Crawler. Crawler right up on the line. Mustang, kind of presume, out on that same side. For Travis, it's a 3rd Stormcaller and a 3rd Arclight. So just kind of extending the line out on the side that he had lost last round. And defends this side tower. He's defending it against this flank, but also defending it against an attack like this with a Sentry Missile. Sentry Missile is going to take out about half a pack, so it's a little bit wasted value, but it was security more than absolutely necessary in this particular matchup. Still, a player of Rice's caliber is going to look at that and say, -50. Travis does stabilize the defense this round, at least. So, Rice takes just under 200 hit points, 4826 to 4582. You get the unit reinforcement drop. Rice is really lacking chaff clear, so he takes the chaff clear in the form of the Fire Badgers. 3 of them right up on the line. Of course, they can be right up on the line because the Fire Badger is just over 5,000 hit points. You don't have to worry about it getting missiled out, so you don't have to you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to have chaff in front of it. Frostwall wants to know if a level 2 Arclight beats level 1 Mustangs. So at the 694 attack, they're going to one-shot those Mustangs even the level 1 Arclight is going to one-shot them. So the real distinction there that's going to matter is more who has range, who has some other units supporting. Any other chaff unit getting in front of them is going to help. Dropping oil in their way will certainly help, but not outranging them is going to settle a bit. On the other hand, you just let them burn. There you go. That is a much better answer than a level 2 Arclight. Just light them all on fire. Perfect. Down here in the corner, the Stormcallers, Arclight, have beaten the Fire Badger that was in that corner. Rice gets the far left with a level 2 Crawler flank. Everything is coming across. So I guess more technically, Frostwall, that's certainly something you can test really easily in the solo testing grounds, setting up a 1v1 like that. And since they have just about the same range at 93 and 95, you would expect the Arclight clears that. So if you're ever seeing the start of, 3 Crawlers and 2 Mustangs, and you don't have Arclights on the board or Tarantulas, you just throw down 2 Arclights and you don't lose round 1. And you can start your tempo from there. Ooh, Rice. Rice takes improved War Factory. Travis has skipped it. One of these players is at a different level than the other. Well, I hate to say it, but I kind of feel like this game is over. Now, it's going to be really expensive to bring out elite improved War Factories. The recruitment cost is up 200. They were already going to have to come in at level 2, so 1,200 to recruit one. Now it's 1,400 to recruit one. So if Rice ever does want to throw down War Factories, it's going to be a late game piece. It's going to be a game-breaking, back-breaking late game piece. Other thing that does is ensure that it doesn't show up as a unit drop. So Travis isn't going to be getting them for free. We already knew he's not a giant specialist. Cameron, you are correct. 1,600 because of the unit unlock cost as well. So it'll cost him 1,600 to throw down a war factory. Note that that doesn't mean he has to wait until round 8 to do it. You know, a little bit of float on round 6, or, you know, float on round 5 and get a little bit lucky on a unit drop on round 6. He might be able to get those out by round 6. So we'll pay attention to his cash, right? He's already floated, right? He's already floating. So Rice is looking at this board and going, I can out-econ this. I can get this job done. Efficient small unit manufacturing was the choice for Travis. Skip was the choice for Rice. He has gone ahead and unlocked that war factory. He's gone ahead and taken a loan to buy that war factory, and he had perfect monies for a rapid resupply. Never mind, I said he might wait till round 6 and sell a unit. What do I know? He'll just bring it out on round 5. There's nothing on this board that answers that war factory, folks. Click speed up button, and let's see how much damage gets dealt to Travis. The real question is, what is Travis going to do on round 6 to try and answer this? And then, you know, play this game at home, right? What is your answer to this? You're Travis. How do you stop this? Here is what I am going to guess. I'm going to guess ahead of time that Rice will sell out of the level 2 war factory. He doesn't necessarily care about getting it up to level 3. He can jump this from the right side to the left side. Actually, he's leveled it, so never mind that. He may just keep this one. Whoops says, wait, the way to solve this is to exit out of the replay and go back and pick the improved war factory card. Yeah, and especially in the current meta, it's a must pick. I liked to pick it in the before this meta as a insurance, if you will. No, curling up on the ball is not the answer. Phoenix, it's a little late for a Phoenix, even with a item on it. This Phoenix will do admirably. It's going to do 10,000 per shot per Phoenix. Yeah. You're gonna need 70 shots. Okay, divide by 32. That's a lot of seconds. 70 shots. Just keep your Phoenix alive for 70 shots, no problem. Look, you could give it launcher overload and get the shots down to 1.6 seconds. Now, the real answer, if you're looking for it, obviously, at 700,000 hit points, you really do want a Melter Lock with it, but the primary answer is to get acid on the ground in front of it. We've been talking about that all day. I don't care how you do it. If you have crawlers on the field, you want them to have the acidic explosion tech. This pack of crawlers could have dropped acid right here this round. It does not matter how many hit points a unit has numerically. Acid does damage as a percentage. So down comes the total hit points at 3% per second. If you've wondered why the heck does War Factory have photon coating, it's to prevent exactly that. Now, I'm going to point out Rice has a distinct lack of upshoot, so he might actually get the 70 shots for the Phoenix. And they're doing extra damage because of the tower debuff. Do they get enough done, or do we get this tower debuff in time? They did get the job done. I take it back, Travis. You have Hero Hot Wheels Phoenix there. Like Llama Prob said, 70 shots. Easy. Although, big props to getting the tower debuffs and having the locks when he got them. We had the unit drop. very early on, or very quick take for both players. Level 3 Wasps. 2 packs each. Now Travis is into range and launcher overload. This is part of my solution to War Factory, and part of the reason you want launcher overload, it's not just for the DPS to the War Factory, it's also that that is a really solid answer to the steel ball production, right? Part of the danger of steel ball producing War Factory is that it will produce those steel balls faster than a melter can get through the steel balls, because of the way melters ramp up. So the melter gets locked onto steel ball after steel ball after steel ball, and eventually the War Factory drives up and shoots the melting point. So the Phoenix with launcher overload shoot frequently enough that they'll take out that steel ball and let the melter connect, or let the Phoenix themselves connect, and then start doing real damage. This beast is up to level 4. It's got more than 1 million hit points. It now does launcher overload, so it's doing 33,000 per shot times 4 guns every 0.8 seconds. That's just gross. I think that's the technical term for it. That is... I think that's more than 150,000 DPS if all 4 guns were engaged. If only 2 guns are engaged, of course, then it's a much more reasonable 80,000 DPS. Not much is going to stand in front of it. We have about the same problem once the Wasps are down. The Phoenix will be able to clean up. However, there are a couple of Wasps left that are going to get our level 3 Phoenix. The War Factory drove out of range, and that let the Phoenix turn and kill with just a few hit points left. It turns and kills the Wasps. Travis getting it done again with Phoenix. Again, eschewing entirely the concept of throwing down acid on the ground. Now he gets laser sights for pick your favorite Phoenix that is not the one doing all the damage. Skips the sticky oil bomb. And, oh, by the way, Rice has been not redeploying this War Factory. You could put it anywhere that it wouldn't get instantly acided. Now it gets... We finally get the acid from Travis. And he puts another one here. This is in case the War Factory gets moved a bit. That one makes more sense to me. This one, there's not really a War Factory gap, I don't think. Here we go. So it's triple recruit, acid crawler all along the line. Well aware now that there's a redeploy. This could be anywhere on the line. Now Rice is redeploying it. But he redeploys it right behind the crawler he should already know about. So he's not thinking through the acid, I guess. Or he's planning a photon coating anyways. He's got the 950 for it. The Phoenix have gone all the way up to electromagnetic shot. That will also help against the War Factory. War Factory was... Is that 34 experience only away from level 5, by the way. Wow. Thank you for the follow, Reptus. Much appreciated. So we've got the acid, we've got the triple teched Phoenix. We're 1 tech away from quad tech Phoenix as the answer here. We've got acid on the ground. There's no photon coating. There's no protection from getting EMP'd, so we do turn it off early. We've still got ranged arc lights doing their best to clear out crawlers as well. Here come all the Wasps. We never did get an answer to those Wasps. The Wasps are doing a heck of a lot better this round. The War Factory is going to die by acid damage before the tower goes down. Oh, that is 600 hit points on the bar saved for Travis. These War Factories surviving, doesn't matter what level a unit is. They do a fixed amount of damage based on their level 1 cost for every unit in the game except for War Factory. War Factory costs 800 to buy at level 1. It only does 600 hit points. So losing that War Factory cost Travis 600 hit points of tempo damage. Travis takes the nuke. Thanks. You can... It's got 120,000 hit points, and if it levels up, it's going to have 150,000 hit points. I'm sorry, 1.5 million hit points. I don't think 70,000 is going to be... Does that even scratch the paint? I don't think it does. Travis plays around the nuke himself. Now, obviously, I'm joking a little bit. It does, it does a little bit of damage, but the more important part is it's going to take out the Mustangs over here. If these wasps are stuck in the right spot, it'll actually take out the wasps as well. So there is a point to it. It's not completely pointless. Photons protect against acid. Video game science education. Yeah. And Rice is not even bothering with the photon coating, just goes for range. I've actually seen a couple of people playing really nice mobile beacon plays to keep a war factory with range out of acid, despite the frontline crawlers. And of course, keep in mind, this is an improved war factory. It's got the extra 10 range, it's got the extra 40% hit points, it's got the extra 15% attack. So this thing is particularly beefy. Range and launcher overload, it's got 145 meter range. It basically wins on the ground. The question is just, can Travis win the air war yet again? We have nuked that pack of Phoenix. We don't care about anybody else, we just nuked one Phoenix. Over here, we nuked the Wasps. Mustangs, of course, were in under the shield. They're fine. But with the deadly pack of Phoenix done, this side's Wasps have gotten the job done. This time, the War Factory survives, and Rice gets to do full value. Brings Travis down to 2101. We go on into round 10. Remember, Rice bought this War Factory on round 5, so end of 5, end of 6, end of 7, end of 8, end of 9. That's 5 rounds. He's saved 750 credits on efficient maintenance so far. And it has cost him 400 into these two, so he's plus 350. So the math changed dramatically when we switched efficient maintenance from saving 100 to saving 150. Whether that changes from 200 to 100 or from 150 to 50 is less relevant. It's just the breakpoints about how many rounds it has to survive have become huge. Ranged anti-air Mustangs for Rice, and a second level 2 War Factory. I think this is accelerating out of control for Travis. Lone and range for Rice. So he's definitely looking at this as potentially finishing it out. Or at least being deep enough into the game that lone and range is mandatory at this point. Travis has a worm with underground maintenance. So underground maintenance, of course, is just restoring hit points. It doesn't give any additional hit points. But he's got the level 3 worm out here. So it's going to take a bunch of damage from this corner grouping. Go underground. His theory should get underground before it dies, is the hope. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That plan did not work. That plan did not work. It was supposed to get underground, heal on its way to the tower, come back at full health. It did not happen. Both towers down. 1,200 showing from War Factories alone. Everything else up here is going to add up to at least 800. And Rice is through one step closer to qualifying for the Mechabellum Launch Clash Tournament. Travis puts up a very good fight. 1,550 MMR player in perhaps a little bit above their depth, but they had really good thoughts. They got acid out, they got the Phoenix out. I pew-pewed it when he played it, but the improved firepower control system with range on the Phoenix bought him a whole lot of time. That was time that in the meta where just a minute ago, well, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, where efficient maintenance reduced the cost of upkeep from 200 to 100, the overall upkeep cost on these guys would have crippled Rice's economy. The fact that he's saving the extra 50 per round really adds up quickly when they're on the board for 6 rounds. And that is enough for Rice to eke out a victory. This thought was really good, but this deep into a game, I don't think you want to spend, have a good unit spend that much time summoning in. What happened there is there was just so much damage dealt to it from the Wasps, the level 5 Mustangs, and these crawlers kept it on the surface for just long enough. They're loose formation, they split around, they're coming from all sorts of different directions. It has to bite in different directions, and that kept it on the surface long enough for the Wasps and Mustangs to kill it. Maybe if you'd had Strike Specialist, it turns out a little differently. But one to remember, if you're in a close game, don't spend the time on summoning. Frostwall asks, is loose formation effective against arcs? Extremely. And does it allow for the storms to hit the last crawlers if they're horizontal? That one I have not tested. But it's very, very good against arcs, especially if you detect that somebody's trying to run carry Arclight, and going loose formation can be really good. Or if the guy's relying on Arclights or Tarantula perhaps as a chaff clear, going loose formation can be really useful. We had 44 unbeaten. We're down to 22. Apucci, Horrible Will, CrossFit, Doxin, Illuminati, Fury, playing under the name Hackerman, T-Man, all getting the wins. Godius Prime beats Cypher Shot. Crash narrowly escapes against Ian S. ChatGPT Classic Post upsets Mike Tyson. I believe ChatGPT is a smurf, so this may not be the upset it would appear. That's Mike's main account. Goff the Great beats Ooh Da 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 Da. A Mumbo Jumbo gets to 2-0. Shade beats D Unit. They're on a nice run today. That's 2 big wins for Shade. Panda beats Tuchiz. Ivan the Terrible over Huiberg. Morbidly Obese over Yes Win Big. So that is back-to-back upsets there. And upsets in round 2 are a bit more rare than you would expect, given the nature of the tournament structure. But we have such packed tournaments this weekend that, of course, the fields have been so thick. There have actually been more upsets in round 2s than you might think. Banterific makes it 3 in a row here. Zillalag restores normal service with a win over Zalex. Rice, we saw take 1 step closer to qualifying. Steelsane, Shiroha, and Woot all get the wins. So, following the story of interest, 1 golden ticket remains. If Horrible Will is halfway there and under the name StarCraft Panda, then that is 1 player who might be closer to advancing. Woot, playing under the name Prince Boji, only tell us that it's the 301. CrossFit and Rice are the other 3 that can. Of course, we've got lots of players who already have qualified. Doxin, Steelsane, Apucci, all in as double tournament winners or more. Illuminati in as an invitee. Shade's been tearing it up. I kind of want to watch this one. Doxin against Panda could be a good one. CrossFit against ChatGPT. Who else do we have? I think Woot should beat Morbidly Obese. Let's take Shade and Illuminati. Just gut feeling that one's going to be a good one. Congrats to the 95% that had Rice winning in round 2. We'll put channel point predictions up for you folks. Oh, Soja missed this tourney. Had the start time off by an hour. Ruh-roh. Rip. Yeah, the tourneys have been so full, this actually took half an hour per round. Usually I've been allocating 25 minutes per round as my mental time block for how long tourneys take at a level or at a round. We just have so many players in these because of the interest in qualifying. I would love to see a 2v2 tournament. You know I'd be in that. So I would love that. Welcome to round 3 of Vanguard Tournament America's Shade versus Illuminati. Shade is one of many people trying to earn not 1 but 2 weekend tournament trophies, medals, in order to qualify for the Mechabellum Launch Clash tournament. There's only 1 slot left, so the folk who haven't won a weekend tournament yet are pretty much big long shots to achieve it at this point. But Shade is one of those folks. Has taken a Rhino Specialist with Stormcaller and Arclight. Illuminati on the far side, a Quick Supply Specialist with Steel Ball and Arclight. Adds a pair of Crawlers. Illuminati is an invitee to that tournament on grounds of being part of the Curator program and, you know, a very strong player, a tournament champion, a consistently high. But there were only 8 slots available to the Curators. 5 of those went to folks that you'll be familiar with from the Western world. 2 of them went to the 201, and 1 of them was used to try and lure a big name from a little bit outside of the community. It'll be kind of a dark horse for that tournament. Of course, we're looking forward to revealing the entire lineup. We've been sort of dripping it out slowly. Illuminati gets through to that left side tower. Steel Balls staying alive, getting through to the right side and cleaning up. Shade down to 4450. Beating Illuminati, of course, is a really tough ask. Beating Illuminati when he's already gotten a Steel Ball up to level 2 on round 2, that's getting really tough. Both players take the underground threat. Of course, Illuminati coming out in this super aggro formation has left a big gap back here undefended, and that is what Shade is looking at. I can drop my underground threat outside here or between 2 towers and try to have some, put some pressure on, take a tower. Illuminati had 450 left. Takes a pair of Wasps. No, 50 for the unlock, 200 for the buy. One protecting the flank, the other one kind of following the front. Neither protecting the outside tower, and he has not leveled it up, so, living dangerously. Shade added a pair of Phoenix to play defense. They are going to be distracted by the underground threat. Shade does get that tower, and that slowed down the offense. On the other hand, there's not much that shoots wasps, only the 2 Phoenix. They are going to handle the steel balls, which of course are level 2. Illuminati leveled those up so quickly. I actually missed it. Level. Taken, thank you. And you can see the beautiful gold skin on those. I love that. And then the wasps cleaning up above. So Illuminati winning rounds 1 and 2. Wins it despite losing the tower. Shade down to just under 3,800 hit points. We get the unit reinforcement drop. Got 3 level 1 Sabertooth, a level 3 Tarantula, a level 1 Fort, or 2 level 3 Marksman are the opportunities offered. For Shade, if he runs anti-air barrage on the Fort, and it does look like he does, if this is accurate, it was not a couple of weeks ago. I haven't checked it recently. I did report that as a bug. So we'll see. It is accurate this time. Anti-air, range, launcher overload, and elite were what he's running. So that bug has been fixed. Congrats to the dev team. They are doing a lot of work to clean up lots of little things like that. And the bug there, for example, was that when you were on that screen for yourself, it was correctly showing you what techs you had, but when you were in that screen as a spectator, you couldn't see what techs the players were running to be, kind of following along at home. And so, nice little fix there. That must have come out with the Thursday release. So he's got anti-air barrage available, also picks up a pair of Mustangs, doesn't actually unlock the anti-air barrage. And for Illuminati, it looks like it is Worm, Wasp, Wraith, with the Wasps already on the board. Here come the Wraith. And the Wraith, of course, tanks the anti-air barrage, and he was expecting the anti-air barrage because he'd seen the fortress. It's not the best answer against the Mustangs. The best answer against the Mustangs, of course, is the Worm, and that's why it is Worm, Wraith, Wasp in combo. You sort of have the Worm distract the Mustangs, the Wraith takes the Fortress AA barrage on the chin, and the Wasps sit behind it all and level up and become the carry unit. You can see full carry text here. Range, range, elite marksman, ground specialization, and air specialization. So Illuminati this is a planned build to go full carry Wasps. Instant efficient tech research that's going to make getting all the techs he needs on the Wasps and the Wraith and the Worm all that much more efficient. Shade, you need to skip the smoke bomb, you need to skip the tank production line. Either efficient tech research or skip. Efficient tech research is the choice. I think it was the right one. He's got range for the Mustangs. I'd love to see him take that 150 for the anti-air barrage. Obviously, a lot of people don't like to tech a unit until they have 2 or more of it. But here's the answer to the Mustang. Already, they're only level 1. They do 37 damage per shot. Armor, tanks, 60 damage per shot. Of course, to be fair, a unit cannot be reduced to doing 0 damage per shot, so no matter what, these Mustangs will be doing 1 damage every 0.4 seconds. Times 12. 4.8 DPS? Is that right? No, wait. 12 times 4. 48 DPS. There you go. The whole pack combined does 48 DPS. The Wraith has 20,000 hit points. It would take a little while. Of course, the level 2 Phoenix helps. That gets the first Wraith down. Tower debuff is going to help. Obviously, helps things to chew through. Hitting it from this angle is going to help. And now you get the Phoenix working through the Wraith there. So Shade has a good set of answers to the Worm, Wasp, Wraith on the board. I think Fort is the best answer to Worm, by the way. For those of you that struggle with Worms at home, Acid Crawler, good arrival timing on your crawlers, and forts to finish them off, specifically forts with launcher overload. You don't really care about the range, you're going to be in tight with the worm anyways because it comes to you. It has to get to about 40 meters away to attack you, so it's going to be right in your wheelhouse, even if your range is down to down to 80 meters and then gets halved down to 40 meters by the sandstorm. You don't really care. You're sitting there and pounding it at point blank range as fast as you can, and getting the attack speed down from 1.8 to 0.9, and doing full damage is just huge value for you. Illuminati has gone to a range and ground spec. Everything out here except for the Phoenix is on the ground. We're going to do lots and lots of damage to them. For Shade, I actually like the addition of the Farseer. If we can get locks onto the Wraith, a very cheap electromagnetic explosion. I do expect this value is going to get changed. I think this is a little bit too cheap for a unit that can apply EMP with an 8 meter splash to both air and ground. It's a little bit cheap. But it's kind of the signature tech at the moment. And a lot of times the fact that it's so cheap turns out to be a little bit of a trap. I heard Bear Lake say that. I was playing a lot of Farseer and I said, no, it's really not. And then I've had games where it really was. In particular, I got suckered into taking it early. One game where there wasn't a tech yet, and I was just gut reading that somebody was going to take, for example, degen on a Wraith, and what I really needed first was range to keep them from getting destroyed. I've just gotten destroyed, as you've seen. The fact that I had taken range, or taken the EMP early, made the range 200 more expensive and really difficult to take later. Now you get the Wraith doing what we talked about, completely tanking the Mustangs, and Illuminati is able to win round 5. Shade is down to 2,700 hit points. Illuminati's at about 2,700 as well. Underground threat is up right now for both players, so this is actually a second underground threat. And that can be fun to do things like, I'm going to throw down double underground threat and give them replicate, or something like that. Put them in the same spot and give them replicate. Put them in 2 different places and give them replicate. Put one offensively and one defensively. Shade takes 2 as well. One in that corner, one over here. But look at that. Illuminati takes replicate. Oh, Shade takes replicate. So they're basically going to be replicating against each other. In a replicate war, you desperately want defense enhancement. So we'll see who has taken that. Illuminati already has. Shade has not. And of course the reason that matters is it changes the breakpoint in terms of how many shots does it take. There you go, he's taken it. Changes the how many shots does it take for a unimproved crawler to kill you. Range and anti-air on the Mustangs. So these guys do plus 90% damage. That does get applied before the armor enhancement does. So even a level 1 Mustang is going to start doing some damage to the Wraith. But really he's relying on the damage from the Phoenix to get through the Wraiths, and then the Mustangs will work on the many Wasps. With the support of Wasps and Farseer, Illuminati wins the Crawler War on the back right. That lets him come around and win the Crawler War in the middle. But all of that chaff is going to arrive far too late. On the other hand, he's gotten through to tower with one surviving Wraith on the right. And here comes all the chaff on the left. There's nothing left to save the Wasps. The Wasps are out in front of the Wraith. Now you've got your Wraith in position. The Farseer tank takes out the Phoenix. Everything else is now working on a level 2 fort. No techs on that fort yet, it is just big and beefy. And it goes down hard. When it goes down, Illuminati wins round 6, and drops Shade just under 2,000 hit points. We're through to round 7. Efficient Giant Manufacturing. We talked about this comp being Wasp, Worm, Ray. Now Illuminati has cheaper worms, if that's still the direction he wants to go. Apparently, that is still the direction he wants to go. Spends the 200 to unlock them, brings them out, and with the efficient tech research, he's still got plenty to put tech on them. The first tech is Sandstorm. So Sandstorm, if you're not familiar with it, it's got a 120 meter radius, lasts just 5 seconds, but for units in the Sandstorm, the attack range is reduced by 50%, and for units in the Sandstorm, damage taken from ranged attacks is reduced by 30%. Of course, the Sandworm is a pummeling unit. It has its melee, it does not care about range, so it's basically reducing the range of everybody around it, and preventing itself from taking, mitigating damage to the tune of 30%. So that's why I think the launcher overload is so important for the fort here. I think Sandworm with Sandstorm should beat the fort normally without the launcher overload, and that a equal level fort does beat it with launcher overload. The other important piece is having mini crawler arrive to keep it on the board, keep it on the surface. Both worms, well, one worm is down on the fort side. On the other side, Illuminati gets through to tower. So in a War Factory meta, Illuminati's making the Wasp Worm Wraith work. Here's the jump scare worm, but of course the fort just far enough outside gets the W. Now, I'm wondering if I've just spotted a translation error. I think I have. We'll pay attention to that in the testing grounds afterwards. Let's see if we can get that fixed in time for release. Of course, they're very much on the nothing but one overlords? No, that's not what I was noticing. What I was noticing was during that battle, the Sandstorm says it is a radius of 120 meters, but I'm pretty sure it was a diameter of 120 meters and a radius of 60 meters. Here's the second tech on them. It's a armor enhancement, increasing hit points by 50%, blocks 60 damage when attacked. That is, I think that was the other problem with Photon on Sabretooth, is that it said it had a 50-meter radius, but that actually meant a 50-meter diameter, and 50-meter diameter was like nothing for photon coating. So I actually thought that was supposed to be 50-meter radius, and that the implementation was incorrect, but the translation was correct. Here, I think this is exactly 120 meters, right? Eh, maybe I'm wrong. That looks like 12. That's a 12 gap, right? 12 squares. I might be wrong. It's the end of a long day for me. I've been up since the Asia tournament. That's gotta be 24, right? Yeah, I'm just wrong there. Shade? Right, but then how did the fort shoot it? Because it's 100 meters away, right? That was the other question I was having. That was why I first noticed it. So definitely going to have to go play with this in the... Oh, good question. Ms. Diana wants to know, rules question, does the hit point from armor persist when a unit is EMP'd? No. The tech is completely turned off, so the... whatever hit point bonus you're getting, the canonical example would be the assault mode marksman. You hit it, it loses all the... You EMP it, it loses all of the hit points. Plus 500% hit point. You've hit it with EMP, you've just done 5/6 of its hit points in damage and put it back to its base 100%. Escape Velocity, are you in tournament or out at the moment? I know Soja is out. If one of the two of you wants to research that in testing grounds, that would be nice. Shade is up against Illuminati. Illuminati down to 150 hit points. Shade still on 2,000. So Illuminati really needs to get through and get this round done. Shields up this time, and that will tank a lot of damage from the Wraith. Right, the Wraiths now have range, so they're going to hang out behind the Worms. That is the plan. The Wasps with triple tech, they have range, they have elite marksman. This is the full build for Illuminati. It's a really strong build. Got all the techs out that you would want, but the fort wins on the far left. The leveled Phoenix doing just too much damage over there. There is one worm hanging out down here for the late jump scare, but I think it's going to end the exact same as the last round. Farseer with EMP turning off the key techs for both the worm and the Wraith. That was the key add to Shade's defense here. Beats a 2100 MMR player and advances to round 4. GG, very nicely played. Shade, of course, is looking to be one of the top seeds in the qualifying tournament, unless he is... Okay. Excuse me. Did I mention that Goff the Great is really good at throwing down those early upsets? Goff has just KO'd Shiroha, one of the top seeds in the tournament, knocking him out at round 3. Not out, you're not eliminated from these tournaments until you've lost 3, but knocking him out of contention for the title. Beautifully done, Goff. He says, I just played War Factory again. Hey, fair enough. You have followed the meta. The meta has led you to War Factory, and playing the meta well has led you to victory over one of the very, very strong players. Apucci gets the win against Banterific. Zillalag over Crash. Rice, one of our qualification candidates, gets a win over Godius Prime to make it to round 4. Steelsane beats Mumbo Jumbo. Steelsane, of course, multiple-time tournament champion. Woot gets the win over Morbidly Obese. Morbidly Obese took him way down to 500 hit points, made that very close. CrossFit beats ChatGPT Classic Post. Dachshund beats Panda. T-Man over Fury. Shade beat Illuminati. Horrible Will over Ivan the Terrible. That is the top of the group. We'll have 11 unbeaten, and Mumbo Jumbo will be in the spoiler role. Spoiler role is going to be up against T-Man. Goff will be facing Apucci. Dachshund versus Horrible Will. Steelsane against Zillalag. Woot against CrossFit. One of those two will not be qualifying tonight. Well, we knew that. There's only one slot left. Can't both qualify. So, yeah. Nobody bet. Nobody was confident on the outcome of that match, so nobody bet on that last one. Round is officially complete now. We will be in this CrossFit versus Woot match, so I'm going to go ahead and put that prediction up now. Channel point prediction up there. We'll be back after a quick break. Make sure that we have full time to bring you all the match action. I'm going to drink some water and go to the bathroom. Maybe more than you needed to know. Also, Goff, good luck against Apucci. You got this. Go get him. Goff, Apucci loves to run Corner War Factory. It's what he does. All right. Oh, escape velocity. I did not save the replay. You can grab it out of tournament logs though, because tournament server or tournament replays are saved automatically. They're on the server for anybody to download. You can just click into the tourney and click the player if you need to. You can find it off of Illuminati, obviously. Hello, Blue Feral. Welcome, welcome. Round 4, 11 players left, 1 slot left in the Mechabellum Launch Clash tournament, 1 golden ticket, CrossFit and Woot are 2 of the 4 players in this tournament who can book that ticket tonight if they win it all. One of them will not be making it out from round 4. CrossFit came 11th in this tournament last week, and Woot came 15th in Asia this morning. Woot Farside is a fortified specialist playing under the name Prince Boji in, well, I have to trust Google Lens that this says Prince Boji. CrossFit is aerial specialist, near side and blue, vertical sledges, and again, we know Woot has a tendency. Everybody this high up the ladder knows Woot has a tendency. CrossFit and Abuchi have both come out intentionally headbutting, and we know that Woot loves to run from this into Overlords. And of course, Overlords are a solid answer in a War Factory meta. They'll run Overlords with Chin Gun, so you can't just turn them off with the War Factory anti-missile. But he hasn't been having success the last 2 weeks with it. CrossFit Aerial Specialist went ahead and took the round 1 Phoenix rather than buying Chaff. I'm going to be up in the air. Trust my Arclights to handle the Fangs. Trust my Phoenix to handle the Sledges. As you can see, he has done exactly that. The Arclights clear the Fangs, the Sledges survived in the middle, and the Phoenix get the job done against, all of the Sledges on the other side. So Woot loses round 1, he's down to 3960. Woot skips, none of that really suited. Kind of like the mobile beacon for him. Escape Velocity, who is, you guys will know in game as Dragon Lord, says he's figured out what happened in the Worm Fort matchup that we were talking about, so we can get a answer to that in just a moment. Aha! He says the sandstorm takes time to reach the fort, so the fort has time to fire 1 shot before the debuff reaches it. Aha! And right, so it's coming up. Everything as it's animating, it comes up. The fort gets the lock, takes a shot. It hits it before the sandstorm has covered the full 120 meters. Now the fort has to walk closer, but by then the fort has already taken the shot. We don't notice the fort reloading and taking another shot because it's handled. Woot's answer here is to pick up 2 Phoenix. We have sold out of the entire rest of the board, so the auto camera is giving us a super close-up. And apologize if the game battle sounds are too large when we're this zoomed in. That shield doing a ton of work in CrossFit. It should stay up, as long as it doesn't wind up in the situation where there's like a Fang or 2 standing in it. CrossFit's Phoenix win on the left side. His Fangs get the job done on the right, and CrossFit wins round 2. So CrossFit's at 5,300 hit points, Woot is at 3,500, and there is so much value in that shield staying up. It's the shield airdrop, which has 50,000 hit points instead of 40,000 hit points, so it's even extra value there. They get the unit reinforcement round. Fire Badger for Woot, Sea Badger take Badger, and CrossFit took triple Sabertooth. For what Woot has been running, I think I would have really liked to have seen Farseer taken, but woo, CrossFit is just going to come right up on the line. I've got my Sabertooth right here. I can get an insta-lock into the middle of those sledges. If you put the Fire Badgers right there, I'm going to have an insta-lock on Fire Badgers. Sabertooth does 6,000 damage. The Fire Badgers have 19, almost 20,000 hit points. but we're going to do some real damage to them before we go down. Obviously, there's going to be some pretty quick locks from Phoenix. CrossFit, using the free unlocks, picks up a level 1 Wasp that is going to get missiled out here. And Woot trying a flank crawler. Escape Velocity, I really do appreciate you running that down for us. Figuring out what was going on via the testing grounds there. It's one of the cool things you can do. Obviously, is see something interesting or neat on ladder, test it out, you can grab a replay, you can save the replay and get the exact board state if you need to, or you can try to recreate the scenario in the testing grounds. It's definitely one of the ways to make your game better. Certainly recommend, if you are losing, especially if you're losing to a specific build, save a game that involves that build, and even, spectate a couple of games until you find a game where you see that build lose, and kind of identify what the key elements of the defense were. For Woot this round, a flank Phoenix getting a tower debuff is a key element. This time he's got Phoenix surviving up in the air. There are some Fangs left that had nice locks. They're going to take care of 2 of the 3 surviving Phoenix. 1 Phoenix left. Nicely done, Phoenix. All the way from the back corner to win this round for Woot. It does look a lot like an X-Wing, doesn't it? CrossFit at 5,200 hit points. Woot down to 3,500. CrossFit takes the skip. Efficient giant manufacturing just suits what Woot wants to do with Overlords so much. So much. Oh, did I mention Woot likes to play Overlords? Here they are. Sells out of the kind of doomed Fire Badger that went down to the Sabertooth. Sells out of that immediately. Picks up the 2 Overlords. And you gotta think CrossFit knows that. Knows that that is coming. He's got a jump drive Wasp in the back corner. He jumped this Wasp off the corner. This one, that is the one. Well, I guess we can't tell which one is which, since it got missiled out entirely. But he's now got a Wasp in a flank screening position defending against this Phoenix. This guy could be far enough back to cover this flank if he needed it to, but he doesn't really want that. He wants it up front and engaged right away. I'm pretty sure CrossFit is reading the Overlords coming. Now he's got it in a flank screening position. The reason I said he could afford to do that is because the jump drive does give an extra 5 meters per second, so these Wasps now move at 21 meters per second. He's got missiles to protect against the potential crawler flanks. Missiled out the Phoenix this time, so this guy just heads off to the main fight. Crawlers drew that sentry missile, but these Wasps are following right into the main fight rather than going to tower. That's okay, they're going to get here in time to do some work on the backside. And tower goes down, CrossFit. These Phoenix from very early in the game, that wasn't a mistake, that wasn't a, I'm just going to win the round on tempo. That was getting a leveled Phoenix started to have this answer to Woot's Overlord aggression. Now Woot is taking the orbital bombardment and dropping it straight into the central area. What Woot loves to do is get you to commit hard to defending this near side tower, and then jump drive over to the other side, and hit the weak side tower and come engage you during your debuff. A couple of different possible answers to that, both of which involve really leveling towers so that that debuff is both harder to achieve and way less valuable. So one of the things you can do is just build your defense on the left, defend the left side tower, and level the attack side tower. It seems foolish, but if you can get this all the way up to level 5, it'll only be debuffing for 1 second. That's not really enough for the attacker to gain any value out of it at all. Of course, at that point, you've spent, several hundred credits upgrading a tower that your opponent at this level should be able to use to great advantage. Down in the middle MMRs, somebody trying to replicate this probably doesn't have the economy advantage over you to be able to, take full advantage of you not having the perfect econ board to answer that. They're going to have some inefficiencies somewhere. So you can just defend the weak side, level this up, buy some time with some fangs or whatever in the middle if that's what you need. Eat fangs, chat for this tower when the opponent is coming from right to left. Woot getting the strength of the orbital bombardment. That is going to take out a whole bunch of the wasps. It's part of his build to start getting the tempo here. Because, again, he can't really be pulling tricky trap stuff with overlords until CrossFit is in a lot of danger, and Woot can start going for knockouts. So he's got 2 surviving Phoenix, 2 surviving overlords, and that drops CrossFit from 5,000 to 4,000 hit points. Nuke, very expensive photon emission. Mass-produced melter I don't think is the right choice because of the range loss, and CrossFit agrees he's going to skip that. Super heavy armor for a melter could have been interesting, so you get super heavy armor melter, get a lock, and have it healing. But Woot is going to go for a pair of forts to add to this. I suspect that's going to be fort with AA barrage, as kind of an answer to the triple teched now wasps that are range, AA, and jump drive. CrossFit has been making really good use of the speed bonus from jump drive, so you might be looking at this and thinking, well, it was a waste. He spent 50 to cost himself 400 to save 1 wasp. He could have just, jumped it, instead of jumping it, taken a extra deploy for the same 50 and saved himself 400. But he's really making good use of the speed in terms of having this wasp get engaged with the fight, this wasp that was deeper deployed got engaged with the fight, this one's been getting engaged with the fight. This round it doesn't add up because he's sitting here in the defensive shell, because that's where the fight is right now, so he wants to engage right from the get-go. They are really his answer to this board. And Woot is going to try to get the job done with the AA forts, but you can see just how strong the wasps are at clearing the overlords without the AA barrage. And of course they are tanking the AA barrage for the Phoenix. Phoenix here and the E damage dealer are the #1 damage dealer on Woot's team by a large margin. They are again this round. This is the giant killer right now. And Woot is down to 1,300 hit points, 1,354. CrossFit sitting at 4,000. Has 5 triple tech wasps, can level 2 of them. Now Woot gets a question. Are you going to throw down some typhoons? Do you take a melter and sell it? I don't think either of those helps Woot particularly. CrossFit takes the sandworm, so it is a variation of... Haha, no it isn't. It's a War Factory defense. Who could have guessed? It's a War Factory with Missile Interceptor. The Missile Interceptor both countering the Overlord and the Fortress AA barrage. Really solid play there. Woot takes the sandworms. And CrossFit goes ahead and drops a sandworm on the flank. Since he sold 1 worm, he's not really planning on teching those. So this is kind of a throwaway, force Woot to cover it and then sell out of it when it is covered. Woot has the super heavy armor on a fort that could level up. Jump drives the overlords, so they're coming to the other side. We talked about Woot preferring to do that when the opponent is on the verge of getting knocked out. He is now on the verge of getting knocked out himself, so he's got to kind of take his play where he can. So it's going to be jump over, come at the weak side tower now. It's part of his whole strategy, get you to be this heavily invested in defending this tower, jump over, mobile beacon through the parts that you're not defending. You have to know that that's coming. For CrossFit, he can look at this board and say, yeah, I can probably afford that. But it is legit. 7 giants on the board times 400 damage. I'm sorry, I miscounted. 9 giants on board. I had missed the wasps. That would be 3,600 damage if they all survived. And getting through to tower early can help them all survive, right? So here they are to start on the worm. You can see, even though it's got the anti-missile, that War Factory is going further and further down. From 4,000 hit points, when he loses this round, Woot is going to be... Where does he end up? From 4,000 down to 800 in a single round. Giants do hit point damage. Woot gets intensive training. CrossFit skips. And here it's a game of whack-a-mole. Where do you put your War Factory? Where do you jump drive your wasps to? Where do you... Right? Where do you redeploy your units to? What do you sell? You sold out of something to create the gap here. Yeah. Jump drive wasps everywhere. You can't be strong in all places. Of course, he knows that Woot can't jump drive these guys. They don't jump. So it'll be a War Factory in front of tower, War Factory up by the corner. I think this War Factory is probably going to be here. No, it's outside, where it can work on both sandworms. He's still got the shield airdrop to consider. Yeah, that's a better place for it, I think. Personally, I might have had it here to try and cover this angle, but CrossFit is better at this than I am. Let's just be honest there. In fact, it is covering this kind of angle, so there's almost a coin toss between the two of them. There's the shield. He's got these two close enough. That's the justification. He's got these two close enough that they can both be fighting from underneath the shield airdrop. There we go. For all the marbles, one of these two players is about to be knocked out of this tournament, presumably on this round of this match. Prevented from qualifying for the Launch Clash tournament. Early returns on the left, definitely going CrossFit's way. Early returns on the right, 100% going Woot's direction. And it's taken a lot of work to shoot through that level 3 super heavy armored fort. The other forts should go down a lot quicker, but there is only one War Factory left. There's not a ton of wasps left. There is enough hit point damage on the board for Woot to win this. And the last wasp is down. Woot knocks CrossFit out of contention to win this one. Woot continues on the way towards potentially qualifying for that 8th and final berth in the Mechabellum Launch Clash tournament. Of course, that tournament is going to host 32 players. 8 can qualify through winning 2 weekend tournaments. 8 qualified by invitation. 16 more will get through on the 29th of September in that qualification tournament. Woot just makes such good use of all of that jumping and maneuverability that he's got. Dachshund has Horrible Will down to 500 hit points. Let's see if the dog can finish that out. Big EMP blast coming down. Neither of these players is in War Factory. Wait, what meta are we in? Dachshund is in many marksmen with range best partner Vulcans. Horrible Will has a lot of wasps as the answer to the marksman. Wasps with energy shield. Dachshund has picked up, has gotten to level 4 crawlers. I presume this might have been a drop? I mean, we can't tell from looking at them. It seems unlikely. Maybe it was a level 3 drop, because here are 3 level 3 crawlers. So Dachshund's just been actually leveling them once, presumably. Shield's going up for the dog in chainmail. Of course, he is already qualified by virtue of having won back-to-back Weekend Tournament Americas 65 and Weekend Tournament European 65. Admittedly, in the other order. Hi, Life. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. We've got a weird, janky camera thing there. I apologize for that one. I think we managed to zoom in on a patch of grass at high definition. This looks a lot like the build that Zemp won the Dev Pro tourney with. That full commit to marksman with techs on them. You can see Dachshund's only one tech into them, but there are more coming. The Elite Marksman and Electromagnetic Shot really make these two, this build pop. Right now he's just got the range. There are 2 ranged level 3 Phoenix left, trying to finish things out. Dachshund wins the round, has 400 and... this is a summoned marksman, so it's only worth 25 hit points. So it drops Horrible Will down to 152 hit points. If you don't know, the summoned units are worth 1/4 value in their... what they do to the hit point bar, so that instead of doing 100 hit points, that marksman did 25 hit points. Dachshund takes the orbital bombardment, so does Horrible Will. Shields up again, I would presume, for both players. Horrible Will has arranged EMP storms as his attempt to deliver EMP. Also had ranged mech rage sledges and skipped. I think I saw extended range sledge offered there. Skipped it at this stage of the game. You're a little late to go into carry sledge, but it could have been interesting as a guaranteed way to drop the EMP that couldn't possibly be anti-missiled. For Horrible Will, it's a level 3 War Factory. He's been... I mean, it's been out there, it's got range, he's not running efficient maintenance on it. Every round this is out there, it's costing him 200 credits in upkeep. So he's up to range and launcher overload on it. Here we go. Dachshund has added the Elite Marksman onto the Marksman. Of course, the bit with the War Factory being out is if it wins, that could be lethal damage, right? If it wins and has, say, 3 or 4 storms survive as well, or 3 storms in this ranged Phoenix, all of a sudden that's 1,400 hit points, and Dachshund is looking at barely eking out a survival or going down. Orbital bombardment doing a lot of work for both players. The shields on the Wasps for Horrible Will have some of them alive through it. Saw them take a hit and lose their shield, but they're still up. Dachshund has Wasps of his own on Horrible Will's weak side, so let's punch through. Loses tower on the right. Those ranged sledges really doing a lot of work now. And the War Factory might be down, the sledges live on, the Phoenix lives on. We're down to EMPing that the last couple of units. You're down to 1 Phoenix against 2 marksmen. One of those marksmen was summoned, so Dachshund does 125 hit points. Horrible Will is still alive. 27 hit points left. No problem. I can afford to lose one more, as long as I only lose to one summoned marksman there. Now we've got the storm coming. Goodness. The big spells. All the big spells. Lone range and speed for Dachshund, so he's relying on closing speed a little bit. He's also taken loose formation on the crawlers. I wonder if that is going to make a big difference to his chaff clear or not. Given the fact that Horrible Will is throwing so much fire down, I don't know that it's going to get things through. Horrible Will takes AA for his wasps, so AA plus shield should beat wasps with pure range. They have 30 meters or 10 meters less range, but the shield and the extra damage should really combine to make those pop. Oh, that is a beautiful mobile beacon on the right side to dodge the... I mean, just dodging right around where the storm's going to be. Beautiful read there. So this is the intelligence spot to put the storm for my opponent. I'm going to send attacking wasps out and around. And without shields, most of Dachshund's wasps have gone down on the left side. We'll see if that was a big difference maker for him. He does get through the wasps on that side. That'll let the marksman start to work on the back line. This time, that War Factory is alive with most of its hit points. Here come the marksmen doing all their damage. They're exceptional damage due to having elite marksmen on them. Of course, that increases their damage. Those wasps above, there's no answer to. There's no anti-air left. And Dachshund will win this one in 12 rounds. Horrible Will not making progress towards qualifying today. Nice work, dog. Woof. Wow, nice investigation. Dragonlord calls out that, hey, because of that discovery, I decided to see if the Scorpion fires before range is neutered, but it is the only medium unit and above that doesn't get a shot off before the Sandstorm hits them at maximum range. War Factory and Saber both get a shot off before they get their range nerfed. Fort gets their shot off before it gets its range to nerf, but the Sandstorm still takes effect after the worm dies. That is good stuff to know. Deucebag that says, I think it's time he finds a better will, or perhaps writes a better will. We've got 6 unbeaten left. Apuchi survives the giant killer Goth the Great. Zillalag beats Steel Sane. We saw Rice through against Shade. We saw we saw Woot beat CrossFit. And Dachshund threw over Horrible Will. T-Man got the win in at the top step. That leaves us Apuchi versus CrossFit, Dachshund versus Rice, Woot versus T-Man. Your 3 folks that can qualify are in the 3 challenging matches. We've just seen... Wait, CrossFit can't qualify. I'm sorry, we're down to 5 unbeaten. Let me reset that. CrossFit no longer can qualify. He's up against Apuchi in the spoiler roll, trying to drop this from a 7-round tournament to a 6-round tournament. Rice will be facing Dachshund. Woot will be facing T-Man. Of those, I suspect Rice versus Dachshund might be the best match on offer. Congrats to the 45% of you that took Woot to win round 4. We'll give you a round 5 channel point prediction here in a moment. All right. The channel point prediction is up. Welcome to round 5 of Vanguard Tournament Americas. There are 5 left who can win this tournament. Of those, 2 can qualify. If they win it, they will claim the last spot in that $1,000 cash prize tournament to celebrate the launch, the Mechabellum Launch Clash Tournament. Dachshund, nearside blue, already qualified by winning twice in week 65. Rice has won once and is looking to book a place, bypass the qualifying tournament the week prior, bypass that tournament and book a place directly in the finals. The dog in chainmail just came through a brutal 12-round match against Horrible Will, in which we saw him running the Vulcan Marksman Best Partner combo. Obviously, it's satisfying to see that one work. It's one of the very first thing that folks see is in terms of if you're just looking through all the text, it's one of the very first combos you spot. It's like, ooh, I could do Vulcans and Marksman. It's always fun to have a build that works conceptually that your theory crafting kind of sees. It's fun to have that pop off. For Rice, it's going to be aggro fortified specialist with steel ball and arclight. He's going to start out aggro on Dachshund's right. Dachshund started out very, very standard positioning. Marksman across the center line, Fangs horizontal behind the towers, and Mustangs in the middle where they won't get drawn. So, you know, at about 800 MMR, my theory was I should have my starting Mustangs outside so that they play flank screening. For Dachshund, it's, hey, which side am I going to get attacked from? I know I'm likely to get attacked aggro, therefore I'm going to put the Mustangs middle so they both come to fight on the whichever side is being attacked. And I'm going to rely on later Mustangs outside to cover the flank screening if needed. Doesn't work out this round. I mean, they did get engaged this round. But Rice wins round 1. Drops Dachshund to 4,400 hit points. Rice, of course, still on 5,000. Subsidized Marksman for Dachshund. I mean, we can see where this build is going. He's already got 3 of them. Now he can throw down 3 more for a total of 200. Well, cost him 300 this round, but he could even elite recruit 2 of them if he'd rather. He was a Sabertooth specialist, so he's got the Sabertooth. The Sabertooth shows up on the strong side. And here's a crawler on the outside. Now, Rice has taken the underground threat, and there's no great spot in the middle, unless you took replicate for it. But the flank, and potentially protecting your own back center. Of course, Rice has left a huge gap here. So what you're seeing is 3 sentry missiles to protect against call-in, flank, and flank. And then he's got his own underground threat, potentially could be back here if he needs it. Or he could place it offensively somewhere. He's going for the offensive right in the middle, so it's not going to win against these Mustangs, I don't think. But it should distract a fair amount. See the big distraction here, right? These guys were coming in and working as the chaff clear, now they're not. The sentry missile does a really good value, stops I mean, he had that position beautiful. Where his funnel fangs had forced Rice's units to kind of congregate. The missile takes out the crawlers that the Mustangs had been killing and slows down the two steel balls enough to allow the Sabertooth to kill them before they can get the lock on the Saber. That's the sort of trick that wouldn't have worked against extended range, wouldn't have worked against ranged steel balls, might not have worked against against leveled steel balls, but it was a great play on round 2, covering against the underground threat here by placing a missile here, where his funnel was sucking all of Rice's units. Now Rice gets amazing value. Round 3, extended range steel ball, adds range on them. Instead of having steel balls with 45 meters of range, now he's got steel balls with 125 meters of range. These things outrange the Sabers, they outrange the Mustangs. I mean, they don't outrange the marksmen, but gosh, if you took the enhanced range off of tower, you'd actually match a default marksman untacked for range with these steel balls. That is going to let them feast, that's going to let them level. It is a completely different unit when you're playing with extended range. You want some techs on the board that suit this build. So, things like armor or healing or mechanical division don't suit this build as much. Things like range and potentially heavy targeting do suit that. Well, welcome, High Life. Nice to have you with us. And, good job to Douchebags since he's finally started playing. So excited to get started. 3-2 in his first 5 matches. Also, hello Reptus, welcome. So, a really good value for Dachshund on the Wasp. Wasps, of course, the solid answer to the extended range steel balls. Extended range steel balls are fantastic. The one thing they don't do is shoot up. Level 2 Phoenix, also a good answer. Rice goes to take the Farseer. Farseer, of course, a really nice complement to the steel ball because it does shoot up. It also moves at 16 meters per second. He's going to put those in flank screening positions. So we've talked about the flank screening Fangs or flank screen Mustangs. Here he's going to use the flank screening Farseers to protect against, for example, a Wasp or Phoenix on the flank. So there's no flank cheeses. Those Wasps were a call-in, right? They didn't necessarily stick around to value that XP for later. But Dachshund has added a pair of level 2 Phoenix from the drop, takes range on his Mustangs. And you can just see Dachshund is building out a very, very nice chaff board right now. So, going to keep those steel balls busy, and I expect we're going to see a loose formation, which causes those to spread out, and that will make it really difficult for the arc lights. It even slows down the Farseer. 8-meter splash, of course, is really solid, but still, loose formation does a lot of protection against it. Makes it really difficult to finish off a pack of chaff, and that is your best bet against these super ranged steel balls, is to get them targeting the crawler. Because of that, that is why I like to run heavy targeting on my steel balls. It's one of the ways to make this build useful again, is you can get into range. Of course, if you're playing defense, the crawler's coming to you, that's fine. It's when you've cleared out the chaff and you can advance and you get into range of more than one unit, you'll get stuck on whatever unit is closest to you with the highest hit points. It's not heavy targeting anymore, it's called fortified target, I think. Rice wins, Dachshund down to 3,200 hit points. Rice on 3,800. Improved firepower control for Dachshund. That is a great item for the Mustangs. Obviously, amplifying core, giving extra hit points to a steel ball can be really, really powerful. And he's taken that. It's also really nice to put them on a Farseer. Items are about the only way to improve the DPS of a Farseer. None of the techs actually make it do more damage, so the only ways to do it are throw an item on it, or take the attack enhancement off of tower. For Rice, the next step is going to be Crawler Replicate. So, very cognizant of the fact that you might be seeing a loose formation Crawler. He's got Crawler Replicate. He also knows he has the Underground Threat coming. Lots of players might have saved the Replicate turn for the Underground Threat, but at this level, you know, it's not really a surprise. We saw a match earlier in the tournament where both players took the Underground and took double Underground and took Replicate on the same turn, and put them in pretty much the same spots. So, you know, this high up the ladder, it's no longer a surprise. Further down the ladder, it can be very surprising. Like, oh my gosh, the Replicate just made this thing pop. Here, the mind game really might be, let me throw Underground Threat on and make Doxson potentially overreact to the Underground Threat next round. Doxson missiles out a pack of steel balls, puts some Mustangs up front, just to have a guaranteed chaff and chaff clear up front. With these Mustangs, he kind of noticed that these Mustangs were getting stuck behind and off to the side of tower, so he needed to have something in front to ensure that long-range steel balls didn't get a lock on the tower. On the right side, the Farseer is cleaning up the Phoenix. It's gotten all 4 packs of them, and the left side does punch through to the tower. I think it might have been the Farseer that got it. It could have been this steel ball there. Now that drops Doxson down to 1,700 hit points. Rice at 3,800. Unit reinforcement, Wraith, Overlord, Fort, and Sandworm. Doxson takes the Wraith. The only thing that moves at the speed of Rice's attack is the Sandworm, but the Wraith and Overlord are both pretty solid complements to his attack as well. I see Doxson has put 8 gun on the Wraith and bought 2 more of them back here. You can see that the level 3 is right out here in the front of the attack. The other 2 are going to be on the left side. Rice picks up the pair of Forts. Good night, Zalex. Thank you very much for all the work that you do. And Zalex, of course, one of our moderators. Probably, I should say, the single most consistent of the moderators. Always here. Really appreciate you, sir. Good night. Thanks for everything you do. And whooped GG. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Without subscriptions, we don't have a channel. And without a channel, we might not even have gotten a Launch Clash tournament. So, really appreciate you guys, everything that you've done to support me and this channel. A lot of it has gone straight back into making the channel and these casts better. That supports the game. Of course, we all love the game. I want the game to succeed. I'm so excited for this 1.0 launch. I really hope to see this do chart-popping numbers for Bear Like, for the team, for Paradox. And of course, I would really love to see it wind up with a competitive esports scene. It's kind of my dream for this, is that this is the founding game, right? This is the game that founds a whole genre. That is the hope here. Rice gets things done in round 6, drops Doxson down under 750 hit points. The shield barrier on the forts really fits into the same role that I've been using Typhoon Barrier, a way to keep some of the crawlers alive, and of course it matches the steel ball for range. That ensures that the steel balls will be sitting in behind, protected underneath the fort. It tanked a lot of the 8-gun shots from the Wraith, were expended on short fort bubbles when the fort walked a little bit forward. So a whole bunch of the potential that Doxson was seeing in taking 8-gun on the Wraith got nullified by that choice. So Rice did a really solid read there. He's also taken EMP on the Farseers. So when those Farseers land on the Wraiths, they turn the 8-gun right off. So, Dachshund will counter with range on the Wraiths, trying to keep them a little bit further back. Also put the portable shield on this Wraith. The idea here is keep them further back. They'll be engaged right from where they start. Let more of the chaff come past them. Hopefully the Wraiths continue in a chaff clear roll. A little bit longer, that might let the... I mean, what? It's going to let the Phoenix deal with the forts? Not sure I'm seeing the overall DPS here for Dachshund. And honestly, that might be the problem. We've got steel balls, we've got forts, we've got farseers. We need better DPS than we have. Range on the Wraiths kept them alive a lot longer. It's making a big difference on the right. On the left, it's tight. It is really tight on the left. Without losing the left side tower, Dachshund wins the right. See a big difference there. Once the EMP from the Farseer landed on the Wraith went down really quickly. But Dachshund is able to win the round. Big, tanky level 3 Wraith with portable shield is now a level 4 Wraith, if it wants to be. And Rice is down to 2,700 hit points. Dachshund just under 750. We've got Incendiary Bomb for both players, sure. For Dachshund, it's tough to put it in front of the attack because, you know, the forts are going to be walking forward, but he can certainly drop it right, say right here, or right here to pick up all these later arriving packs of crawlers. They replicate crawlers, we can get in the way, we can put them on fire. If this Farseer stops and fights from right here, that's going to be beneficial as well. Dachshund kind of looking at, I won on the right last round, so I'm going to put the fire on the left. Of course, it's going to be expensive to shield against all of Rice's potential fire drops. Dachshund's got 450 left. I hope that is going into 4 shields. He's got the ability to put down, to take a loan to potentially get one more deploy. And 5 shields. It's going to be one more Wraith. Weesh, leaves him with 150. Oh no, we have not shielded against the fire. I think that is game ending. Takes speed, took lone range speed, so trying to push through the fire quickly enough, but the pinning down here to ensure that a whole bunch of units are in the fire. You do see he got the key itemized Mustang, did push through with the item plus speed plus range, got through onto the other side of the fire with those units still alive. He's got... the crawlers came around the fire. That pull actually pulled the crawlers out and around. And the melting point's the answer for Rice to the Wraiths. This has gone opposite of last round, both players winning where they put the fire down. Fire, of course, far enough back for Dachshund to not walk into it. Melting point is down. The Wraith buys enough time for Dachshund to clear out the level 3 Farseer with only a couple of units and some wreckage left. He drops Rice down to 2373, survives the unshielded fire drop. So I thought that was just a devastating mistake. Dachshund had it calculated to perfection. Saves the money. It saves 400 or 500 that I would have spent on shielding. Yeesh. That's ballsy. And now he's got a unit drop with level 2 Stormcallers. Gonna put EMP on them immediately. Again, the idea here is we're gonna land EMP on top of the ranged steel balls, force them to close in the gap a little bit. If there was a tech on the fortresses, we're gonna turn that off. There is hit points on the armor enhancement. Ms. Diana asked earlier whether or not EMP onto armor reduces the hit points. It does. Oil for Rice coming in on Dachshund's right. This time the shields go up. Note the Dachshund has taken double tower attack, single tower defense. So Rice is on single attack, single defense. So that second attack is plus 24% DPS for all of Dachshund's units, including, of course, the Mustangs. Mustangs don't have any other way of increasing their damage other than this one unit that had plus 70%. Of course, the math works in Mechabellum. Percentages are additive, not multiplicative. So Tower 1 is plus 12, Tower 2 is plus 24. This unit is, or this item is plus 70. All told, that is plus 106%, not whatever the value you would get if you multiplied all of those out. But if it, non-Mechabellum math works. Video game math is kind of like video game science. This round, there are 600 hit points left in Farseer's. Kills the last, barely kills one of them on the left. There are 300 hit points left. Now he kills one of them, kills the last one, and Dachshund wins round 9. Rice down to 2,200 hit points. And what I was talking about there is the 300 or 600 hit points would be damage dealt to Dachshund. He had 750. We get the Lightning Storm. Dachshund takes advanced shield bubble this deep into the game, and seeing a spell like this, and knowing of course that there's incendiary, there's oil, there are going to be other spells, he just goes ahead and invests in having better shields. So the tooltip doesn't update to indicate what the new value is. 40,000 damage times 1.4 gets you 56,000 hit points. So it's plus 16,000 hit points for that free upgrade for shields he was going to want to take anyways. Of course, to get value out of it, you have to actually take the shields. Here they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, I presume. And then I'm imagining speed here to ensure that the Mustangs get in and under the barriers in time. Storm, like all other call-ins, is going to take about 5 seconds before it arrives on the board. So you've got just a little bit of movement. You don't necessarily need to be as far back as it looks like. You're not targeting units where they are. You're targeting units where they will move to. And of course, Rice is well aware of that, and is also making sure to target where his forts will not have moved to by the time the storm arrives. Underground threat coming up at the back line. Again, that is just to distract, but this round it's going to distract the level 4 Mustangs and potentially keep them from getting in under this shield barrier. So keep an eye on that to see if a lightning strike manages to take it out before it does get under the barrier. Nope. Yeah, they have turned, and yeah, a whole bunch of them went down. 7 out of the 12 pack go down to that storm. That is a key element of Dachshund's defense, has been the DPS he was getting off of those. On the left, there is a war factory. Big battle factory joining these many extended range steel balls. And of course, if this war factory is producing steel balls, those would also be extended range. Dachshund is going to win on the right, and the war factory wins on the left for Rice. Farseer hidden behind it, cleaning up for Rice. 600, 900 damage left. That finishes things out. Rice is through to round 6. We'll find out in a moment whether that is the semifinals or the final. Beautiful match, you two. Long, hard-fought match. Dachshund giving it his all. Rice, of course, desperate to escape the qualifying tournament and get in directly. Beautiful, guys. GG. Apuchi beat CrossFit. Rice over Dachshund. Woot beat the T-Man. So, we've got 3 left. Apuchi playing Gatekeeper. Rice and Woot. The chance to be champion. For Woot, he's going to have to go through Apuchi For Rice, he's got to go through T-Man and then the winner of Apucci versus Woot. Apucci playing to win the double for the third time. He won Europe earlier today. He did the double back in week 28, I believe, as well as in week 68. So 40 weeks apart. This time it would be 4 weeks apart. Apucci does not try to wake up early enough to play Asia, not trying to do a triple, not trying to overextend himself, just does a steady 8 to 9 hour day. I'm going to play my 2 tournaments, I'm going to get some warm-up matches before Europe, get a warm-up match or 2 in, win my European tournament, turn around, win my Americas, end stream, I'm done. It's a good day's work. Congratulations to the 30% of you that backed Rice over Dachshund. Dachshund, of course, the presumed favorite for that one, being a multi-time champion and having won the double himself. Rice did very well to get through. As is our tradition for tournaments like this, we'll be in the Apucci Woot match on the grounds that that could be the final. Rice will be facing T-Man to try and create a 7th round. We'll find out how that one went afterwards, unless anybody in chat feels like jumping in and watching that match and giving us some live updates. Occasionally we get that from folks. If you happen to be around. Live breaking updates from that match. Does kind of make me wish I had a Smurf and a second. I mean, I could run that on the crummy laptop, couldn't I? All it's doing is spectating. All it has to do is spectate round 6. Intriguing. Perhaps we'll add that to the coverage someday down the line. Welcome to the semifinals and possibly final match of Vanguard Tournament America's Weekend Tournament America's number 72. Channel point predictions are up. For those of you that enjoy the Gamba, Apucci playing the spoiler exactly whooped. It's beautiful. And of course, the match. Yeah, I love Apucci. You know, I'm his teammate. I really enjoy the guy. I like him as a person. Love him as a teammate and a player. And, yeah, I do kind of want to see a 7th and final round that pits the 2 guys who could qualify. I'm just saying. Somebody, the Gamba is up, somebody is all in on Woot. There are 36,000 rocks riding on Woot, 99% to 1%. You know, at least bet on Apucci here. Somebody needs to take the opposite side of this bet. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. This is the 6th and potentially final round of this tournament. If Rice gets the win against T-Man, and Rice is the favorite in that match, make no mistake, if Rice beats T-Man, this will be the semifinal. If T-Man beats Rice, this will be the final. Apucci versus Woot. Apucci trying to Vanguard Tournament European earlier today, trying to win the double for the 3rd time. Woot, near side, blue, playing under the name Prince Boji, one of the players who can qualify, take that last golden ticket into the Mechabellum Launch Clash Tournament bypass the qualifying tournament. To do it, he only has to beat one of the best in the game. Woot starts out left side every single time. Apucci knows it. Last time I saw these two meet, Apucci chose to come straight into the headbutt. He's a speed specialist, which could let him hit the far side early for some early tempo with, say, one crawler out here. Look at that. Look at that. And he's going to leave himself his War Factory gap for sure. But speed specialist going to leave one out here, I think, and be all of the rest of them in the headbutt. He even knows where Woot is going to line up, right? My Fang is directly opposite your Fang. Woot would normally come complete on this side, values having his units all together. He's got Apucci's number this time, drops the crawler on the far side to play defense. He's a marksman specialist, so this should be even Stevens over here. It's going to come down to how do individual crawlers match up against individual crawlers? How does the split around the tower work? Apucci playing with positioning, right? Taking his time. Gonna get it right. He's only got 3 seconds left. Oh no, this tarantula went straight to... that tarantula went straight to sledgehammers. Kills one sledge first. Of course, we know that sledgehammer is a bad matchup into tarantula. I already know that. Apucci's speed crawlers win by a single crawler on the right side. Oh, I'm sorry, no, Woot's crawlers win by a single crawler on the right side. I'm sorry, buddy. There's no team colors. I couldn't tell you apart from your friends. And Apucci wins left side tower, gets the round win, and drops Woot to 38-78. Of course, we saw this earlier in the tournament. Woot will lose some early rounds. Oh, whooped with the live updates. Rice 4100 to 3800 against T-Man. Rice came out with Steel Ball Crawler aggro. T-Man is cross control. Host control even. Apucci takes Improved War Factory. There it is, round 2. Take it early. Spend the money. Woot took Wasp Swarm. But this is the dream for Apucci, and the question is it the backbreaker for Woot? Woot picks up a Wasp pack to drop back right with the Wasp call-in on the left. So Wasp call-in in the middle. Wasp call-in is going to give this some time to get established. We'll see if he can turn it into getting a tower. Apucci has that covered with a missile. Nicely done. For Apucci, he's using a right side flank crawler to pull this pack. Let his speed crawlers get in to do some work. Missile covered the call-in. The speed crawlers should get level 3 marksman. Now Woot's wasps get double tower. That'll be an 18-second debuff. It's going to feel like forever. But eventually, Apucci turns around, comes back online, fixes the problem there, and has enough fangs left to clean up the wasps. So Apucci wins round 2. Woot down to 3200. Unit reinforcement. Woot has the options of Sabertooth, Scorpion, Phoenix, Arclight. Does he just commit into his Overlord game, or is he going to respect the War Factory? He's going to take 3 level 2 Arclights to clear these pesky crawlers, solve today's problems, let the War Factory problem linger. Apucci takes a level 3 Phoenix, and has that in right behind. Woot sold out of the marksman, so Marksman Specialist, opts to sell out of it, picks up a Phoenix instead. Let me get things up off the ground, so that I'm no longer dealing with these tarantulas on an even footing. Has the arc lights to answer all of the fangs. That'll buy some time for the wasps, if possible. Wasps back in the corner didn't level or anything. I know Poochie now knows that they're there, can cover. Is going to do the classic fang defensive positioning and supplements the ones where he knows there are wasps. Supplements that with a missile. Does not supplement with a missile on the other side. Instead opts for defense enhancement. Both players playing the solve the problems you know you have, not the problems you don't know you have. For Woot, one of the really valuable pieces about that drop is that this was a level 2 Arclight. A level 1 Arclight might have lost this head-to-head against speed crawlers with level 2 crawler hit points, but a level 2 Arclight wins head-to-head against level 2 pack crawlers, even a fast one. Poochie's level 3 Phoenix will clean up over here, and as long as these two level 1 Phoenix go down, they have leveled, they will be level 2 next round. As long as they go down, there's no real AA left. So Poochie wins a 3rd round in a row. Woot dropped to 2778, and Poochie on 4800. In the other match, T-Man dropped oil and made a cheeky Rhino drop on Rice's tower. T-Man on 3800 dropped Rice to 3742 after 2 rounds. Appreciate the live correspondent, Whooped G, thank you very much. Reinforcements here for round 4. We're pacing slightly ahead of that game, I think. Enhancement module for Woot. We know he loves that in his Overlord game. Here it's going to be enhance a sledge. Now he could conceivably sell that to get up to 1200. He's already taken his sell somewhere. What am I missing? Home. I think I missed the sell here, guys. Jump drive for extra speed. Oh, it was the Phoenix, the leveled Phoenix. So he took the Phoenix level, took the enhancement module on it, sold it, moved the enhancement module. Double wasps with that jump drive here. What he's looking at there is just a level 2 crawler. He hasn't seen the level 1 Phoenix or the level 1 Tarantula yet. Of course, those are going to get out in the way. The Phoenix doesn't just win this, but his plan was, I'm going to missile out that pack of fangs, or pack of crawlers, and get right in on tower. Instead, he winds up with Fangs playing defense, eventually gets to the tower, but the timing is vastly different from the way that Woot was imagining that. It's been lots of time over here, but it's still going to be enough for these wasps to arrive on the left side tower and eventually take out these level 3 Phoenix, get themselves a level during tower debuff. Those wasps are leveling up. Woot doesn't just win a round, he drops Poochie down to 4079. Whooped reports that it looks like mech rage sledges for T-Man, going into a Melter Mustang for Rice. Rice wins round 4, and wins round 3 and round 4. He's at 3742. T-Man dropped to 3131. So Rice still on pace to create the dramatic 7th round. If Woot wins this one, we would have Woot versus Rice with a qualification spot on the line. Woot takes the melting point from this set of drops. Poochie conceivably Farseer, conceivably Marksman if he wants to cover the Overlord angle, certainly. Could conceivably take Saber Cash. He's going to take the Marksman. Assault Mode Marksman. Assault Mode Marksman to answer the Wasps. also a decent answer on the Overlords. Overlords will kill them, but Marksman dealing... They're level 2, they're going to deal 6,000 plus damage. If they get a lock on an Overlord, it's going to be a problem for the Overlord. Of course, the Overlord will outrange them at first. The Marksman can conceivably get back up to severely outranging them with range and aerial specialization. Poochie, did you have enough time to go change that between match? I think he did have enough time to go change that between matches just for Woot. And he's also thrown down the spider mines. So spider mines getting out in front of things distracting. Let's see how well this this marksman has done at just holding that line back here. There's just nothing happening there. The mobile beacon has actually taken the wasps. There's so few wasps surviving that they actually drive by the tower. What a miss. Finally gets there with the crawlers. It's very late. There's this level 2 melter barely staying up with the mines right now. Down it goes. Poochie just a brilliant call with the assault mode marksman to clear the wasps, and they're a decent answer for the overlords that he knew was coming. Woot dropped to 2,000 hit points. In the other game, T-Man dropped a melter of his own, but it was not enough. Rice has dropped him a big round 5, drops T-Man to 1320, Rice at 3,700. So, it looks like Rice is on the verge of making it into round 7. Of course, he'll need one more round of that quality of damage. Woot sells out of his packs of leveled sledges, has taken Chin Gun this time. Now with Chin Gun on, he's going to be able to punch through the marksman and the tarantulas. The question is, has Poochie got enough going? Here's a missile on top of the crawlers just to ensure that this gets things done. He's got the assault mode and aerial specialization now, so he's got 30 extra range against air units, and, of course, plus 75% damage if he gets a lock on those overlords. I agree, Llama. I think Woot has been a little bit too predictable, and potentially Poochie has... I'm not certain, but I think Poochie has chosen this set of techs for this match for this reason. Now, maybe he always runs assault mode. I haven't paid enough attention to know. He's also got a tarantula flank deep. Once this has paid the summoning, it's going to throw down the spider mines. The spider mines will tank the sentry missile. The wasps tank... Oh, this wasps tank. I'm sorry. The wasps tanked 2 sentry missiles back there. Goff wants to know up to what place in Attorney can you earn a badge. The lowest place I have heard confirmed from a player is 28th. I'm intuiting that that means you can earn them all the way down to 30th. Poochie gets it done here in round 6. Beautiful work from the Tarantula Spider Mine, the Assault Mode Marksman. Hello, Titan. Can you answer that? Do you know if Poochie runs Assault Mode Marksman all the time habitually? Efficient Small Unit Manufacturing Absorption Module, Wasp Swarm. It'll be a Wasp Swarm for a Poochie. Right down in the corner where this tarantula is, trying to answer whatever Woot's answer is going to have a wasp over top of it. That Phoenix over here, by the way, is up to level 5. Gold damage dealer over 200,000 damage. It'll be an absorption module on a level 2 overlord. It's... okay. It might be a wasp call in, but I'm just going to answer this with an overlord here. Replicate crawlers, trying to answer some of these crawler problems. Trying to create more chaff for the assault mode marksman, but really we've got tarantula. Tarantula for the chaff clear. I don't think replicate gets you very far. It is not an imposter. Apucci has improved warf